Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, Entertainment. Playing Spider-Man at the beginning, standing upside down and kissing Swift. Chapter 51. Unlike previous generations where Disney spent a lot of money and struggled to acquire Marvel, Shuken feels that his acquisition of Marvel was too smooth. Fortunately, I completed the acquisition with lightning speed before the filming of Iron Man. Otherwise, after the movie is released, even 2 billion will not be able to stop it. I'll give you a piece of advice, Mr. Shu. They say you are a gambler. You have won many times, but if you gamble for a long time, you will lose. At the signing ceremony for the completion of the acquisition, Perlmutter, the former chairman of Marvel, took an experienced attitude and spoke earnestly to Shuken. On the surface it was for Shuken's good, but the arrogance of an old white man could not be concealed. Shuken has completed the acquisition and is not angry at this moment. Instead, he looks at the other party with a smile. He is not optimistic about Robert Downey Jr. and the Marvel Cinematic Universe he planned, which is his loss. Mr. Perlmutter, we could have had a good result, and Marvel could have become a force that cannot be underestimated in Hollywood. It is a pity that you gave up too early. Is that a joke? Are you kidding me? Since you're so stubborn, I'd love to see you go bankrupt. Perlmutter finished his sentence and left the scene with other former Marvel board members. They escaped in time before the dilapidated boat sank to the bottom of the sea. Leave a mess to the boy who doesn't know the heights of the world. Ha 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 ha, the loan is more than 700 million, I don't know what he thinks. The arrogant laughter gradually faded away, but Shuken watched these old stubborns leave with the eyes of a clown. These people almost screwed up Marvel in a previous life. First of all, the high-ranking Perlmutter and Kevin Feige did not deal with it. They almost wanted to lay off Kevin Feige and almost ruined the future of the MCU. Later, the MCU became increasingly popular, and Perlmutter established the Marvel Creative Committee, with the comics editor, publishing department director, and others. For example, in Captain America: Civil War, the ending set up by the Russo brothers in which Captain America and Iron Man break apart is very thought-provoking. But Perlmutter and others wanted to forcefully intervene in the plot and set the ending to a traditional Hollywood happy ending. Captain America and Iron Man reconciled, and they were happy to defeat the villain together. If this change continues, Captain America 3 inches will be completely reduced from a good product to a vulgar popcorn movie. You're right, but this is Perlmutter. Fortunately, he was bribed by 700 million and left Marvel completely. Marvel Entertainment has completely changed its surname to Shu. Shu, should I call you boss from now on? In the chairman's office, Shuken is ordering his subordinates to completely clear out his predecessor's office supplies and replace them all with his own. Kevin Feige stood at the door with his arms crossed and smiled. Yes, I am your boss, Kevin. Remember to be respectful in the future. Kevin Feige was a little panicked. Just kidding, 403. Let's talk about business now. How are the early preparations for Iron Man? We need to start shooting as soon as possible. No problem. In fact, I have been preparing during this period. The casting we had planned before has been finalized, and filming can start next week. Okay, let's take action. The news produced by Warner and Marvel caused a wave of waves in Hollywood. Has the spring of comic book movies finally arrived? Several live-action movies will be released within 2 years. Since the success of Spider-Man, it seems that other superheroes will also be brought to the big screen. However, some media are still not very optimistic about this field. The success of Spider-Man is too accidental. Whether it is Shuken's excellent acting skills or the bold use of first-person shots, it is difficult to perfectly replicate it. If you're not careful, it's easy to make a comic book movie look awkward. The failure of the Batman series was still fresh in our minds, and Iron Man cast an ex-convict who had been arrested and imprisoned 3 times. From a sideline perspective, the future of DC and Marvel is cast into a shadow. Soon, as summer blockbusters such as Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix and Transformers were released one after another, all the media's attention was attracted. Shuken can finally continue his photography in a low-key manner. Cut. Robert, the marks in your performance are still too heavy, the force is a bit too strong. At Marvel Studios, Shuken and the crew of Iron Man have been filming for some time. He didn't expect at first that Marvel actually had its own studio. It's a pity that I always cooperated with others before, but I couldn't use it myself, which made Shukin cheaper. Robert Downey Jr. has completely stopped taking drugs and looks much better recently. But his performance still feels strange and quite unnatural. I'm sorry, Shu. Maybe I haven't acted for too long, and I don't have the feeling of acting. Robert Downey Jr. is also very sorry. In the scene opposite Pepper Potts just now, his performance was quite stiff, which made Pepper completely unable to handle it. The actor of Pepper Potts is still the original Gwyneth Paltrow. Shukin thought about it a lot and had no plans to change the original casting, otherwise it might cause an unpredictable butterfly effect. In addition to Colonel Roddy, Shukin directly found Don Cheadle, who appeared in Iron Man 2 Inches, and did not choose Terrence Howard in Iron Man 1. Although Terrence Howard has never acted in any blockbusters, he successfully won the Oscar for Best Actor in 2004 for Crash. With the blessing of the statuette buff, Terrence Howard's salary is as high as $4.5 million. Bob, the starring roles in Iron Man are not as expensive as others, so the price-performance ratio is really not high. What's more, Don Cheadle also performed very well in the subsequent role as Colonel Roddy. His serious complaints became the audience's mouthpiece, which was quite effective in the program. Everyone else's performances were relatively professional, except for the most important protagonist, Robert Downey Jr., where something went wrong. Take a 5-minute break, Robert, if you dare to find some form. No problem. By the way, Shu. Robert Downey Jr. suddenly turned around halfway and said, "Does the crew have a cheeseburger? I want to eat a burger. Vanessa, ask someone to buy him a burger. Shukin has a headache. Robert Downey Jr. has caused him a lot of trouble. I have privately heard cast members complain about him being an asshole, and yes, he is indeed an asshole. However, Downey often joked and even took the initiative to buy coffee for everyone. Everyone in the crew did not talk about the bed. I see." Combining some behind-the-scenes tidbits he had seen in his previous life and Downey's own situation, Shukin suddenly had an epiphany. Jon Favreau, the director and screenwriter of the original Iron Man, was unable to direct the film due to scheduling conflicts. In order to meet the deadline and control the quality of the film, Shukin Song-Neng personally served as the director. This is his first time to direct a film independently. Compared with the previous co-directors, the problems and challenges encountered this time have gone up to a higher level. So much so that during the period when filming first started, the progress of the film was delayed a lot. Until just now, his brain was suddenly penetrated by a spiritual light. Just like awakening the fusion character and awakening the god-level acting skills. In an instant, he had a clear understanding of actor handling, lens language processing, studio scheduling and control, etc. Once, the director was in a fog, but now Shukin has risen to another dimension. Looking down from a high place, every detail is clear. It's like Mikasa in Giant, suddenly awakens and can completely control her body. From this moment on, Shukin has completely mastered all the abilities of a director. God-level director, awaken. Robert, try to forget about acting and character design completely. You are Stark, Tony Stark is you. What? You can add your own reactions to the original lines, improvise or change the lines, it doesn't matter. Is it really okay? Shu, isn't this a bit excessive? If you don't go too far, you won't be Tony Stark. That's it, I'll take care of everything. Robert Downey Jr. subconsciously felt something was wrong, but Shukin is not only a director, but also a producer and company chairman. If someone invests $100 million, burns it and plays with it, he is free to do so. In this case, Robert Downey Jr. simply lifted the seal completely. Scene 4, Shot 3, Shot 7. Action. In the underground garage, Tony Stark is tinkering with a stylish classic car. Pepper Gwen stepped forward to report on the work. Why are you always in a hurry to drive me away? Your plane should have taken off an hour and a half ago. What's interesting is that this is my plane and I should decide the takeoff time. Tony, there are still a few things you need to decide on, and then you really have to catch a plane. I thought to myself, the plane is about to take off before I arrive, so what's the point of buying a private jet? Why do you always want to drive me away? Are there any arrangements? There is indeed an arrangement. I don't like your arrangements. The camera moves with Robert Downey Jr.'s movements without cutting. Shuken didn't shout, click, and the camera would continue to run. In this nearly 1-minute shot, Robert Downey Jr.'s performance successfully portrayed an arrogant billionaire and playboy. Other members on the set were inevitably surprised when they saw this. Shuken just chatted with Robert for a few words. Has the change been so big? Cut. Shuken's voice finally sounded, and Gwyneth and Downey looked at Shuken uneasily. This scene has been filmed many times, and they were worried that it would going again. Passed. Very good. Let's move on to the next one. Robert Downey Jr. finally breathed a sigh of relief and gradually found the feeling of Iron Man. For the next performance, under the guidance of Shuken, the filming went very smoothly. The actor's condition seems to have improved, and their tacit understanding and smart performance made Shuken very happy. How do you feel that after awakening to the state of a god-level director, other people's performance has improved a lot? Shuken figured out something was wrong. Is it some kind of halo buff? Improves the acting skills of all the crew. Shuken couldn't understand it for the time being and didn't go into it further. He immediately started filming the next scene, racing against time. What? Wouldn't that work in armor? It's not very good. The movements are quite difficult and far from the effect required by the minute draft. At the Marvel Studios soundstage, Shuken's production team encountered a problem. They originally wanted to arrange a real suit of armor for Robert Downey Jr. to ensure the film's authentic texture. But when Robert Downey Jr. puts on the Iron Man armor, his movements are quite limited and he is completely unable to move around like in the movie. Moreover, the armor is very heavy and cannot last long if he wears it all over. Later, I lost weight piece by piece, but the filming still failed to achieve the effect. The plan to actually wear the armor was temporarily abandoned, and I could only seek help from digital special effects. The actors wear motion capture equipment all over their bodies, and use computer special effects to attach virtual armor to their characters. If you don't want the audience to be disappointed or the special effects are too shoddy, you have to find someone with experience. Produced by Rich Top Special Effects Team. At present, the most powerful special effects studio in Hollywood is Industrial Light and Magic, founded by George Lucas and famous in the world. Others include the Lord of the Rings, Team Weta Digital, the Avatar, Team Digital Domain, and the animation production company Pi XEL and DreamWorks. Behind these special effects teams are big directors and big capital, and they already have main service targets. Their external quotations are usually not cheap. Industrial Light and Magic produces a 7 to 15 second shot, with a minimum price of $120,000 United States dollars and a maximum of $300,000 United States dollars. Iron Man's later battle scenes of flying into the sky and escaping from the Earth require a significant increase in the proportion of special effects. A conservative estimate is that the Iron Man armor special effects alone will cost $70 million United States dollars in budget. And that's not counting other special effects scenes. Industrial Light and Magic works well, but is too expensive. There will be Iron Man trilogy, Hulk, Avengers, Guardians of the Galaxy, etc. in the future. The amount of money required to produce special effects for the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe MCU is astronomical. It seems necessary to create its own special effects team. Fortunately, special effects belong to the post-production stage, and a special effects company can be quickly established during the filming process. As for the top experts and talents in the industry, this is easy to solve. All problems that can be solved with money are not problems. With Ivanka's capital injection, Shuken can spend money and poach people from Industrial Light and Magic and Weta Digital with high salaries. Experts with many years of work experience can get started and can also help Shuken train new people. In Ivanka's own words, "Shu, you don't have to save money for me, and don't be burdened. I'm giving it to you for free. It doesn't matter even if it's in vain. I just want to see the movie empire you described before I get old." Sure enough, the rich woman is the one who works best. However, he knew that Comrade Wong really doted on his daughter, so he seemed to have no problem with spending such a large amount of money. Shuken is too lazy to think about Ivanka's family affairs, as long as he has money. That afternoon, he sent Happy directly to the capital of China to find a startup studio called MoreofFX. This studio will be the special effects team for the future Wandering Earth series. The special effects of Wanderer 2 inches are already comparable to the top level of Hollywood. It can be seen that they have persisted for so many years and focused on this field with what kind of feelings and beliefs. With them as the backbone and driven by Hollywood professionals, Shukin can create a special effects team that is not inferior to Industrial Light and Magic. Moreover, the heads of the special effects company are all compatriots with ideals and ambitions, so Shukin can rest assured that this is left to them. MOREVFX founder Xu Jian was stunned when he heard the news. Spider-Man Shukin actually acquired Marvel in Hollywood and wanted to acquire them. Domestic entertainment stars are still breaking up and cheating, competing on various red carpets, and finding ways to evade taxes. Shukin has been steadily creating his own entertainment landscape in Hollywood. He is less than 25 years old. What kind of monster is he? After a long-distance phone conversation, Shukin shared his vision with the other party and drew a big pie. Xu Jian, the founder of MOREVFX, decisively chose to eat the cake, readily accepted the acquisition, and came to Los Angeles to be responsible for the operation of the special effects company. All this happened during the filming of Iron Man, in less than a week. A subsidiary of Galaxy Entertainment, Galaxy Digital Special Effects Company was established in a low-key manner. At the same time, many teams such as Industrial Light and Magic, DreamWorks, Pixar, and Disney have seen the departure of senior technical elites. What is shocking is that these outstanding talents actually chose to join an unknown startup company. Galaxy Digital's recruitment did not arouse the alarm of Hollywood giants. Their first task was to create special effects for Iron Man. For this movie that was destined to fail, no matter how good the special effects were, what everyone is more concerned about is whether the two-part Batman series produced by Warner with an investment of $320 million will be successful. Batman Begins is coming to theaters in a week. Christopher Nolan, Christian Bale, and Shu can join the cast of the Joker in the second high-profile film. What kind of works will such a strong lineup bring? The attention of the entire North America has been focused on this. Originally, Warner planned to shoot the Dark Knight trilogy consecutively and then release the 3 parts separately. As a result, after filming the first 2 parts, I found myself in trouble and ran out of money. I thought Nolan, a real shooting fanatic, could save some money on special effects. However, his real-life photos are not cheap either. The construction of many scenes and props is no different from special effects production, and even exceeds digital special effects. Warner executives negotiated with Nolan overnight. Some scenes could really be shot in a green screen studio, and the same could be said for post-processing. As a result, Nolan responded seriously. The current level of special effects cannot meet my requirements. I have a clear vision for the overall film. If you don't accept it, then replace it. Nolan has already shot more than half of the film, so it would be even more troublesome if someone else takes over. Warner can only bite the bullet and continue to let Nolan shoot, but The Dark Knight Rises, needs to be suspended until the box office funds of the first 2 movies are recovered before it can start filming. The first 2 parts cost a total of $320 million. After calculation, Beginner is $130 million and The Dark Knight is $190 million. The Hollywood industry called Warner Brothers crazy. Seeing the success of Spider-Man, they actually spent so much money. As a result, Shukin said in an interview with the media, Pirates of the Caribbean 3 inches cost $342 million and had a box office of $960 million. Each Batman movie is less than $200 million, and the box office may be higher than them. Shukin's remarks were labeled as arrogant Asians by Hollywood. However, in view of the previous bet made by film critic Howard Newberg, no one dared to bet with Shukin. Videos of Howard Newberg swimming are still being made into all kinds of ghosts by YouTubers. Only the New York Times yin and yang Shukin in its entertainment column. It is said that Nolan's The Dark Knight will explore the character of Batman in a more profound way, and the two-faced Harvey Dent will become the key to the film. He seems to have forgotten what a disaster Two-Face was in Batman Forever. I'm afraid it's not that easy to dig deeper in comics. Shukin currently only has 2 successful movies. Maybe the Dark Knight trilogy will teach him a good lesson. Amid controversy, Nolan's first Batman film, Beginner, officially premieres. As one of the film's screenwriters and producers, Shukin did not attend the film premiere as he was also busy filming Iron Man. Nolan attended with Bale, Morgan Freeman, Gary Oldman and many other big names. Join all the fans and media in the audience to enjoy this Batman reboot. Produced by Warner Films, DC Comics. Co-produced by Galaxy Entertainment. Co-producer Shukin. Directed by Christopher Nolan. Company screenwriter Jonathan Nolan. Shukin. What is your fear? Take out all the money and jewelry. Don't be impulsive. Bang. The origin story that all Batman fans are familiar with is that Bruce Wayne's parents were shot dead by robbers and fell into a dark alley. Nolan uses the fragmented narrative that he is good at, starting from Bruce Wayne's encounter with the Ninja Master, and flashing back to his childhood nightmare. In order to understand the psychology of criminals and to completely eliminate crime from its roots, Bruce Wayne gave up his life as a billionaire and traveled around the world, mingling among criminal organizations in various countries. Finally, in a prison in Asia, he met the Ninja Master Al Ghul and completed his training in the League of Assassins. Due to different philosophies, Bruce Wayne was unwilling to kill, so he chose to withdraw and return to Gotham City. At this time, Gotham City has completely turned into hell. The underworld forces have powerful hands and eyes, and the leader Falcone can do whatever he wants. Bruce Wayne returned to the company, used simple means to eliminate dissidents, and regained control of the company. At the same time, he discovered Fox, the technology leader played by Morgan Freeman, in the Applied Technology Department. The other party provided Bruce Wayne with the latest developed equipment, including Kevlar body armor, fabric that can glide in the air, and the redesigned Batmobile with a cool look. Wow! The moment they saw the Batmobile, the whole audience burst out in exclamation, completely subverting the public's perception of the Batmobile. Because compared to the cool appearance of the traditional Batmobile, the Nolan version of the Batmobile has a bit more real wildness. This is the car built by the Real Shot Mania in real life, and its styling is based on Hummer and Lamborghini. Originally, Nolan only had a rough idea. It was Shukin who pulled out a piece of paper towel and drew a detailed shape of the Batmobile on the paper towel. Next, the car has to be built and driven on the road. Later in the interview, Nolan revealed Shukin's design to the media. To be honest, I didn't expect Shukin to paint in such detail. I have framed that tissue paper and it will become one of my precious collections. As for the Batmobile that was built, star Christian Bale especially wanted it. He kept begging Nolan to give him the car, but Nolan decisively refused. I'm sorry, Shu is one of the investors, and I have already promised to give it to Shu. Once he heard that Shukin wanted it, Bale had no choice but to give up. After The Dark Knight Rises, the Batmobile will be officially given to Shukin. Back in the movie, Bruce Wayne used Kevlar body armor to create a bat suit. This bat suit also has some of Shukin's designs. Unlike the previous Batman films, Nolan's Batman has a strong sense of realism from beginning to end. Both Batman's appearance and his car are very close to real life. This creates a strong sense of reality for the live audience. After Batman was born, he captured the gangster Falcone in his first attack, tied him to a searchlight, and handed the evidence to the female prosecutor Rachel. He wanted to further eradicate crime in Gotham City, but was stopped by another villain, Scarecrow. Later, in order to rescue Rachel who was controlled by the Scarecrow, Batman struck again, using psychedelic gas and the Scarecrow. Scarecrow confessed that his superior was the Assassin's League. The police arrived late, and Batman quickly took Rachel away in the Batmobile. Director Gordon's eyes lit up after seeing the Batmobile. Sooner or later I'm going to get one to play with. What follows is the most exciting car chase scene in the entire film, when Batman drives a chariot and drives away from the district police on the streets of Gotham City. All car chase scenes are one reel shots. Although there are no fancy special effects, it is full of tension and excitement. Batman escaped the police pursuit, but Scarecrow had already injected psychedelic venom into the city's water pipes in advance. The entire Gotham City may inhale psychedelic gas and be frightened to death by the fear deep inside. At the same time, the Ninja Master found Bruce Wayne, defeated Bruce, and burned down Wayne's mansion. Bruce was rescued by Alfred and saved his life. Regardless of the danger, He dressed up as Batman and went to have a decisive battle with the Ninja Master. It doesn't matter who is behind my mask, what matters is what I do. In the final battle, Commissioner Gordon and Batman worked together to save the entire Gotham City in crisis. On the light rail, Batman and the Ninja Master had an exciting boss battle, and finally Batman escaped successfully. Ninja Master crashes and explodes with the light rail. At the end of the film, everything settles, and Bruce Wayne thinks that Gotham City will regain its vitality. However, Chief Gordon's words made Bruce Wayne's heart tremble. Armed robbery, arson, many serious crimes. The key is, this guy likes to play cosplay just like you. After every crime he committed, he would leave a playing card behind. Bruce Wayne took the card and turned it over. It was a black Joker. The video is over. Seeing this, movie fans who had just recovered from a wonderful and exciting story immediately fell into an excited mood. In the sequel, we can see the clown played by Shukan. The audience's expectations have been raised to 50% at this time. The overall quality of Night's End is considered good, and everyone has the patience to watch the long ending credits. However, when the end credits finished and the screen went dark, a pale and strange face appeared on the big screen. That bloody mouth evoked an evil smile. You can still vaguely see Shukan's handsome appearance after the white paint. Clown. Wow. Jesus. What do I see? The entire theater once again erupted in exclamations, followed by vigorous applause. The creative team stood up and paid tribute to the audience. Nolan smiled helplessly. He knew very well that beginners only accounted for 70% of the applause, and the remaining 30% of the applause was given to the post-credits Easter eggs. Shukan's clown has already raised the audience's expectations. They can't wait for The Dark Knight to be released tonight. Sure enough, in the media interview session after the screening, the reporters from the Los Santos Times asked questions about the next Dark Knight. Is it confirmed that The Dark Knight will be released this Christmas? Is there any possibility of postponement? How long will the clown played by Shukan be in the sequel? Will the Joker appear in the third film? Nolan's whole body was numb. The following question involves spoilers, so I won't answer it. I can only say that the Christmas release of The Dark Knight will not be postponed. The audience gave another round of warm applause. After watching Beginners, everyone feels at ease. This is the best live-action American comic movie after Spider-Man. Everyone has reason to look forward to what kind of collision Shukan will have with Batman as the Joker. The next Dark Knight will definitely be better. After the premiere, starring Christian Bale called Shukan to announce the good news. Shu, it seems we don't have to worry anymore, the movie is quite successful. Well, I wasn't worried. It was all you who was worried. Listen to the cheers outside the theater. They are all talking about you. You kids stole all our limelight. Bell is obviously the first male protagonist, Batman. Why is everyone looking forward to the Joker? Don't worry, I won't have anything to worry about until the third part. Shukan comforted Bell and said, it will be Anne Hathaway and Tom Hardy who will steal the spotlight then. Ah, Bell couldn't laugh or cry. Where is his dignity as Batman? Batman Begins opened with $52 million at the box office. In the 2007 first weekend box office rankings, it lags behind Pirates of the Caribbean 3, John Wick, Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix, Transformers, and The Twilight Saga. Roughly ranked 6th. Judging from the IMDb score, Beginners' opening score is 8.7/10, which has surpassed Tim Burton's old version of Bat. Shaw. Rotten Tomatoes film critics gave it an 84% fresh rating, marking it as fresh. In terms of box office and reputation, Batman Begins is not the best and most popular movie. At least as a reboot of Batman, it has achieved initial success. It is expected that Beginners will earn about $400 million at the box office, which is basically a return on investment and even a small profit. Of course, internally, it doesn't matter whether Ping number 1 makes money or not. Everyone's focus is on the second Dark Knight. Batman Begins is now in theaters. They are sandwiched between Disney's Pirates of the Caribbean 3 inches and Paramount's Transformers, and they are stealing a piece of meat from the giant's mouth. Shukan is more than halfway through the filming of Iron Man at this time. Unexpectedly, he became a director, and through his God-level director status, he could greatly speed up the filming process. Many times, for some scenes, the director often shouts, "Ka," or "ing." It's not because the actors' performances are bad, but because the director himself didn't think clearly about what kind of shot he wanted. A typical representative is Sunglasses Wang Jiawei. When he was filming, he had no idea what he was filming and just asked the actors to act randomly over and over again until he could find the shot he wanted. Many big-name actors have been made miserable by him. Shu Kan, on the other hand, can accurately grasp any subtle reasons like a computer, analyze them, and convey them to the actors. Donnie, Pepper and the others performed with ease. After Shu Kan explained the play once, their performance improved a lot. And the camera scheduling, actor scheduling, scene scheduling, etc. are all at your fingertips. If post-production is fast enough, Iron Man could even be released in 2007. Swift's North American tour ended, and she finally returned to Los Santos dragging her exhausted body. She was just a young girl who was about to come of age, and such a high-intensity performance made her seriously ill when she came back. During his break from filming Iron Man, Shu Kan specifically gave the crew a half-day off and made a special trip to visit Swift. "Shu, you're here." When she opened the apartment door, she looked so sickly and weak that it was really pitiful. After not seeing each other for more than 2 months, Shu Kan couldn't bear it anymore and stepped forward to hug her. Swift was already thin, but now she is as light as paper, leaning weakly against Shu Kan. She is tall and her chin rests lightly on her shoulders. The next second, Swift felt dizzy and flew into the air. She was so frightened that she suddenly became energetic. "Hey, what are you doing?" With a height of 1.8 meters, she was hugged by Princess Shu Kan like a little woman. This is an experience Swift has never had before. She was hugged by Shu Kan and walked straight to the bedroom. When Swift even suspected that he had done something inappropriate, Shu Kan gently put her on the bed and covered her with the quilt. "Lie down, have you eaten today?" Taylor Swift shook her head slightly like a little girl. "I'll get you something to eat." At this moment, Shu Kan suddenly put his head in front of Swift's face. Swift subconsciously thought that he was going to kiss her, so she quickly closed her eyes and got ready. Unexpectedly, Shu Kan just pressed his forehead against hers. "I feel slightly hot, but the low-grade fever has not gone away." The kiss that Swift was waiting for didn't come, and she felt a little disappointed. "Get some sleep, you need some rest." The weak Swift was indeed a little sleepy, so she closed her eyes and quickly fell asleep. Shu Kan came to the kitchen and found nothing in the refrigerator. He could only call Vanessa to help her go to the Chinese supermarket to buy something. "Here, boss, you want millet, red dates, pumpkin, eggs, and chicken." Vanessa couldn't figure out what the boss was trying to do. These ingredients didn't look like they could be used to cook. "Come and help me wash the red dates." Shu Kan asked Vanessa to help, and soon, a hot pot of red dates, millet and pumpkin porridge was cooked. There is also chicken soup simmering in the other casserole, which is fragrant. "You should eat something if you're hungry. There's a lot of porridge." Looking at my family serving millet porridge, I went to take care of Taylor Swift. Vanessa's usually calm state of mind suddenly became unstable. For a moment, she really envied Swift, not because her album sales exceeded 4.5 million, but because she met this man. Through the crack in the door, I saw Swift's surprised smile when she woke up and drank porridge, and her admiration for Shu Kan. The porridge in Vanessa's hands seemed less sweet. "Robert, what are your plans next?" "I don't know. Maybe I'll just eat and die at home and wait for my agent to call me." Robert Downey Jr. smiled to himself. "No, I mean, you are free at the beginning of next year, right?" "Ah, are you going to make a sequel so soon?" "No, not the sequel, but the entire series." Shu Kan handed the document in his hand to Downey, which contained the next Marvel movie production plan and the appearance of Iron Man. August 2007, Thor, Ending Easter Egg. January 2008, Iron Man 2. Second half of 2008, Avengers. In the first half of 2009, Iron Man B. Avengers. Age of Ultron, Captain America, Civil War, Avengers, Infinity War, Avengers 4, Endgame. World War Hulk, Avengers vs. X-Men, Onslaught, and Dark Reign. But from the scenes in Iron Man, we can see that every movie is a node, forming an extremely huge network. Robert Downey Jr.'s first glimpse into Shao Kahn's cinematic universe. Before this, no one in the world played like this. At most, it will be like 007 and Harry Potter, forming a single-line series of movies. Under the same universe, different characters are intertwined into a huge movie world, which Robert Downey Jr. can't even imagine. He even developed a fear of the young man next to him who was more than 10 years younger than him. Simply a monster. How about it? Do you have any ideas to join? There will be enough time for you to shoot other types of movies during this period, and you don't need to play Iron Man all the time. Robert Downey Jr. realized that even if he made other movies, the influence of Iron Man would probably become deeper and deeper. But with such a huge plan, he would probably regret not joining. I am in, count me in. Very good, then our contract will have to be readjusted by the 660 office. Let the legal department talk to you later. Don't worry, we won't treat you badly. Thank you, Shao. You could have chosen Tom Cruise to play the role, but you insisted on choosing. Hey, we're all buddies. I think you are Tony Stark. So, you think I'm a jerk myself? You said this yourself, not me. Shao can put aside the relationship seriously. Iron Man has officially been completed, and while waiting for post-production, other movie plans are on the way. Preparations for Thor have begun. Shao Kahn is only responsible for the final revision of the script and part of the supervision work. The director and actors are all handled by Kevin Feige. There is a high probability that it is Alan Taylor, the director of the original Thor 2 Inches, and the actor who plays Thor is naturally Brother Hammer, Chris Hemsworth. This time Shao Kahn plans to fuse the original Thor 12 Inches to form a new version of Thor, to directly introduce the space gems of the cosmic Rubik's Cube. Next is Captain America 1, which will be produced and filmed after Thor. Regarding the script of Captain America, Shao Kahn will also write it himself in the near future. The original version of Captain America 1 Inch had many flaws. Shao Kahn wanted to introduce the origin of Captain America while adding some exciting stories of the Howling Commandos to lead to the next Avengers. Now that he has to do it all over again, Shao Kahn certainly wants to make up for the regrets in his previous life and make the already brilliant movie universe shine even more brightly. Individual movies for each character are not meant to make up the numbers and are not part of the series. Instead, it should be treated as an independent high-quality film production, striving to explore the maximum value of each character. This is also one of the implications of Shao Kahn's acquisition of Marvel Griffith Observatory, the same lavender night sky. Shao Kahn and Emma Stone sat side by side on the bench, looking at the night view of Los Santos, just like they did the night before the premiere of Spider-Man. However, at that time, they were still in the CP stage of Spider-Man Gwen, and their relationship was heating up. Nowadays, both parties are relatively busy, with less gathering and more separation. Coupled with Swift's presence, Emma sometimes deliberately avoids Shao Kahn unless she can't help it. A woman's sixth sense told her that Shao Kahn and Taylor Swift had an unusual relationship. But Shao Kahn didn't admit it, and she wasn't qualified to say anything. On this day, they finally had a date. After the two had a big meal, Emma suggested coming here to sit. Why do you want to come here? Why don't we go back and have something interesting? Shao Kahn suggested, but Emma gave him a helpless look. You know what that is. This shows that you are attractive enough. I really lost to you. Sister Shido pouted and couldn't help but want to step on Shao Kahn. Shao Kahn, who was sitting on the bench, seemed to have a spider sense and managed to avoid Emma's sneak attack. Wait, this scene. Shao Kahn suddenly discovered that this scene really looked like the scene in La La Land. This is where the male and female protagonists tap dance. To be honest, Shao Kahn has not acted for a long time since playing the Joker in The Dark Knight. The filming of Spider-Man 2 Inches is about to begin next, and John Wick 2 Inches is planned to be filmed next year. It wasn't challenging for him. For the past 6 months, he has been a director and investor. But the original dream, Shao Kahn's original intention was to perform. He really wanted to find the joy of acting and be a pure actor once again. In this case, La La Land may be a good choice. It just so happened that I had promised Emma before that I would collaborate with her again as the male and female protagonist in a movie. Why not just film this one? Just in time to hit the 2009 Oscars. Aren't the white people in Hollywood very arrogant? I took away their most proud things to see what else they were arrogant about. Sister Shido couldn't guess Shuken at first, but he suddenly froze. Sister Shido stepped on him several times and didn't respond. Instead, it was Sister Shitu's turn to feel distressed. Shu, what's wrong? Did I step on you and hurt you? As a result, Shuken put his arms around her and kissed her deeply. What's going on? Sister Shido was directly confused by the kiss. As I promised you before, we will collaborate on a musical film. I have already planned to start the project and shoot it right after Christmas. Really? Emma Stone's big eyes flashed, unusually bright under the street lights. Well, let's fight for the Oscars together. This time it was Sister Shitu's turn to take the initiative to kiss Shuken. The post-production of Iron Man was more difficult than imagined, although the newly established special effects company, Galaxy Digital, attracted many talents. But this is their first task. Special effects production needs more efforts to meet Shuken's requirements. Therefore, Iron Man, which was originally planned to be released around Christmas, was postponed to the end of January 2008. This can also avoid the sharp edge of The Dark Knight. Otherwise it would be a bit embarrassing to hit yourself. On Warner's side, due to the success of Batman Begins, they spent a lot of money to build publicity for The Dark Knight. Just like Spider-Man, back then, Shuken saw The Dark Knight appearing in numerous offline subways, newspapers and magazines, and huge advertisements in commercial areas. At the same time, the internet video platform is getting better and better, and the pilot trailer of The Dark Knight has also appeared. As Shuken plays the most important role, he posted a trailer on his face. Now his fans have exceeded 15 million, and he received tens of thousands of likes and thousands of comments as soon as he forwarded it. Wow, what did I find? Joker, Shuken's clown is finally coming. I've been waiting since the day the casting was announced, and I've finally waited for it for so long. Beginners can only be regarded as an appetizer, not The Dark Knight. But Spider-Man playing the Joker always feels inconsistent. Shuken's current two characters, Spider-Man and John Wick, each have their own highlights. Movie fans are looking forward to his third role and can't wait to click on the trailer. At the same time, over 100 million fans are watching the trailer of The Dark Knight on movie review websites such as YouTube, DC Community, and IMDb. Warner Pictures, DC Comics. In The Dark Knight, Batman jumped from a skyscraper. Produced by Galaxy Pictures. Where do we begin? The first narration in the trailer is Shuken's voice. The clown's unique low, chaotic voice immediately made all the audience's eyes shine. A year ago, who would have dared to touch you, the police or the lawyers? In the end, what happened? Commissioner Gordon and Harvey Dent appear one after another on the screen. Work. IRM. The camera first showed the clown's back, messy dark green hair, and the unconventional purple suit. But such a funny shape brings a strong sense of oppression. Kill Batman. The camera instantly cuts to the front, and Oda Sanbai's appearance appears in front of everyone for the first time. Most people don't even recognize it as Shuken at first glance. His eyes are not like Spider-Man or John Wick. Those eyes are full of madness. How could it be Shuken? Eehahahahaha. The high-pitched and evil laughter made everyone shudder and have goosebumps all over their bodies. This is my name card. A colorful Joker. The melody created by the great composer Hans Zimmer, who paid a lot of money to hire him, sounded low and powerful. Bruce, this is Harvey Dent. He is the knight who protects Gotham City, the hero we need. Bang. Batman drives his cool bat motorcycle and cuts through a field of fire. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. With a unique crazy tone, the clown makes a brilliant appearance. We are here to add to the fun tonight. Wow, hello, beauty. You look too nervous. Do you want to smile? The clown looked at Rachel with an evil smile. Sunrise is the darkest. I assure you, it will be daylight soon. Harvey Dent was full of energy on the podium. On the other hand, the clown in the dark is on the streets of Kongyongyang. Let's begin our show. This city needs criminals with more taste. Eehahahaha. You will see. I have prepared a good show for you all. Bang, boom. Explosive and exciting scenes continue. Either you sacrifice your life for righteousness, or you sit back and do nothing and join in the evildoers. Dark Knight. This winter. Master, do you plan to ride the Batmobile or drive the Batmobile? Isn't it too showy in broad daylight? Okay, then let's drive a Lamborghini. It's definitely much more low-key. Batman is shockingly released. My God. This. I want to know when. Issue an invoice. Shut up, and take my money. No matter how much it costs, I want to buy a ticket. Better than expected. I'm looking forward to it even more. The quality of the trailer shocked movie fans. Whether it's the explosion scene in the movie or the heroic figure of Batman flying down from a high altitude, it's all exciting. More importantly, just from this 1-minute trailer, we can see that Shukan's clown is absolutely stunning. As a senior DC comic fan said, I have been reading DC Comics and Batman for decades, and this is the most realistic and best Joker I have ever seen. What clown? That's the ugly man. Oh, I love this character so much. Shukan's performance is amazing. After the trailer was aired, it quickly triggered a series of discussions across the internet. Compared with the previous work, Beginner, the quality of The Dark Knight seems to have risen to a higher level. What's more, Shukan's clown literally becomes the protagonist in the trailer. He took the shine away from both Harvey Dent and Batman. So much so that the two actors called Shukan as a joke and asked Shukan to treat him to a big dinner. Faced with overwhelming praise from public opinion on the internet, the media finally learned its lesson and no one would actively seek a slap in the face. Even if there are media and film critics who question The Dark Knight, they don't dare to speak randomly at this moment, to avoid being caught out by fans in the future. Unless The Dark Knight flops at the box office, the high quality of the trailer can be regarded as concentrating all the essence. In this way, they, the doubters, or the anti-fans who simply dislike Shukan, can naturally attack Shukan. When the time comes, competitors such as Disney and Paramount will follow suit and crush Shukan. As for Shukan himself, of course he is full of confidence. Yes, The Dark Knight is indeed better. Beginners is just an origin story, and it is destined to not be able to carry too much. So, if everyone has higher expectations for Batman, they have to watch this movie. I hope everyone will buy more tickets to support it. Shukan smiled very brightly in the media, not at all like Xiao Tianli's evil look. Needless to say, Shukan said that crazy fans have already smashed the ticket windows of major theaters. With the experience of Spider-Man and John Wick, many Shukan fans have already lined up at the door. As a result, it became increasingly crowded, and we even waited for the opportunity 2 days before the ticket was opened. The queue was already full in the early morning of the day before the ticket was opened. Some passers-by were really puzzled. As for it, it won't be the same if you watch it later. Shukan's fans responded seriously. No, Shukan's movie is worth watching in the first 5.9 seconds. We can't bear one more minute. In Hollywood, it seems to have become a consensus that a film produced by Shukan must be a high-quality product. Finally, it's time to celebrate the premiere. Every time Warner watches Sony showing off its power next door, this time it finally felt proud and held its world premiere at the famous Washaw Theater in Los Santos. It will then be premiered simultaneously in more than 150 countries and regions around the world. Hong Kong Island, Baodao, and Haozhong have all joined the synchronized plan. Only in the mainland market, due to the long review process, it has not been able to catch up with the simultaneous premiere. According to Warner's News, even if it passes the trial, it will be delayed for at least 10 months. 013704510 Filu 180,153,591. In the previous life, The Dark Knight failed to pass the trial due to factors such as crime and violence. It wasn't until 2012 that The Dark Knight Rises hit theaters for the first time. Of course, this time it's not absolute. With the addition of Shukan, Washaw's censorship has been slightly loosened, and it is said that things are turning around. Director Nolan and the crew attended the premiere, and Shukan was naturally among them, and as always, he made a lot of noise on the red carpet. This time Emma Stone had arrangements, and Taylor Swift was not a movie star. Shukan could only walk the red carpet alone and join the creative team. At the premiere in Hong Kong, brother Guangxi was a guest on the road show. When Nolan conveyed the message to him, it is said that Brother Guangxi's expression changed. He quickly grabbed Nolan and asked Shu Can how he knew. Nolan looked confused. I don't know what code you are talking about, I'm just a messenger. Then Brother Guangxi left with a solemn expression. So, what exactly did you say to him? Which of his works were exposed? Nolan was still curious. I guess it won't happen this time. Let's watch the movie. It will start soon. Shu Can just smiled mysteriously. Nolan suddenly felt helpless. You are the clown, not the Riddler. The theater darkens. The Dark Knight is released now. Los Santos, Chinese Theater. The Dark Knight is now in theaters. Stewart is the owner of a comic shop. The small shop does not make much money, but he likes to talk about comics with customers in the shop. Not long ago, the popularity of Spider-Man caused a significant increase in the sales of Marvel comics in the store. Stewart feels a bit regretful. As an avid fan of the DC series, he hopes that Batman's popularity can return to its peak from the trough. There was a slight pickup after the release of Beginners, but not much. I heard that Shu Can will play the clown and appear in The Dark Knight this time. Stewart waited in line at the ticket window all night and finally got tickets for the premiere. He wanted to bring his new girlfriend over and introduce her to the comic world he loves. However, girlfriend Katie doesn't seem to be interested in superhero movies. This movie won't be as popular as Batman Forever, right? I don't know, the trailer is quite nice. I feel like superhero movies are like that. Fighting back and forth, the hero defeats the villain. Katie pouted nonchalantly. Suspense films made by great directors are still better. I prefer films with depth. On this point, it is difficult for Stewart to refute his girlfriend. The previous Batman movies were disasters. Beginner can only be regarded as good, and he himself has no confidence in The Dark Knight. If you don't believe Nolan, how can you not believe Shu Can? He can definitely bring surprises. At this time, the theater suddenly darkened, and the IMAX title appeared. Everyone immediately fell silent, waiting for the movie to start. Produced by Warner Pictures. DC Comics. Co-produced by Galaxy Pictures. Tick-tock, tick-tick-tick. At the beginning of the film, Hans Zimmer's score created a tense and uneasy atmosphere. The sound is like the accelerating beating of the hands of a clock, constantly pulling on the audience's emotions, and the camera slowly advances to a building. Boom. The glass breaks and the movie begins. The robber wearing a clown mask fires a grapple lock. On the other side of the street, there was an oppressive figure holding a clown mask in his hand. The camera keeps getting closer and closer, and the back figure becomes bigger and bigger. Combined with the IMAX giant screen, it actually makes people feel like it's hard to breathe. 5 masked robbers, working together, entered a bank from different places and prepared to commit a robbery. Judging from the style of this mask, everyone already knows it. The person behind the plan is Ding Wu. At this time one of the robbers also started mentioning the name. Why does everyone call him the clown? I heard that he had strange paint on his face, like war paint, to intimidate the enemy. The masked robber swaggered into the bank and fired a hail of bullets at the ceiling. Raise your hands, bow your head and kneel down. Don't move. We're here to withdraw money. The bank lobby was controlled by the robbers, and the people on the roof hacked the circuit at the same time, interrupting the alarm. Unexpectedly, the technician had just finished his work when he was shot dead by the robber behind him. As soon as the film started, it brought a little surprise to the audience. In the bank lobby, when the robbers were controlling civilians, one of the supervisors picked up a shotgun and killed one of the robbers. Whose money do you think you are robbing? This bank is not a regular bank, and the boss behind it is the underworld boss Falcone. However, his shotgun jammed and he was shot by the robbers and fell to the ground. The robber who was responsible for opening the vault successfully opened the door, but was shot dead by his accomplice behind him. It turns out that the clown told them to kill that person directly after completing the task, and the remaining people can get an extra share of the money. Such an insidious plan to exploit others made the audience's eyes wide open. The clown hasn't even appeared yet, but his evil has gradually overflowed the screen. Finally, after several large bags of banknotes were packed, there were only 2 robbers left. One of them was very smart and pointed a gun at his accomplice. The Joker must have asked you to get rid of me, right? Just as he was about to shoot, a school bus broke through the wall and knocked him to the ground on the spot. The driver of the school bus was also an accomplice of the clown. He came down and wanted to help load the money, but was shot and killed by the last surviving robber. But the robber in the clown mask came to the bank supervisor and stuffed a grenade into his mouth. I believe that those who can't kill you. Generally speaking, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. However, the lines are, makes you even weirder. The moment the robber took off his mask, the whole audience almost simultaneously let out low-pitched exclamations. The clown. He is the clown himself. Shu Kan's face is painted in a weird state, showing a creepy smile. Since Warner announced the news that Shu Kan will play the Joker, the media has been discussing whether his Joker is qualified. In the first version of Batman, Jack Cornelius' Joker has become a screen classic. Film critics don't believe that anyone's performance can surpass Cornelius' version of the Joker. This kind of argument is increasing, and even many Shu Kan fans are doubting whether he can challenge Jack Cornelius and challenge the Oscar winner. Until this moment, when Shu Kan's clown made his official debut for the first time, everyone instantly forgot about the old version of the Joker. It seems that the character of the Joker looks like what we see now. But the clown jumped on the school bus with the money and drove the school bus out of the bank. There was actually a group of school buses connected together outside. The clown just blended in and successfully evaded the police's sight. From the opening of the film to the present 6 minutes, the entire robbery plan is watertight, ruthless and meticulous. The image of the clown suddenly stood up. People even forget that this is a Batman movie, and all they can think about is the performance of the Joker just now. On the roof of the Gotham police station, Sheriff James Gordon turned on the Bat searchlight, and the Batman logo appeared in the night sky. This is how he summons Batman. However, Batman is busy dealing with criminals. The Scarecrow makes a deal with the gangsters, and ordinary people pretend to be Batman and want to do justice. As a result, both groups of people were tied up by the real Batman. The audience thought that the villain Scarecrow in the previous film had made some big noise, but they didn't expect that the Scarecrow was easily subdued. Because he is not required to appear in The Dark Knight, Batman has a more difficult opponent. Clown. During the pursuit, Batman fell from a high altitude and landed heavily on the roof of the car to subdue the criminal. The picture with great visual impact simply hits the audience's heart. Handsome. Yeah, Batman. Batman. This may be one of the few highlight moments of Batman in the entire movie. Bruce Wayne returns to base to deal with his wounds. Rachel, the childhood sweetheart in the news, has a new boyfriend. Gotham City's bright knight, Justice Prosecutor, Harvey Dent. Rachel's actor is still Katie Holmes in Beginner, Tom Cruise's wife. In her previous life, she died due to pregnancy and became a housewife to Tom Cruise. Now that she is not pregnant and is still active in the film industry, the Rachel actor has not been replaced. At the court hearing, the righteous Harvey Dent was chatting and laughing, planning to send a group of gangsters, including Sal Maroni, to prison. Unfortunately, the witness suddenly rebelled and the trial was temporarily adjourned. At night, gangsters are holding an underground meeting, hoping to find a way to deal with Batman. Several big guys were at a loss when suddenly a man dressed strangely broke into the scene. Ha 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 ha. The emotionless smile seemed to be mocking Fung, a gangster. I thought my jokes were cold enough. Who the hell are you? Do you believe I can twist your head off? Don't get excited, I'll do a magic trick for you. The clown took out a pencil and stuck it on the table. Do you believe I can make this pen disappear? Yeah. Someone couldn't help but stepped forward to teach him a lesson, but the clown grabbed his head and slammed it on the table. Ta-ta, look, it's gone. After appearing for only 30 seconds, the clown once again became the focus of the audience. His crazy yet thoughtful image simply drove the audience crazy. If Jack Cornelson's Joker still has a hint of comedy, Shu Kan's clown is truly synonymous with chaos. The uniquely designed micro-expressions on his face, the tone of his voice, and some subtle movements. It simply makes the character of the Joker come alive. A villain can actually create a certain personality charm in just 2 scenes. All the film critics present were dumbfounded. Is he really the Spider-Man that everyone is familiar with? Is there really no replacement? I know why you don't dare to go out at night and leave this game during the day. Because of Batman. I can help you kill Batman. The clown left a business card and walked away, but the gangsters were unable to do anything to him. Their gang at least has underground rules, but the clown has no rules and no bottom line. Because the Gotham police had an insider, they were unable to track down the gang through the money. The person in charge of the Liu family on Hong Kong Island has fled back to Hong Kong Island. Gordon and Harvey Dent had no choice but to ask Batman to go to Hong Kong Island to arrest people. Using the Skyhook plan, aircraft flying over Hong Kong Island can quickly capture people and escape from the enemy's encirclement. Bruce Wayne came to Hong Kong Island, sneaked into the Liu Group building, and secretly placed a high-tech sonar device at the front desk. You can scan any corner of the entire building to find the target location. Hong Kong actor Edison Chen appeared here and played a small role. Later, Batman attacked at night, used high-tech equipment to break into Liu's building, successfully hijacked Liu's boss from the top floor, and left handsomely in the air. Take the enemy general's head from among the thousands of troops. After capturing Mr. Liu and delivering it to the police station, Harvey Dent finally got hold of the evidence and successfully wiped out Sal Maroni and other underworld forces. The Gotham prison can barely contain it. Just when everyone thought peace would be restored in Gotham, the Joker appeared. He controlled the fake Batman hostage and used cruel methods to force Batman to appear. In the video, even if the clown does not appear, the audience can feel his madness through the screen, which is chilling. Are you Batman? Why is it the same as Batman? Oh ha 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 ha. You see, right, can Batman make Gotham a better place? He will only make Gotham more chaotic. It's easy to change Gotham for the better. Batman must take off his mask and surrender. As long as he doesn't show up, someone will die every day. Starting from this poor man, I will keep my word. Ehahahaha. How could there be such a villain in previous Hollywood crime movies? The clown keeps stirring everyone's nerves. After Shu Kan's acting skills reached a certain level, everyone has completely ignored his acting skills. At this moment, he is the clown himself. So much so that Christopher Nolan next to him couldn't help but glance at Shu Kan. Because this scene was not arranged in the script, nor was it requested by Nolan. This section was completely designed by Shu Kan himself and improvised on the set. It's even scarier, okay. He was afraid that Shu Kan would suddenly go crazy in the cinema and stab him. Is this Chinese guy's mental state really normal? At night, the penthouse of the Bruce Wayne building. Wayne starts a fundraising dinner for Harvey Dent, hoping to get the rich to invest in the bright night to fight criminals. At the same time, clues were found on the fake Batman's body, and there were actually 3 different DNAs, corresponding to Gotham's judge, director, and Harvey Dent. This is the Joker's goal. He's going to make big news. Chief Gordon's heart skipped a beat again. He quickly sent people to protect these 3 important figures in Gotham City. However, the clown was one step ahead and poisoned the director's wine in advance, and the director died in front of Chief Gordon. This time Gordon really became the director. The judge was also hit by a car bomb and quickly received his lunch box. 2 important figures in Gotham's legal system were eliminated by the Joker so easily. As for Harvey Dent, the Joker himself takes action. In this way, he led his men to appear among Gotham's celebrities in full public view. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I will entertain everyone tonight. Don't be nervous, I just have a question. Where is Harvey Dent? The clown also grabbed a skewer of roasted birds from 903, which was more relaxed and casual than a cafeteria. The charming villain with full aura stands in sharp contrast to the panicked celebrities around him. This scene was also improvised by Shu Kan, and Nolan was no less shocked than Jong Imo on the set. Batman is anxious to hide Harvey Dent and change the bat suit. Rachel was the only one at the scene who faced the clown, who grabbed him and put a knife into her mouth. After seeing this scene, actress Katie can still recall the fear she felt on the set at that time, and couldn't help but shudder. When she was performing, she was afraid that Shu Kan would suddenly go crazy and kill herself with a knife. Therefore, the suppressed panic in Rachel's eyes in the film was not staged, but her true feelings in her heart. How could Spider-Man, who is so bright and handsome, become like this? When it comes to acting, Katie has to admit that Shu Kan's performance has surpassed that of her husband Tom Cruise. You must be Harvey Dent's little lover, right? You're quite pretty. Are you nervous? Are you afraid of the scar on my face? Don't worry, I'll tell you where the scar came from. I once had a wife who was as beautiful as you. She always said that I was too depressed, and she said that I should smile more. Why so serious? Why so serious? The clown's low and strange voice is like a devil's whisper. It rang in everyone's ears and made everyone in the auditorium shiver. Later she was disfigured. I didn't care about the scars on her face, I just wanted to see her smile. So, I took the knife and put it in my mouth, and just like that, I put a smile on my face. Do you know, she actually dislikes my scar. She ran away with someone. Now I always have a smile on my face. Oh. At the critical moment, Batman's hoarse voice finally sounded. I'm afraid you won't be able to laugh again. Boom. Batman suddenly appeared from the darkness, knocked out the Joker with one punch, and faced many thugs alone. The Joker does not fight with all kinds of gorgeous moves like a traditional villain. Instead, in a rather insidious way, he constantly used Batman's opportunities to make sneak attacks. He even did not hesitate to throw his own accomplices out as human shields and hide behind them to carry out dirty tricks. This battle scene made the audience dumbfounded. In Spider-Man, Shookin performs various somersaults, triple kicks in the air, and acrobatic gorgeous moves. John Wick also has smooth gun fighting skills, simple and practical mixed martial arts skills, and a ruthless and unrestrained thug in a suit. When it comes to the clown, Shao Kahn's fighting style is like a street gangster, but he has to admire his mind. Batman can't do anything to him. He's very angry. At the critical moment, the clown held Rachel hostage and pulled her to the edge of a high-rise building. Batman warns, "Let her go." The clown smiled. "Oh ho ho, this is what you said." The clown gave up decisively and Rachel fell from the tall building. The sudden change made everyone in the audience widen their eyes. Why does this villain never follow the routine? He has completely stolen all the limelight. Some people just don't follow logic. He doesn't care about money, is not afraid of being threatened, has no lower limit for what he does not make any sense, and cannot negotiate. Some people just want to see the world destroyed. The several appearances of the clown have had a huge impact on everyone present. Even if the previous villains were evil and cruel. But there has never been a villain with such unique charm as the Joker. Shao Kahn's performance interprets a brand new clown for everyone, a clown who respects the original work but transcends it. Now the film critics finally understand why Shao Kahn did not film Spider-Man 2 inches and play his own Marvel character, but went to DC next door to play the Joker. He is enjoying the performance. Only the Joker in The Dark Knight can maximize the joy of performance. An hour has passed in the film at this time, and the confrontation between Batman and Oda has just begun. The Joker continued his killing spree. After finishing off the director and the judge, he set his sights on the mayor of Gotham. Bruce Wayne used high-tech equipment to analyze fingerprints from bullet fragments and quickly locked the target. Upstairs from the venue for the mayor's public speech the next day. The next day, the police officers collectively mourned the death of the chief. When the mayor was giving a speech, clowns were already among the crowd below. During the salute, the clown attempted to shoot the mayor. Fortunately, he was rescued by Chief Gordon, who was shot and killed, and the clown escaped in the chaos. "Huh, Gordon is dead. No, it just went offline like this," movie fans exclaimed. Audiences who are familiar with Batman know that Commissioner Gordon is an important character in the comics. He died before he became the director. How will the story proceed next? In shock, they didn't bother to think about it, for fear of missing any shot. At the press conference the next day, Bruce planned to show the world that he was Batman. If he doesn't appear again, the clown's killings will become more and more excessive. The famous scene of Iron Man will soon appear in Batman. Unexpectedly, Harvey Dent was exposed in public and he was Batman. The media below was in an uproar. "Bruce, it's over, am I a substitute?" The police need to escort Batman, Harvey Dent to prison, but inevitably bump into the Joker on the way. He was lying on the carriage, shooting at the vehicles with a submachine gun at will, and he was inexplicably handsome. The entire convoy car chase and collision scene was all shot by Nolan. The collision texture of real vehicles makes the audience immersed in the scene. I can't help but sweat for Harvey Dent. After a series of explosions, shootings, and vehicle chases, the excitement brought waves of excitement to the audience. Batman appears in the Batmobile and kills the Joker's followers. The Joker is left chasing Harvey Dent in a monster truck. At the critical moment, Batman drives a motorcycle and uses high-tech ropes to entangle the truck. Next is the most shocking scene in the reel shot of the film. Chen Kan didn't even want to include this shot in the trailer. He wants the audience in front of the IMAX screen to experience intense sensory stimulation. But they saw that the 18-wheel giant truck turned over in the air and fell heavily to the ground under the traction of the rope. Boom! Dolby sound effects combined with the strong impact brought by the giant screen. It's like there's actually a truck flipping upside down in a movie theater. The fans at the scene were all pinned to their seats by this scene, and their hearts were surging. They didn't know at this time that this shot was only shot once. The Joker struggled to climb out of the front of the car. Facing the Bat motorcycle, he stood still, trying to get Batman to break his killing habit and kill him. Come on me. Just do it. Kill me. Come on, hit me. This kind of madness that remains unmoved in the face of the speeding wheels is simply appalling. Seeing Batman rushing in front of him, he was still unable to break the killing ring. The Bat motorcycle missed the mark slightly and fell to the ground uncontrollably. The clown didn't move an inch and stood unscathed. His subordinate tried to take off his mask, but was electrocuted by Batman's technology. The clown laughed crazily and kicked the little brother several times. Eehahaha, oh ho ho. Such unreasonable and illogical behavior simply makes the image of the clown deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Just when the Joker was about to control Batman, Fujin put a single gun on his head. James Gordon, he is not dead, and has been pretending to be with Harvey Dent. Just to capture the Joker with his own hands. Such a reversal also caused applause in the theater, and the audience was very excited. However, there is no progress bar in the theater, and half of the progress is indicated. The story will never be that simple. The next shot is a famous scene in the movie. The clown sat quietly in the cell, staring deeply ahead through the iron fence. His gaze seemed to penetrate the screen, making the audience slightly uneasy. Gordon was promoted to the real director Gordon because of his arrest of the Joker. As the police officers congratulated the new chief, harsh applause came from the cell. The clown applauded Gordon with a sarcastic smile. His arrogant image simply didn't take anyone seriously. However, no one can do anything to him. Harvey Dent and Rachel are missing. It must be the clown's fault. Commissioner Gordon's interrogation yielded no results, and the lights came on in the darkness. There were 10 more black figures behind the clown. Batman. It's another drama between the protagonist and the villain. But the audience has a vague feeling that the villain clown always controls the scene, just like Shu Kan uses his miraculous acting skills to take the absolute initiative. Opposite him, Batman and actor Christian Bale could barely keep up with each other and couldn't suppress them at all. Christian Bale is a powerful actor with rich experience, has appeared in many movies, and won many awards. Shu Kan currently has only 2 works, 2 commercial action blockbusters that have not won awards. But anyone with a discerning eye can instantly feel that there is a gap in the acting skills of powerful actors. To be honest, it's really unreasonable for Shu Kan not to win an Oscar this time. This is the voice of many viewers. The Joker did not confess, but instead poked Bruce Wayne's weakness. I didn't want to kill you. My existence has no meaning without you. You complete me. You are just like me, you are a monster in the eyes of others. Maybe when Gotham doesn't need you, they will arrest you too. When order collapses, these self-proclaimed civilized people will kill each other. I will prove it to you. Batman couldn't stand it anymore and began to violently extract confessions. Even though the clown was knocked to the ground, he still burst out laughing wildly. He gave 2 addresses. Harvey Dent and Rachel were both tied to the bomb, and Batman could only choose one from them. There's not much time left. The clown has taken it just right. Batman decisively chose to rush towards Rachel, but where he rushed, it turned out to be Harvey Dent. He was played by the clown again. The shock wave of the explosion shattered half of Harvey Dent's face. The beloved Rachel of the 2 men was completely killed and received a lunch. When the police all dispatched to rescue, the clown had already made arrangements at the police station. A bomb was planted inside a suspect's body. The clown planned to detonate the bomb, and the police station was instantly reduced to rubble. When the clown rises from the ruins, it's like a devil descending from hell to the world. Then the clown hijacked the police car and escaped, and the madness of the head popping out of the police car is simply a world-famous painting. The entire audience once again burst into low exclamations. Why can villains be so handsome? Shu Kan plays Spider-Man and is the most handsome Spider-Man in history. Playing John Wick as the most handsome killer in history. Now Shu Kan has become the most handsome villain again. Gordon pretended to be dead to arrest the Joker, thinking he was on the 5th floor. Who would have thought that the Joker was arrested on purpose just to release Lou, who had key evidence? This wave of clowns stands in the atmosphere. Look down at Batman, look down at Gordon, look down at the entire Gotham. The Joker publicly stated in the live broadcast that he needs the death of the lawyer from Wayne Group, who is exposing Batman's true face. If the lawyer doesn't die, he will blow up a hospital every hour. Gotham suddenly fell into chaos, and all hospitals were busy evacuating patients. The clown took the opportunity to come to the Harvey Dent ward and dressed up as a nurse in a funny way, which made people laugh and shudder at the same time. Hey, Harvey, we actually have no grudges. I was in jail when you and Rachel were kidnapped. You planned it. Do you think I am a person with a plan? The gangsters and the police all have plans. They are all conspirators. I am synonymous with chaos. And chaos is absolutely fair. Harvey Dent lost Rachel and half his face, and he has now accepted the idea of the Joker. What rules and systems are useless? Only chaos is fair. The only thing that can determine life and death is his fate. Bright Knight is offline and Two-Face is on the scene. After the clown left the hospital, he took the remote control and blew up the entire hospital. Some parts of the explosives have not yet exploded. He paused and tapped the detonator suspiciously. Boom! The sudden explosion startled him, and then the clown jumped into the car and left with a maniacal laugh. Shu Kan's performance once again made everyone feel what it means to be natural, without any trace of performance. Every detail looks like a clown when you zoom in. In addition to the performance, the scene of bombing the hospital is also quite real and quite shocking. The real-life shooting fanatic said that this is also a real-life shooting. Film critics in the media were dumbfounded. Did they really blow up a hospital? Be sure to ask clearly during the Q&A session later. After blowing up the hospital, the Joker's game escalates again. This time he hijacked 2 fully loaded cruise ships, one full of ordinary passengers and the other full of criminals. The Joker installed bombs on the 2 ships and gave the detonators to the people on the 2 ships. If you want to survive, you have to blow up another ship, otherwise everyone will die. Batman also violated the taboo at this time, and activated all citizens' mobile phones at the same time, using the sonar system to find the Joker's location. A race against time is taking place. When the theater audience saw this, they all thought that the criminals would definitely detonate the bomb first. They were all extremely vicious bad guys. Unexpectedly, the criminal group lost the detonator. The citizens voted to detonate, and later gave up the chance of survival because no one dared to press the button. The only one who can save the 2 ships is Batman. Using a sonar device, Batman successfully found the Joker's location. After seeing through the clown's trick, he rescued the kidnapped police officer and found the clown himself at midnight. The clown was very disappointed. Neither ship exploded. Are they all so kind? Just as the Joker is about to detonate the bomb, Batman takes action and confronts him. They fought together and launched a rope to hang the clown before he fell. Spider-Man calls out the experts. Quote. This city shows you what justice is. No, when their faith collapses, do you think they will still be righteous? Gotham's Knight of Light, Harvey Dent, what will happen when everyone sees what he looks like now? The clown hanging upside down was still talking and laughing. It turns out that the fallen Two-Face Harvey Dent has begun to use coin games to take revenge, killing multiple rebel police officers and gang leaders in a row. Two-Face is kidnapping director Gordon and his family. If Harvey Dent's depravity became known to the public, Gotham would be plunged into chaos again. If you want to drive people crazy, all it takes is a gentle push, ha 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 ha. Batman could no longer care about the Joker, and quickly went over to rescue Commissioner Gordon's son, but in the process he killed Harvey Dent, saving another life on his hands. At the end of the film, the audience thought it would end like an ordinary movie. Batman became the hero of Gotham City, and the Joker was imprisoned in Arkham Asylum waiting for his chance. However, the movie co-written by Nolan and Schuken finally brought everyone a little twist. In order to safeguard Gotham's faith, Two-Face Harvey Dent's crimes were concealed, but he is still the righteous knight of light. And Batman took all the crimes of murdering police officers, killing Harvey Dent, and kidnapping Commissioner Gordon on himself. I can't let the clown win this round, even if I sacrifice myself. They will hunt you and Gotham will despise you. Yes, you are here to capture me. It must be so. But Batman did nothing wrong. Director Gordon's son was very puzzled, just like the audience at the scene. Because this is the hero Gotham needs, because he can withstand all the darkness. He is the silent guard, he is the guardian of Gotham. He's the Dark Knight. At the end of the film, with Commissioner Gordon's sad voiceover, Batman rode the Batmobile, his cape shaking in the night, and disappeared into the Gotham night. Dong 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 dong. Dong 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 dong. Hans Zimmer's score sounded at the right time, and the heavy strings and drums struck everyone's soul. Batman, The Dark Knight. Director, Christopher Nolan. Screenwriters, Jonathan Nolan, Christopher Nolan, Schuken. Producers, Emma Thomas, Schuken. Jen Wong Hao, adapted from DC Comics. Co-produced by Warner DC Galaxy Pictures. Starring, Christian Bale. Schuken. Michael Caine. Pure black, no fancy special effects on the screen. Lines of pure white subtitles are constantly scrolling. Thousands of premiere viewers in the cinema sat rigidly in their seats without making a sound. There was only Hans Zimmer's The Dark Knight theme song, which seemed to linger in people's hearts. If the movie just ended with Batman victorious and everyone happy. At most, this can be considered an excellent commercial movie, a successful comic book movie that is not inferior to Spider-Man. However, the film undergoes a sublimation at the end, portraying Batman from a superhero on the surface to a Dark Knight who carries a heavy load and silently protects him in the darkness. At this point, it has become an art. The final shock wave was so shocking that everyone was still savoring it. Until the subtitles of the film were completely over and the lights were turned on, everyone stood up and paid their highest respect to The Dark Knight. Hell yeah, perfect, woohoo, great. Amid the enthusiastic cheers, Stewart found that his girlfriend was also shouting. When she first came to the theater, didn't she look aloof and indifferent? Why are you so excited now? You think it looks good? Of course, this is simply the most exciting movie I have seen in years. Why didn't you take me to see Batman before? The Joker is so handsome. The corners of Stewart's mouth twitched a few times. Before, Nolan didn't make a movie before, and Schuken didn't star in it before. Where did you go to check it out? I have to admit, this is simply the best comic book movie in his mind. Although it doesn't completely match the original work, it has thoroughly captured the charm of the original Batman. Wonderful. The applause lasted for several minutes before the main creative staff came on stage. After that, there was a traditional question and answer session, and the media already had a lot of questions waiting to be asked. At the premiere of The Dark Knight, the creative team is answering strange questions from the media and audience. Everyone was so enthusiastic about the movie that the host didn't know who to wake up. Everyone was raising their hands crazily, and it was dazzling. Hello, I am an ordinary DC fan and also a fan of Schuken. In the scene of bombing the hospital, was the clown's reaction in the script. The media is also very interested in this issue. Schuken did not answer, but gave the microphone to director Nolan. Nolan smiled and said, "This was not in the script. There was a problem with the remote control and part of it did not explode. Since the scene was shot in real time and the hospital was really bombed, the camera could only be shot once, so the actors had to use their freedom. Schu's performance was really great. He completely saved the scene and made it more dramatic. His performance was perfect." Nolan's praise revealed two facts. The bombing of the hospital was completely shot in real life, no special effects were used. The second is that Schuken's improvisational performance has reached a terrifying level. The reporters and spectators at the scene were so shocked that they were speechless. Hello, I am a reporter from Hollywood Daily. I would like to ask if the Joker is not dead at the end. Will he appear in the third film? Regarding this question, Schuken just smiled mysteriously. Let's wait and see. maybe one day in the future, the clown will suddenly appear in an unexpected way. Perhaps because he had seen the clown he had just shown, Shu Kan's current smile made the reporter shudder. Okay, I have no problem. At the beginning, Spider-Man was rushed by fans to score 9.9 on IMDb. Later, it gradually returned to normal and became a score of 8.9/10. The Dark Knight opened with a 10 out of 10 on IMDb. A rare perfect opening. If it were The Godfather, that would be fine. How could a comic book adaptation reach such a level? As more and more people rated it, the rating of The Dark Knight gradually dropped back to a score of 9.5/10. Even so, The Dark Knight actually surpassed The Godfather, which had previously ranked first. The Godfather, which is famous in film and television, scored 9.4 points, and The Shawshank Redemption scored 9.3 points. How could The Dark Knight reach this level? When the media exposed this news, the audience who had not seen the movie were shocked. What kind of fairy is this? Judging from the box office, it can also prove the shock wave The Dark Knight has brought to Hollywood. The first day box office grossed $65 million United States dollars, breaking the first day record of $57 million United States dollars set by Spider-Man last year. 953. And easily crushed this year's first day box office champion, Pirates of the Caribbean 3. It earned $170 million United States dollars in the first weekend. More than $40 million US dollars more than Pirates of the Caribbean 3. With a slight advantage of $2 million United States dollars, it successfully surpassed the first weekend record of Spider-Man. The New York Times, which has always liked to question Shu Kan, couldn't help but praise Shu Kan's achievements. After Shu Kan single-handedly created a revival of comic book movies and revitalized Marvel, he once again used his god-level performance to create the most charming villain in history. For the first time, the villain in the movie overwhelmed the decent Batman in all aspects. Batman may be the absolute protagonist in Beginners, but in The Dark Knight, the Joker is the only protagonist. Whether it's the content of the plot, the scenes, the editing, or the performances, The Dark Knight is enough to hit this Oscar. At Disney headquarters, CEO Bob Iger is listening to reports from his subordinates. If we say the big winner in Hollywood in 2006, it was naturally the last, Spider-Man. Pirates of the Caribbean 2 inches has maintained the annual box office championship for most of the year, and was easily defeated by Spider-Man. Disney, the producer, was naturally unwilling to give in. They worked overtime and quickly launched Pirates of the Caribbean at World's End in the summer of 2007. Although the global box office of $961 million US dollars did not surpass Spider-Man, at least it could steadily win the box office championship in 2007. They didn't believe Warner's Batman could compete with them. A movie series that has failed continuously in terms of reputation, what threat can it pose after being restarted? Sure enough, Beginners has a good reputation and the box office is less than $500 million. The only competitor for Pirates of the Caribbean 3 inches is Paramount's Transformers. In order to limit the box office of the Christmas season, Disney has released multiple movies in a row. Tangled and National Treasure 2 inches were both released during the Christmas season, just to grab the box office of The Dark Knight. The former is a princess animated movie created by Disney with a lot of money, which is what Disney is best at. The latter is a blockbuster sequel to The Great Nicolas Cage. The global box office of the previous film, National Treasure, was close to $400 million, and the sequel may also exceed $400 million. The two films before and after it hit each other will definitely have an impact on The Dark Knight. As long as Disney wins the annual box office championship, it will be able to achieve its goals for this year, restore shareholders' confidence, and drive up its stock price. However, The Dark Knight is writing a myth they can't understand. The first weekend box office broke the record of Spider-Man and created the best in Hollywood. IMDb score 9.5, Rotten Tomatoes 94% positive rating. Media and film critics from all walks of life have given it full 5-star praise. It is praised from top to bottom. If this momentum continues, it will not be difficult for The Dark Knight to hit the $1 billion box office mark. Disney movies will be suppressed again. The stock price will definitely drop a lot by then. Disney CEO Bob Iger couldn't bear it anymore and quickly summoned media executives for a meeting. Go and arrange it. There is no way the movie is perfect. You can definitely find the points of attack. Boss, even so, it's hard to stop them. No, I'm not stopping it, I'm just delaying it a little bit. As long as their global box office does not exceed Pirates of the Caribbean 3, we will be successful. High-end business wars are often conducted in the simplest way. For example, grabbing official seals, lowering scores, writing bad manuscripts, and executives scolding each other. Sure enough, 2 days later, the entertainment section of the Chicago Daily News published 10-column comments. Due to the high quality of The Dark Knight, this film review is not directly embarrassing. The article first praised director Nolan's lens language and the profound issues explored in the story. Then the pen changed and the target was pointed at the clown. This version of the clown did perform that kind of madness, but it doesn't seem to fit the original clown. In the old version of Batman, the Joker played by Oscar-winning actor Jack Nicholson is an unsurpassed classic. Schuken added a lot of his own understanding, but it may not be like the Joker enough in the hearts of real DC comic fans. This may be a pity for The Dark Knight. After all, he is the best actor. Jack Nicholson has a deeper character portrayal. Young man Schuken needs to learn more. In addition to this film review, media magazines such as the Miami Daily, the San Francisco Post, and Hollywood Movies have written film reviews. In the eyes of these media, the old version of Batman and the old version of Oda are better shaped than the new version. The only advantage of the new version is that the story is excellent enough and the scenes are shocking enough. Michael Keaton Bell, Jack Nicholson Schuken. This is their argument. Amidst the initial praise, similar film reviews sprung up like mushrooms after rain, causing huge controversy on the internet. Netizens seem to be divided into two groups. The old and new versions of Batman are arguing with each other, which has become a hot topic recently. Can this be controversial? Schuken's performance is not enough proof. Have you watched the movie? Schuken is a god. His Joker is simply one of the best villains in film history. How can anyone criticize him? The most dazzling character in The Dark Knight. If this is not successful, what is success? The other group of people only know how to talk about feelings. Michael Keaton's version is the real Batman, very consistent with the comics, and Nicholson's Joker is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Schuken's performance is great, but it's hard for him to surpass Nicholson. Jack Nicholson is the Oscar winner. What awards do Asians get? The old actors are all great, but Bale is not as good as Michael Keaton, and the same is true for the Joker. Nicholson's clown fully demonstrates a kind of madness, but he does not lose the funniness of a clown, and his body language and facial expressions are great. As for Asian performances, it always feels weird. Some of the voices supporting the old version of Batman are indeed newly created accounts used to provoke war. According to the information of another group of people, they are older and can be regarded as typical middle-aged white people with red necks. Their concepts are the most traditional and conservative, and it is difficult for them to accept new things, and they are even suspected of being discriminatory. At the end of the quarrel, more and more netizens joined in to express their support for Schuken's performance. Anyone who has seen the movie will fall in love with this character. There are fewer and fewer netizens who support the old version, and they can only point to the achievements of the actors. A young actor who won an Oscar and won no awards. After a wave of ups and downs, a group of people gave low scores to The Dark Knight, suddenly appeared on IMDb. Under the banner of The Godfather, they brainlessly lowered the score of The Dark Knight. The Godfather is obviously the best in film history, so what does it mean if it has to be changed? Let's talk after watching The Dark Knight. The Dark Knight, fans were filled with indignation and went back to give The Godfather a low score. As a result, the two sides became more and more passionate, and the ratings of The Dark Knight and The Godfather both dropped to 9.2 points. The Shawshank Redemption made a profit and quietly climbed to the top spot on IMDb. Two consecutive combination punches also made Warner High notice this matter. Obviously someone is targeting us. I suspect it's Disney. I think so too, but there's nothing we can do. Can I just watch the movie being tainted for no reason? Shukin is really innocent, and his performance is the most perfect I have ever seen. Just when Warner executives were at a loss and reluctantly spent money to buy public relations releases. Known as the Oscar Bell, the nominations for the 69th North American Film and Television Golden Globe Awards were suddenly announced. The Dark Knight became the first film to be recognized by Hollywood mainstream and nominated for an award. Nominated for 2 Golden Globe Awards for Best Score and Best Supporting Actor. Shukin, who was originally in controversy, was nominated by the organizing committee, which seemed to be a strong evidence. Look, Shukin, who you said is good for nothing, has been nominated. His performance was recognized by professional judges, Heist speaks. If Shukin can win a Golden Globe, it means he has a chance to be nominated for an Oscar. A young Asian actor was recognized by the Oscar organizing committee by adapting a live-action comic book with only 3 films to his credit. It's almost like collecting all the debuffs. It is enough to prove that Shukin's performance is obvious to all. It's not what even a black guy can do a few dirty words. Of course, all this requires Shukin to win the Golden Globe Award first and then get an Oscar nomination. Faced with this situation, Shukin himself was confused. You're nominated. Great. Taylor Swift was the first to call herself to congratulate her. Congratulations to you too, for being nominated for a Grammy. Swift's Fearless received 2 Grammy nominations for Album of the Year and Best Country Album at the 49th Grammy Awards. The single, Love Story, broke into the top 4 of the Billboard chart and stayed on the chart for 14 consecutive weeks. It is a super hit single and was awarded the White House of the Year. Golden Song. Many passers-by around the world fell in love with Swift because of this song. 2007 is a special year for both Shukin and Swift. The two of them debuted in the North American entertainment industry at almost the same time, and became famous at the same time. This year we have achieved brilliance in our respective fields. The awards in early 2008 may be an affirmation for the two. They were happier for each other than for themselves to be nominated. Would you like to come to my house tonight, cook you some Chinese food, and celebrate together? Okay, speaking of Chinese food, Taylor somehow reminded of the porridge Shukin had last time. That was the first time she drank millet and pumpkin porridge, and the first time she tasted Shukin's craftsmanship. In the days of fever, the sweetness in her mouth made her chill dissipate a lot. More importantly, the moment she was held in Shukin's arms and fed porridge, she felt like she was being pampered to the heavens. Never had such a wonderful experience, Taylor Swift suddenly had the urge to write a song for Shukin. Of course it's not the kind of complaint after a breakup, but a melody that depicts happiness and sweetness. On the second day after feeding her porridge, Swift's cold and fever were relieved a lot, and she quickly recovered after drinking some chicken soup. As a result, she became very interested in Shukin's cooking skills. This is her first time going to Shukin's house. In order to avoid accidents at Shira Field, Zai-chan made a special call to Emma Stone before inviting her. Sister Shido also congratulates Shukin for being nominated for the Golden Globe Award. Baby, I'm really happy for you. What are you doing? Why do you feel out of breath? Shukin suddenly remembered some scenes from the video. Could it be that? As a result, the call was hung up and a FaceTime video call came over. After picking up the video, Sister Shitu's fair face appeared on the screen. Behind her is a large mirror, and she stands alone in the dance studio. Sweat dripped from my forehead. I'm practicing dancing. I'll dance a piece for you later. Please help me. Since the last time Sister Shido confessed affectionately, she said that she has become Gwen Stacy. She no longer clings too much to Shukin, no longer loses herself. Instead, she rediscovered the optimistic and cheerful Emma Stone she once was. She still misses Shukin very much, but she often spends time improving herself, reading, exercising, and practicing dance. Her overall complexion has improved a lot, and her figure has become much tighter, which makes Shukin feel ready to move. You practice so hard. Of course, in order to star in a musical with you, I have to work hard. What's the reward? I will reward you once. You dirty boy, you're dirty. Don't be too tired. When the New Year's Eve is over, we will look for opportunities to shoot early next year. Okay, I have a yoga class in the evening. After class, I'll go have a drink with my little sister. You can stay in the empty room by yourself. Hey, if you don't come, what's the point of buying such a big mansion? Shuken deliberately looked sad. I'll make it up to you tomorrow and make you hungry all day long. Sister Shido smiled evilly and hung up the phone. This little girl, has she learned how to pull? Sorry, it was exactly what he wanted, and Shuken could no longer hold back his lips. Swifty comes in the evening, this time it's a sheep in the tiger's mouth, right? In the early morning, there was plenty of sunshine in Los Santos, shining directly into Shuken's bedroom through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows of the mansion. Shuken woke up in a daze and felt that his nostrils were itchy. He stretched out his hands and rubbed them, intending to continue sleeping for a while. Too sleepy. As a result, within a few seconds, my nostrils started to itch again. There were people holding back laughter in their ears, and their bodies were shaking constantly. Shuken was already awake at this time. She deliberately closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. She waited for the person to come closer and then suddenly opened her eyes and grabbed her slender wrist. Oops. Swift was teasing Shuken with the tips of her blonde hair when she was suddenly caught red-handed and she was shocked. You're not asleep. You woke me up, tell me what to do. Shuken feigned anger. Okay, I won't tease you anymore, just go back to sleep. Swift was about to get out of bed and escape like a deer, but Shuken turned over and pinned her down and captured her on the spot. Just kidding, can you escape my Spider-Man skills? Hold on, I haven't brushed my teeth yet, Shuken possessed him and Swifty has been silenced by him. Since she woke her up, she must be punished accordingly. Some singers cannot sing the 10-beat E6 on the 5 stages. Swift easily achieved this in Shuken's bedroom, with a melodious sound and full attack speed, just as natural as her songs. Last night Shuken finished working in the kitchen and didn't have time to clean up. He was too lazy to wash the dishes so early in the morning. First, use the new kitchen utensils to fry an egg and toast, fry 2 eggs, and have a breakfast of love with Swift who consumes too much. After that, let the Latin American nanny clean up the kitchen. Husband, you are really bad. I had an appointment to shoot a commercial today, and I probably won't be able to move. Then just rest at home for a day. Wait, what did you call me? Shuken almost choked while eating breakfast. Husband, I looked it up later and found out that this word means husband. We are not married. You are so evil. Evil. Fortunately, Shuken's fist hit Shuken's shoulder, and his slender wrist was caught with a backhand. Then you still call me that. I don't know why, but it feels very smooth. Then you call me a few more times. I don't. Swift quickly changed the subject. Aren't you going to a meeting today? Go quickly, don't be late. Shuken looked at the time and knew that he really had to go to the company. In addition to the scheduled release of Iron Man, there are also many movie project discussions, such as Shuken's upcoming La La Land. If there were no such things, Shuken would carry Swift into the bedroom and continue the activities just now. Can I stay at your house and rest for a while? It's all your fault, I feel so exhausted. Quote. Of course, you call me husband, and you are also the hostess here. With Shuken's words, Swift couldn't help but chuckle, and took the initiative to touch Shuken's mouth. Then can I eat the dishes you made yesterday? The potatoes and beef brisket are also delicious. It depends on your performance. Swift stepped forward and hugged Shuken again, giving her a slap in the face. Since her seal was lifted last night, she has become more proactive and enthusiastic. Shuken almost couldn't hold it anymore, so he carried her princess to the bedroom and laid her down, kissed her gently on the forehead, and turned around to leave. If you don't leave, you won't be able to leave. After Shuken closed the door, Taylor Swift looked at the ceiling, thoughtfully. Now the trailer has been produced, it has been reviewed and rated PG-13, and it is planned to be released in the second week of January. No problem, what about other areas? The arrangements have been completed and can be premiered simultaneously around the world. Shuken nodded with satisfaction. The review of The Dark Knight in China is still far away, and some of the content in it is a bit sensitive. Shuken suggested that it should not be deleted, so some public relations are still needed. Iron Man didn't have any big problems, it was approved in seconds, and the contract was signed with China Film. Finally, a movie can be released simultaneously around the world. There is still 1 month left, and the early trailers and offline advertisements for the movie have been completed. When The Dark Knight hit theaters, Iron Man posters could already be seen on the streets everywhere. And several 30-second previews were released, creating some heat on the internet. Now that the final trailer is about to be released, the storm of The Dark Knight has not subsided, and Iron Man is already waiting non-stop for its release. Shu Kan's movie attack comes one after another, not giving Ying Yuan any chance to breathe. The aftermath of the controversy between The Dark Knight and the old version of Batman has not subsided. The battle between old and new clowns has actually reached a consensus of public opinion in North America and around the world. The old version of the Joker is a classic, and Shu Kan's new version of the Joker has created an image that will remain famous in film history, and is vaguely a higher level in the hearts of more people. It's almost the difference between A+ and S class. But there are still some tough talkers who have never seen The Dark Knight, and casually belittle Shu Kan's performance. As a senior American comic book fan and Shu Kan movie fan, Dr. Sheldon from Caltech simply couldn't bear it. Arguing with others on the forum for hundreds of floors was not enough to relieve his anger, so he simply made a video to reply to those stubborn guys. Unexpectedly, Shelton's reply video went viral and received tens of millions of views on YouTube. He has a somewhat dull image and sharp but extremely rigorous words. It simply spoke to the hearts of Shu Kan fans and silenced the stubborn doubters, declaring Shu Kan's version of the Joker a complete victory. Sheldon got a taste of the sweetness and planned to open a video column to review the live-action movies of American comics. When he was recording a video in his apartment, Leonard on the other side yelled and interrupted his recording. "Excuse me, it's time for me to record the video. You were supposed to stay outside the room for 30 minutes. Don't worry about that for now, look at this." Leonard excitedly clicked on a video, which was the ultimate trailer for Iron Man. 5 minutes was just released on YouTube and has already exceeded 1 million views. Sheldon's eyes widened. Produced by Galaxy Pictures. Marvel Entertainment. Distributed by Columbia Pictures. Ta, tap, tap, tap. The drum beat of the classic song, Back in Black, by the iconic hardcore rock band AC/DC opened the scene. With the restless and exciting melody, on the vast Gobi Desert, a group of military Hummers are galloping. Playboy Tony Stark is sitting in a Hummer, holding a glass of bourbon, relaxed and happy. Aren't you all allowed to speak? Which is better, to be respected or to be feared? The missile, which was full of technological sense, was launched and decomposed into countless warheads in the air, forming a terrifying explosion in front of the mountain. The shock wave almost overturned the soldiers. I want it all. For peace. Boom. Tony Stark was overturned by the explosion. He was dying and was captured by the enemy in a cave. Tony Stark, you are my dog. Ding, ding. In the cave, Tony Stark picked up a sledgehammer and struck metal. At this time, Leonard and Sheldon in front of the screen did not know what the sound of tapping metal meant. Stark, what do you want to build? Boom. The first generation Mark I armor breaks out like a beast and goes on a killing spree. Boom. Welcome home, Mr. Stark. I'm awake and I want to protect people. Stark put on his mask and fired lasers from the steel gloves in his hands. Boom. There is a group of steel warriors capable of conquering Asia. In the laboratory, Tony Stark's armor is gradually being perfected. Yeah, I can do it. Seeing this, Sheldon couldn't bear it anymore, squeezed Leonard out of the chair, sat down on his own, and stared at the screen. The original rock music has been replaced by more violent and boiling metal music. With the thrilling melody, the silver-white Mark II armor soars from the garage. Yeehaw! Boom! The armor lacked power and fell rapidly, smashing through the roof of the building and severely damaging a limited edition supercar. Dedicated to January. Sir, the upgrade is complete. Bring me some cool red. The familiar image of Iron Man appeared in front of the two of them, and both Sheldon and Leonard jumped excitedly. Is this the strength of Shu Kan? Starting with Spider-Man, he has gradually brought those classic images to the screen, and now it's Iron Man's turn. Will there be Marvel's Captain America, Hulk, and Thor in the future? Can DC's The Flash also be arranged? Can scenes that could only be imagined through comics and crude animations be finally seen on the big screen in cinemas? I get excited just thinking about it. In the picture, dizzying rapid editing. Those seemingly exciting scenes are unbearably itchy. They disappear before you even have a chance to watch them. Heroes are not born to work. Heroes are created. Some people suspect that I am related to the recent superhero incident. I am not the hero you imagined. Boom. Iron Man, January 11, 2008. Shocking release. The trailer of Iron Man is making huge waves on the internet as always. Judging from the trailer alone, it's another fast-paced live-action comic adaptation. Although Shu Kan did not star as a director, he also made fans feel extremely reassured. Produced by Shu Kan, it must be a high-quality product. This sentence is being constantly verified. Fans were already in a mindless carnival, and the Hollywood industry was also shocked by Shu Kan's new film. The trailer only showed the tip of the iceberg, but the texture of Iron Man and the special effects of the film surprised them. Wait a minute, you tell me, this was made by a startup special effects team? Boss, they have poached many people from Industrial Light and Magic and Western Digital, and some people from our team have resigned. Why didn't you say something like this earlier? Who could have imagined it? At Disney headquarters, the angry president is taking out his anger on his subordinates. Paramount and Fox are also meeting to study Shu Kan's new film at this time. Especially Paramount, they have just launched a mecha masterpiece, Transformers, that has detonated the market. Unexpectedly, another mecha special effects movie will be released. Regardless of the story and performance, Shu Kan's Iron Man is no weaker than Transformers when it comes to special effects and action scenes. Don't worry for now, these are just Marvel's second-tier superheroes, most of their popular characters are outside. Paramount CEO Brian Robbins said proudly. But the director is Shu Kan. Someone already felt threatened. He's the director. He's so funny. He's just a young boy. He has no idea. Once you learn how to run, do you want to fly? Brian Robbins disagrees. If he starred in it, I would be really worried. But if he directs it and adds a drug addict as the lead, the movie will definitely be doomed. Competing with Iron Man in January is their new science fiction film, Cloverfield. It stands to reason that one is a superhero movie and the other is a thriller pseudo-documentary science fiction, and the two audiences do not conflict with each other. However, the January market is not a summer season, it is considered a relatively unpopular period. At this time, usually only one movie can dominate the crowd, and the box office of other movies may be affected. The two have formed a competitive relationship. Who wins depends on the quality of their videos. I have already practiced my tap dance. When can we practice together? Galaxy Entertainment, Dance Studio. Emma Stone catches Shu Kan trying to escape. Before the movie starts shooting, as soon as Iron Man is released and all the messy entertainment is dealt with, we can start filming. What about your movements? Can you jump? Of course, I learned it when I was a kid. I'm sorry, I thought you didn't know how to do it. Emma Stone lowered her head in embarrassment, but Shu Kan held up her smooth face, aimed at the red lips and pressed them. 2 hours ago, he kissed the blonde girl at home, and now he kissed the red-haired girl in front of him. Point 0. Shu Kan has become accustomed to this ability to switch emotions seamlessly. No matter who you face, you can achieve 100% investment. I'll definitely let you see what I can do then. Shu Kan whispered in Emma Stone's ear. What he means is that even though he has not learned to dance, he will naturally be able to perfectly master the dance moves by using his golden fingers to activate the soul fusion of the male protagonist in the movie. As a result, in Sister Shatu's ears, Shu Kan was just not serious. Quote. The trailer for Iron Man has been released for some time, and 2007 has come to an end. In the blink of an eye, we have arrived in 2008, which is Shu Kan's second year in this parallel world. In less than 2 years, everything has changed dramatically. He is heading north on an unknown and crazy road. On New Year's Eve, Shu Kan transformed into a time management master. After finishing their meal with Emma Stone, Chinfei drove to the secluded open space behind the restaurant to play wild. After sending Sister Shido back to her apartment, I took Taylor Swift to have a French meal in the same restaurant. Fortunately, Shu Kan booked a private room and used Zhao's ability to bribe the waiter. Otherwise, if this news breaks out, it will definitely cause an uproar in the European and American entertainment circles. In fact, there are a lot of scandals about Shukan, flying like snowflakes all over the sky. One moment he was holding hands with Emma Stone on the street, and the next moment he had a private meeting with the country music queen in a restaurant. Some also said that he had an affair with Avril Lavigne and behaved intimately with Emma Roberts. Shukan admitted in the front, but it was a bit nonsense in the back. I added Avril as my friend and the two of them just had dinner once. Shukan wanted to include her under his label and sign her to Galaxy Music. With two major European and American divas in charge, Galaxy Music can also develop better and give the company blood. It's a pity that after getting married, Avril Lavigne didn't have such a strong career ambition, and she gradually began to think of retiring from the music scene. Shukan is not a thief. He has little interest in married women. It doesn't matter how beautiful Avril Lavigne is. The two just made an agreement that Avril can contact him at any time if she changes her mind. Avril will always have a place in Galaxy Music. As for Emma Roberts, she and Shukan only meet as friends. We haven't seen each other for a long time and catching up on old times is normal. Emma Roberts likes to hold Shukan's arm, which is normal. Fortunately, there were so many scandals about Shukan that they were automatically filtered by movie fans and treated as rumors. Knocking on Spider-Man and Gwen CP as always. I was also very happy when I bumped into Shukan SNL variety show CP. The two groups of people are at odds with each other, but this is a scene that Shukan could not have imagined. However, in most cases, Shukan's official CP is still Emma Stone. Spider-Man's influence is so great that everyone is used to this combination. On the day of the 65th North American Golden Globe Awards, it was Emma Stone who was Shukan's partner, and the two appeared on the red carpet hand in hand. Taylor Swift had nothing to do with the film industry at this time, so she could only sit in front of the TV in her apartment angrily, pouting at the two people on the screen. HMPH, how come even the potato chips have turned sour? Shukan was nominated for this year's Golden Globe Award for his incredible performance in The Dark Knight. Although Swift felt uncomfortable watching it, she still left the TV on. She wanted to witness with her own eyes the moment Shukan won the Golden Globe trophy. Even if it's not an Oscar, this is Shukan's first trophy. It's the beginning of a legend. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, Hollywood stars gather at the Beverly Hilton Hotel. The biggest event in the film and television industry is about to begin. On the red carpet, countless well-known celebrities from North America and even the world continued to appear, which was dazzling. Leonardo DiCaprio, Tom Hanks, Meryl Streep, Denzel Watson, Will Smith. Many Oscar-level heavyweight guests were present, which proved that the Golden Globe Award is not a trivial award. This is also one of the most prestigious awards in Hollywood. It was the first time that Shukan was among so many big-name stars, and he didn't feel that he was a big-name star at all. Mr. Shu, I finally meet you. I heard that Iron Man is about to be released, but it's a pity that we can't cooperate. It's really a pity. Tom Cruise and his wife Katie appeared in front of Shukan. Tom Cruise, of course Shukan is very familiar with it. His wife is also an acquaintance, she is Rachel from Batman. Tom, I'm really sorry. However, if we have a chance to work together next time, there is a script here that is very suitable for you. Oh, really? Tom Cruise was slightly surprised. It stands to reason that he is a Hollywood celebrity and has seen big things. He was just being polite to Shukan. I didn't expect that this young Chinese guy really wanted to cooperate with me. In this case, with Shukan's ability to turn decay into magic, maybe he can really create surprises. It is also adapted from a comic, but it is adapted from a Japanese comic. It tells a story of constant death and continuous cycle. Like Groundhog Day, it's almost the same, but it's more cruel and bigger and more exciting. Okay, Tom Cruise's interest was piqued, we will talk in detail later. As soon as Tom Cruise left, Shukan remembered and planned to remind him that he and Rachel might divorce in 2012. 867, think about it or forget it. The parallel world has already produced many butterfly effects, and the future has long been rewritten. It's not certain what will happen. Then Brad Pitt took the sassy Angelina Jolie up to say hello. Hey, Shu, I have long admired your name. Brad, I like your works very much. Including Angelina, I also like your movies. Thanks. Angelina Jolie smiles gracefully. She has just finished filming. Wanted, the male protagonist is the future Professor X, Zhang Yimei. In this movie, Star-Lord, Chris Pratt also played a minor role and was slapped in the face by Professor X. Angelina Jolie was very enthusiastic and had a kiss with Shu Kan. Shu Kan can even feel her tight figure. No wonder Pete, who is not hot, would abandon his sweetheart and choose the one in front of him. It's a bit presumptuous, but I would like to remind you that you'd better check your breasts to prevent cancer in advance. What? The couple was dumbfounded. Shu Kan's expression was serious. I have traditional Chinese medicine from my ancestors and can judge the condition. It won't hurt you to check it out. Seeing that Shu Kan was not joking, Pete, who was not spicy, put away his smile and nodded seriously. Okay, Shu, we will pay attention. In 2013, Angelina Jolie chose to have her front armor removed in order to avoid cancer. Shu Kan's suggestion may not be useful, but it may allow them to take preventive measures in advance. Maybe she can keep her front armor, which is a good thing. Later, Shu Kan met many superstars who can only be seen in movies on the red carpet and on the way to the scene, and became friends with each other. Including Anne Hathaway, Emily Blunt, Scarlett Johansson, Gal Gadot, Jessica Alba. They are all actresses. As for male stars, whoever adds them using a personal account is also adding them through a work account. Among them, Shu Kan had the most interesting chats with Anne Hathaway and Scarlett Johansson. Because Anne Hathaway is Catwoman, Scarlett Johansson is an important member of Shu Kan's plan. You really want to invite me to film Iron Man 2? The first one hasn't been released yet. You are really confident. The widowed sister tilted her head slightly and looked at Shu Kan with a charming smile. Now she is at the peak of her appearance. Fortunately, Shu Kan has experienced many battles, otherwise she would almost be unable to hold on. Yes, I have this confidence, and I am confident that you will join. Oh, then I'm looking forward to it. Although he was only a 25-year-old young man, Shu Kan's aura impressed the widowed sister with admiration. She became more and more interested in this most handsome Spider-Man. Just when Shu Kan was about to walk into the venue and pulled Sister Shido on the other side to find her seat. Sister Shido unexpectedly led an unexpected person to Shu Kan. Shu, I was chatting with Christine just now. Come on, let's go in. Hey, Shu. Hey, Kristen. The two of them greeted each other slightly stiffly. Emma Stone was confused. Haven't you guys met before? You two sent me home last time, so why don't we recognize each other? When I mentioned this, the atmosphere became even weirder. Last time next door to Emma Stone, Shu Kan and Kristen Stewart got into a fight. Christine was drunk and disarmed, and when she woke up she remembered everything. She didn't tell anyone, nor did she contact Shu Kan. Shu Kan would hide from her. Unexpectedly, the silly sister Shido brought the two of them together. It's just that we haven't seen each other for a long time. Shu Kan came to the rescue. Yes, long time no see. Christine forced a smile. Unexpectedly, Emma Stone hugged one on each side, and hugged each other on the left and right. How about we go have a drink together after the Golden Globe Awards? Let's leave like this. You are all my dearest people. The two of them had little intersection in their previous lives. Kristen and Emma Roberts are best friends, and Stone and Swift are best friends. As a result, Kristen became Stone's best friend, and Swiftie was Stone's love rival. Shu Kan suddenly felt a little confused and wanted to smooth it out. Okay, no problem. Although Christine deliberately avoids Shu Kan, she seems to care about Sister Shido. In this slightly awkward atmosphere, the three of them came to sit in the venue and waited for the Golden Globe Awards ceremony to begin. The competition for this year's Golden Globe Awards is relatively fierce. Due to its nature as a comic book adaptation, The Dark Knight found it difficult to enter the competition for Best Picture and Best Director, and was only nominated for Best Supporting Actor and Best Film Score. Shu Kan's mentality has not changed. It doesn't matter whether he wins or not, he is just here to join in the fun. Ladies and gentlemen, I am very happy that you are here at the Golden Globe Awards. I won't talk nonsense. Let's start awarding awards directly. This Golden Globe Awards is very simple and straightforward. The host does not appear, only the award-presenting guests appear on stage. The presenter is Jennifer Lopez. The first guest is the famous singer and actor, the wife of Batman, Ben Affleck. The first one is the Best Supporting Actress Awards. The nominees are. As expected, she didn't delay and announced the nomination right away. And finally the award was awarded to Freedom, played by Queen of the Fairies, Cate Blanchett. The Elf Queen delivered her acceptance speech in her standard English accent, with a very elegant temperament. Various Hollywood celebrities then served as presenters to present awards for each award. Best Original Song, Into the Wild, Best Animated Film, Ratatouille, Best Foreign Language Film, The Diving Bell and the Butterfly. Best Screenplay for No Country for Old Men. Best Actor in a Comedy, Johnny Depp, Sweeney Todd. Captain Jack Sparrow. Johnny Depp has become very popular in recent years. The Pirates of the Caribbean series he starred in has become one of Disney's flagship IPs. It has been the main competitor of Shu Kan's movies recently. In fact, the second and third parts of Pirates of the Caribbean were both the annual box office champions that year. Being fanned by the butterfly Shu Kan, their influence was greatly reduced. The best in 2006 was Spider-Man, and the best in 2007 was The Dark Knight, both movies by Shu Kan. The Disney CEO was so angry that he had high blood pressure, but the person involved, Shu Kan, didn't even notice. Then Leonardo DiCaprio went on stage to present awards, awarding the Best Actress in a Comedy musical category to Marion Cotillard in La Vie en Rose. When middle-aged Leonard DiCaprio and Marion Cotillard stood together and embraced, Shu Kan seemed to see the two people looking at each other in front of the hotel window. By the way, when will Inception be scheduled? All in all, Nolan must have been planning this script for a long time. He had long wanted to shoot this movie, but unfortunately no one appreciated it, so he could only temporarily shoot The Prestige and The Dark Knight. Only after the success of The Dark Knight can he reward himself with Inception. Rather than taking advantage of others, it is better to take advantage of yourself and talk to him later. Speaking of which, 1 month after its release, The Dark Knight is still unstoppable around the world, exceeding $1 billion in box office. It's a pity that they lost the Chinese mainland market, otherwise they would have had the opportunity to break the $1.1 billion United States dollars mark created by Spider-Man. Then some TV awards were presented. The Best Drama Series of 2007 belonged to Mad Men, which won 3 TV awards. Among the many nominations, Shu Kan did not see any familiar names. Perhaps the butterfly effect caused changes and the episodes that were supposed to appear did not appear. After many minor awards have been awarded, the Golden Globe Awards also ushered in the last few important film awards. Next, let's invite Scarlett Johansson to present our next award. Best Supporting Actor in a Movie. Amid warm applause from the audience, widowed sister Scarlett Johansson walked onto the stage wearing a glittering evening gown. At this time, she had just turned 24, which was the most touching time for a woman between maturity and youth. She just recently starred in The Black Dahlia, in which she plays an beautiful fiancée of a police officer. The widowed sister has already acted in many movies for more than 10 years, establishing herself as a first-line actress in Hollywood at a young age. 0. However, Chinese audiences are familiar with her, mostly from Iron Man 2. The widowed lady with blonde hair, standing under the spotlight, was beautiful and looked into the field with a smile. It's an honor to present this award. Wow, the 5 actors nominated are all outstanding. The Gunslinger, Casey Affleck. Every time the widow reads a name, a clip of his performance in the film will be played on the big screen behind him. Casey Affleck, as Ben Affleck's younger brother, performed quite well in the last Endgame. But he really reached his peak in Manchester by the Sea. At this time, he seemed a little immature. No Country for Old Men, Javier Bardem. Before the start of this year's Golden Globe Awards, Xavi L. Patton is the favorite to win Best Supporting Actor. He is also Shu Kan's most difficult opponent. Javier Bardem played a perverted killer in No Country for Old Men, and his portrayal made everyone who watched the movie shudder. This killer, along with John Wick and the Joker, became the most impressive characters in 2007. Hairspray, John Travolta. John Travolta is also a heavyweight Hollywood actor, and he is also famous for portraying perverted villains. The swing dancing killer in Pulp Fiction, the protagonist in the early stage and the villain in the later stage of Face Off. In Hairspray, she plays the role of a woman again, and her acting skills are breathtaking. Michael Clayton, Tom Wilkinson. This veteran actor has also been working hard in Hollywood for decades. He has been nominated for several Academy Awards and won many awards in various countries. Finally, after a round of introductions, the widowed sister finally introduced the last nominee. I believe everyone is familiar with this nominated actor. He has really become famous in the past 2 years. I believe many people have questions, where did this handsome Chinese guy come from? The East is really magical. Could it be that you used magic on us? The widow's little joke made the guests smile. The spotlight was also given to Shu Kan, giving him a close-up of his handsome face with oriental features for a full 10 seconds. Taylor Swift, who was in front of the TV, was applying manicure to her feet. Seeing this scene, she forgot all about her hands. Is this the man who bullied her? Why was she so gentle on the TV and so full of strength in the battle, making her beg for mercy again and again? Unfortunately, the next second, the camera cut to Emma Stone next to him. Sister Shito leaned close to him, almost her whole body pressed against him. There is also a cool sister Christine on his right. You're so lucky. Swift gritted her teeth. Shu Kan from China, this magical oriental man, brought us a huge surprise this year. The Dark Knight, playing the Joker. At the same time, the screen behind is also playing movie highlights. I believe that what doesn't kill you will make you weird. I'm not a monster, I just have some advanced ideas. I am the agent of chaos. Do you know what chaos is? That is absolutely fair. Why are you so serious? Why so serious? Just a few clips made the audience burst into applause. The Joker is indeed the most eye-catching and surprising character of the past 2007. Shu Kan's performance really amazed the whole of Hollywood. Let us reveal who is the winner of Best Supporting Actor tonight. The widowed sister opened the award envelope bit by bit, and the TV camera was divided into 5 at the same time, showing the 5 nominated actors. Everyone has different expressions on their faces, waiting for the results to be announced. 013704510 Filu 180,173,561. Swift was extremely nervous in front of the TV, even more nervous than when she attended the Grammy Awards. Please, it must be him. It must be the bad guy. At the same time, many fans watching the awards live broadcast on TV were also nervous. This award ceremony is a fight between gods. What should I do? Please, let Tien win the prize. The strength is too strong. At the award ceremony, Emma Stone also reached out her hand and held it with Shu Kan. She has confidence in Shu Kan, but the 5 nominees are all heavyweights. It is indeed what the media said is the most intense competition for Best Supporting Actor. Christine on the right caught a glimpse of this scene and curled her lips unnaturally. Shu Kan just smiled and remained calm. The winner of the 65th Golden Globe Awards for Best Supporting Actor is. The widowed sister made a long sound, and then saw the name in the envelope. It was obvious that the widow's pupils suddenly dilated, and she seemed very satisfied with the result. Shu Chan, from Batman, The Dark Knight. Ooh. The whole audience stood up, and the ceremony was filled with thunderous applause. Los Santos, Beverly Hills Hilton Hotel venue. The audience burst into applause and stood up to give Shu Kan a warm applause. Since he starred in Spider-Man, he has been subjected to various doubts along the way. It would be difficult for other young actors to resist this kind of public opinion. But Shu Kan, through his own efforts, has launched many excellent movies in succession and created successful characters one after another. He finally gained everyone's respect and won the first award in his acting career in the Oscars. Although he is only a supporting actor, everyone present who has watched The Dark Knight knows that. This award is equivalent to the male protagonist and is an affirmation of Shu Kan. All the Hollywood celebrities present gave Shu Kan heartfelt applause. In the warm welcome, Shu Kan stood up with a smile and hugged Emma Stone next to him. Then he walked gracefully to the stage, and the camera lens followed him. Everyone has seen in John Wick how handsome Shu Kan looks in a suit. At this moment, Shu Kan shows another style, combining Peter Parker and John Wick, both sunny and sharp, which can kill those male models on the catwalk. The female guests at the scene were so excited that they looked like stars. Even the widowed sister who has just collaborated with Chris Evans is inevitably tempted to compare. Mr. Dao is indeed handsome, but she would rather choose Shu Kan than Shu Kan. Oh God, what on earth was I thinking? The widowed sister blushed at her reverie. Shu Kan had already walked up to her. Scarlett Johansson gently hugged Shu Kan and kissed him face to face. The widowed sister smelled very good, and when her cheek brushed against her lips, both of them felt as if they were electrocuted. Fortunately, the whole process only lasted a moment, and it was impossible to lose control on the stage. Shu Kan took the microphone, looked at the audience with a faint smile, and was silent for a moment. For inexperienced speakers, don't panic if you forget your words when you first come up. It is a good adjustment to look at the audience in silence. Everyone's attention will be focused and the speaker will appear to be full of aura. Waiting until you remember something before speaking will make your words more powerful. Ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to win this year's Golden Globe Award for Best Supporting Actor. The nominees this time are all very capable. For example, Javier, your killer in No Country for Old Men, is even more perverted than the clown. And John, you are even more perverted, you act like a woman. Shu Kan appeared to be complaining, but actually praised the other party's acting skills, which made the two nominated actors overjoyed. The audience also smiled knowingly. Originally, the nominated actors had some regrets, but after hearing what Shu Kan said, they were convinced. I have to admit that the role of the clown this year is indeed a little higher than their performances. Shu Kan won the award and was well received. First of all, I would like to thank my parents who are far away in China. They supported my study of acting and allowed me to get to where I am today and continue to do so. I would also like to thank Nolan, Bale, and everyone who worked hard on The Dark Knight. The success of the movie is the result of everyone's hard work. I won't say any other remarks, so as not to have anything to say when I receive the Oscar. Shu Kan's last unexpected remarks aroused enthusiastic cheers from the audience. Everyone thought he was joking at first, but then they thought about it carefully and found out that it was not quite right. Is Shu Kan really sure to be nominated for an Oscar or even win? This unparalleled self-confidence makes even the old Americans who always pride themselves on self-confidence moved by it. Accompanied by thunderous applause, Shu Kan slowly left the stage like a new king ascending the throne. It was obviously an award ceremony for Best Supporting Actor, but the scene turned into a pomp for the leading actor. Shu Kan has indeed gradually begun to conquer the entire Hollywood with his acting skills and charisma. The awarding continues, and the rest has nothing to do with Shu Kan. He was enjoying the food on the table the whole time, all of which were made by international gold medal winning chefs. If others don't care about eating, he won't be polite. After eating and drinking, the award ceremony was still going on. Shu Kan couldn't play with his mobile phone, so he had to attack the Sister Shido next to him, heading north from his feet. Hello. Sister Shido lowered her voice and widened her eyes to remind Shu Kan. Shu Kan was unmoved and continued to take action. Sister Shido immediately panicked and looked around to see if anyone was paying attention. Fortunately, everyone's attention is focused on the stage. Sister Shido could only endure this tension and was bullied by Shu Kan in public. Why, it's quite exciting. Her resistance gradually weakened, her fair face turned red, and she quickly became addicted. As everyone knows, all this is seen by Christine on the right. She also lowered her head inexplicably, wondering what she was thinking. The Golden Globe Awards ended, and the news that Shu Kan won the 65th Golden Globe Award for Best Supporting Actor instantly spread all over the internet. This brings an end to the previous controversy between old and new clowns. Although it cannot be regarded as a complete victory, at least the voices questioning Shu Kan have lost their power. Recognized as the best villain of the new century, recognized as a superb performance, these are all ironclad facts. The Dark Knight once again made a counterattack on IMDb, surpassing The Shawshank Redemption, and returning to the top of the IMDb Top 250 with a score of 9.410. At this time, the global box office of The Dark Knight also exceeded $1.108 billion, second only to Spider-Man, ranking fourth in the global box office of film history. The mainland China review is far away, otherwise, The Dark Knight will definitely surpass Spider-Man and take the first place. The inland film market actually contains huge potential. Since Hero ushered in the blockbuster era in 2002, more and more people have chosen to watch movies in theaters. The Chinese market has been growing year by year since 2006 and will reach a peak in 10 years. More and more Hollywood movie giants are beginning to pay attention to the Chinese market and even produce special editions specifically for China. Just like the trailer of Iron Man, promotion has already begun in major theaters in China. Chinese movie fans are still immersed in the shock of Transformers, and they are still confused when they see the movie Iron Man on the same track. Shu Can's new film, is he Iron Man? Could it be imitating Transformers? The humanoid armor is too small. Reservation of bad movies. However, there are knowledgeable fans who have already begun to popularize science. This is a Marvel superhero, what does it have to do with Transformers? The special effects are already amazing. No matter how you think about it, it won't be a bad movie. Do you know Shu Can? His films have never disappointed anyone. Spider-Man fans have checked in and missed The Dark Knight. This time they can't miss Iron Man. When will The Dark Knight be released? Is there any news on the censorship? China has just become familiar with Spider-Man, and most people have no idea about Marvel. Iron Man is about to open the door to a new world for Chinese movie fans. In Los Santos, news about the Golden Globe Award for Best Supporting Actor is still being discussed, and some other media are already looking forward to the Oscars a month later. This is the most important award of the year. The Dark Knight has naturally become the focus of all Hollywood. Whether this film can break the traditional academic prejudice has become a controversial topic. If the excellence of The Dark Knight makes it difficult to sway them, it seems that comic book movies and awards will be completely missed. The Oscar nominations will be announced in a week, which happens to be the world premiere of Iron Man. The eyes of all Hollywood are once again focused on Shu Can. On this day, Shu Can was preparing for the final work of the premiere of Iron Man. But I found that all the company employees were gathered around a computer, watching YouTube videos. Gathering people together to fish. When Shu Can approached, these employees did not panic, but instead pulled Shu Can to watch together. Boss, there is an interesting video. You can watch it. Shu Can was curious about what video made them so happy. In the video, there is a round-headed, round-brained white young man who looks a little silly. As I said, I analyze from the following 10 points why Shu Can's clown is the best clown, while Jack Nicholson's clown can only be regarded as A-level, not S-level. You don't need to take notes, I will give you a complete PPT at the end of the video, just take a screenshot. It was obviously a video about film and television analysis and complaints, but it was turned into a lecture by this owner. It was obviously a character in a film and television animation, but he analyzed it as rigorously as physics. But what he said was very organized, making it difficult to refute and giving people a sense of weirdness. What's even funnier is that during the video recording process, his roommates kept coming in to interfere with his filming. Several friends complained and interacted with each other, resulting in many embarrassing but funny jokes. Oh ho ho ho, I laugh every time I watch it. Shu, what do you think? Even Joey White, the head of production who never smiles, couldn't hold back. Shu Can was even dumbfounded. Isn't this the American TV series, The Big Bang Theory? Good guy, there are even prototypes in the parallel world. He checked before and found that the show was not born here, and it was slightly different from the situation in the previous life. An idea pops up uncontrollably, and the thoughts diverge instantly. It's better to use low-cost sitcoms and get involved in the field of American dramas. Dominate online channels before Netflix. Kill Netflix in the cradle. Netflix's revenue will be around $8 billion every quarter in the future, which will definitely become a powerful blood-forming machine for the company. Streaming media has always been a battleground for military strategists in the future. It really makes no sense for Shu Can not to get involved at this time. In fact, he had this idea a year ago but never had the chance to implement it. Now Shu Can suddenly figured out that as long as excellent content is continuously produced, it can continue to attract users and replicate the rise of Netflix. The Big Bang Theory is the key to opening the door. Joy, come here. Calling the director of the production department to the office, Chen Kan told him about the production of the episodic drama. Theoretically, it is feasible. Whether it is the subsequent box office share of John Wick or the share of the investment in The Dark Knight, it adds up to hundreds of millions of dollars. According to the cost of $500,000 per episode, we have no problem making a sitcom. Joey White's calm analysis. Now our production department has been initially improved. Photographers, props, lighting, sound effects and other talents have been trained by themselves, and they can shoot dramas independently. You just need to work with a TV network, such as CBS or NBC. At present, the mainstream platform for American dramas is still cable TV, and internet dramas are still developing. Well, you go ahead and make some preparations. I'll leave this to you, and we'll have a meeting to discuss it then. Clear. Joey White is very excited. As the production supervisor, Shukin completes the actual production himself. He finally has a new one now. The task is over, and his intuition tells him that there is a lot of potential in this area of American TV dramas. The future is very promising. After the Golden Globe Awards ceremony, Shukin finally ushered in the premiere of Iron Man. This is the first film he directed independently and is also the first film in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. It will be released to the world soon. Compared with the previous life of Marvel, Shukin's situation is not much better. Marvel still has at least $500 million in loans, so if one movie fails, it can make another movie. If Shukin's Iron Man fails this time, the whole world will see his joke. Still in the familiar bank cinema, Shukin attended the premiere with Robert Downey Jr., Pepper Potts and other major creators. Isn't your girlfriend here, Gwen, or the little country diva? On the red carpet, Downey has completely transformed into Tony Stark, joking with Shukin without any obstruction. Shukin did not answer his personal questions, but looked at the other party with a smile. Are you nervous? Who said I didn't? Then why are your hands shaking? I obviously didn't. Danny raised his hand subconsciously, and then realized that he had been fooled by Shukin. This is exactly what tension looks like. Don't worry, this movie will open the door to a new world for you. Just don't ask me for extra money when the time comes to increase your salary. Don't worry, I will definitely not increase the salary. Robert Downey Jr. patted his chest and promised. Don't speak too soon. Shukin patted him on the shoulder meaningfully and walked into the cinema at the lead. He has no interest in the red carpet anymore and is too lazy to pose in front of the camera. It's a pity that Swift went to New York, otherwise she could accompany her on the red carpet. She went to participate in the Jimmy Fallon Show, which is a well-known variety show in North America. As a newcomer in the music scene, her popularity can reach a higher level and greatly stimulate album sales. As for Sister Shido, her aunt passed away and she needed to attend the funeral, so she was unable to accompany Shukin on the red carpet. This aunt has loved Sister Shido very much since she was a child, so she is very sad and plans to adjust at home for a few days. So this time, it was Pepper Gwyneth who walked onto the red carpet holding Shukin's arm. Little Pepper was dressed very hot today, and her backless dress was quite eye-catching. When filming, Gwyneth often came to Shukin and would sit next to him to chat whenever she had nothing to do. Shukin didn't like her very much and kept things business-like. Shukin, let's take a photo together. Gwyneth wanted to pull Shukin and stay on the red carpet for a while. You take pictures here, I'll go in first. Hey, wait, Gwenny quickly caught up. Arriving at the scene, Shukin sat in the creative chair under the applause of the audience. Without further ado, the auditorium quickly dimmed. The long-awaited audience quickly calmed down and watched Shukin's new masterpiece with excitement. The screen lights up, showing the familiar title sequence. The crayon-painted spaceship gradually takes off, and the smooth transition image quality instantly improves. The spaceship has changed from hand-drawn to a real spaceship made with special effects. Tear apart the void and descend upon the Milky Way. The magnificent wonders of the universe on the screen once again impact the audience's vision. Everyone seems to feel that the opening animation is more gorgeous and impactful. The sky full of stars gradually turned into two words, Galaxy Picture. Produced by Galaxy Pictures. That's right, this is the dazzling operation of the company's special effects team. They improved the previous titles produced by Industrial Light and Magic and used their strong technical strength to create a cooler title sequence. Immediately afterwards, there is a scene that is very familiar to Marvel fans. Comics were flipped through quickly, and the Iron Man in the comics flashed. Gradually formed a word, Marvel. Produced by Marvel Studios. Since this is an independent production by Star River Pictures, Columbia Pictures, which is responsible for distribution, has only one line of subtitles. Distributed by Columbia Pictures and Sony Entertainment. Accompanied by AC/DC rock music, a group of military Humvees drove into the camera from a distance. Works directed by Shu Kan. Many years later, there are still countless Marvel fans with a pilgrimage mentality. Watch this classic Marvel masterpiece, Iron Man, on demand on the world monopolized online streaming platform, Galaxy TV Plus. Especially on the Chinese internet, every time I see this, the screen will be covered with the same barrage. Where Dreams Begin. AFU Khan, Khulna Province. A group of military Humvees moved from far to near, and the dust was flying. The AC/DC classic rock track sounds. This is Tony Stark's exclusive BGM. Stark was sitting in the back of the Hummer holding a glass of wine. Several soldiers were staring at him with strange eyes and said nothing. Is this atmosphere sending me to a military court? That's a bit outrageous. What did I do wrong? Why don't you speak, brother Forrest Gump? In the first line of the film, Robert Downey Jr. portrays the image of arms dealer, playboy, and billionaire Tony Stark. He is good at sarcasm in a spicy tone and likes to play tricks on words. The lines in the original script were not like this. Shu Kan gave Downey a certain degree of freedom, and he added the Forrest Gump joke himself on the scene. Similar situations will occur again and again in the future. Since that conversation, Robert Downey Jr. has become deeply integrated with Tony Stark. Thanks to Tony Stark's jokes, the atmosphere in the car finally became more lively, and the soldiers even joked with him. Mr. Stark, have you really slept with all 12 cover girls in modeling magazines? That's a good question. Stark took off his sunglasses. Not exactly. March girl and I had schedule conflicts and we couldn't sleep together, but December girl is a twin, so, you know. The image of the cynical playboy was once again strengthened, and at this time he was still a real fool. The audience in the cinema frowned. Is this really a superhero? Just in the middle of talking and laughing. Boom. The fire is soaring into the sky. The sudden explosion overturned the Hummer in front, and the strong visual and auditory effects shocked the audience in the theater. Immediately afterwards, Stark's Humvee was strafed by powerful firepower. The young soldier who had been joking just now lost his life instantly. Stark climbed out of the car with difficulty and was just about to hide behind the bunker to call for help. A missile flew towards him. Stark Industries. What the? Before Ford could say anything, Tony Stark had been blown unconscious. When he woke up, he was surrounded by a group of terrorists. Nail. Iron Man. Tony Stark, son of genius inventor and legendary weapons developer Howard Stark. Build the first circuit board at the age of 4, build the engine at the age of 6. Stark Industries co-founder Obadiah took over the company until Tony Stark became the youngest CEO at the age of 21, leading Stark Industries into a new era. At the awards night, as a good friend of Tony Stark, Colonel Roddy was ready to award the trophy. Tony Stark himself is enjoying himself in the casino and doesn't care about bullshit awards. After the awards show, Tony met a female reporter for an interview and mentioned that Stark Industries manufactures weapons of destruction. Tony thinks he is right, he is just a businessman. The female reporter was reluctant, and the two returned to Tony Stark's mansion for an in-depth interview. It was quite embarrassing when filming this passionate scene. Robert Downey Jr.'s wife Suzanne Downey was one of the producers. She watched the whole process from the side, causing the passionate scene to going several times. It wasn't until Shu Kan asked her to go out to rest temporarily that this step was successfully passed. So much so that when Robert Downey Jr. watched this in the theater, he quickly held his wife's hand. Back in the film, the female reporter woke up in the morning and met Tony Stark's assistant Pepper. She thought that if she slept with Stark, she would become the mistress of the mansion. Little does she know that the real mistress is right in front of her. After driving away the female reporter, Pepper meticulously urged Tony Stark to board the plane, and the ambiguity between the two came to an end. When Shu Kan saw this, he was just watching a movie when he suddenly felt someone touching his leg. When I looked down, I realized it was Gwyneth Paltrow. She was sitting on the chair with her legs crossed, but the high heel of one foot had fallen off, and her toe touched Shu Kan's leg intentionally or unintentionally. Gwyneth's upper body was also very close to Shu Kan, and Shu Kan could even feel the tingling sensation of her warm breath on his ear. "Madam, please restrain yourself and don't interrupt my movie." Shu Kan calmly distanced himself slightly. To be honest, although Xiao Jiajiao has many freckles, she has a good figure and looks, and many fans like her. However, there is too much black material about her. It's nothing to win the Oscar for Best Actress for Shakespeare in Love. Founding a company to sell products with no IQ tax and no bottom line. An elderly man broke 4 of his ribs on a ski resort. He turned around and left instead of helping. Instead, he turned himself into a victim. What the old man lost was his health, but I lost half a day of wonderful skiing time. As for being a big name and relying on family connections to suppress competitors, she gained a wave of traffic by constantly posting about well-known male stars, and gained another wave of traffic when they broke up. She finally understood Hollywood. Gwyneth Paltrow, who has a dark physique all year round and is ranked as the most hated actress in the United States. Shu Kan doesn't hate her, but he doesn't want to have anything to do with her either. In order to avoid any scandals, increase traffic for no reason, and cause trouble for yourself. It's already troublesome enough to have Sister Shido, Taylor's Shira Field, and Christine's confused account in his own backyard. Shu Kan's apparent distance move made Gwyneth Paltrow a little disappointed, and she pursed her lips and watched the movie obediently. Tony Stark came to the Afghan U.S. military base and showed the military the latest product of Stark Industries, the Jericho missile. After the missile was launched, it quickly split into flying rain in front of the mountain. When it landed on the ground, it caused a violent impact, as if the entire mountain was about to be flattened by this powerful firepower. Tony Stark opened his arms and looked at the world. He was really proud of his own arms. At this moment, he was just 10 cold-blooded businessmen. Until the scene at the beginning of the film, Tony Stark was ironically injured by his own munitions. He was dying and his chest was covered with shrapnel. He was held hostage by terrorists and hung up by an electromagnet. The shrapnel was moving closer to his heart every moment, and he was in a countdown to his life at any time. Terrorists forced Tony to make missiles in the cave, and Tony realized the seriousness of the problem. It turns out that Stark Industries missiles are not used to maintain peace. These powerful arms were actually sold to these terrorists. He, Tony Stark, is actually an executioner. Tony's belief collapsed. He was no longer arrogant, filled with self-blame, and even lost his desire to win. Fortunately, with the doctor's persuasion, Tony Stark's eyes regained their strength. He wants to escape from here and stop Stark Industries from killing more people. The moment the chest hit the electromagnet, Iron Man was born. 013704510 Philu 180,183,351. Relying on the cover of manufacturing missiles, Tony Stark built the first-generation arc reactor, and hammer after hammer in the cave, he continued to create his own killer weapon. Until the terrorists realized something was wrong and broke into the cave. Boom! The door was blasted open, and a huge iron monster appeared and started killing. Oh, yes, I'm coming. After being depressed for half an hour, the audience was finally able to enjoy it. Although the first generation Mark I was very worn out, facing this group of AK-wielding terrorists, the steel armor was invincible. Using flamethrowers and shoulder missiles, Tony drove the Mark I all the way to the outside of the cave. Unfortunately, the doctor died trying to protect him, and Tony had to flee the scene. He turned on the Mark I bottom jet, and the huge reverse thrust took the bulky armor soaring into the sky. Unfortunately, the armor was too rough and disintegrated in the air, crashing heavily in the desert. The U.S. military search and rescue personnel arrived in time, and their good brother Colonel Roddy came to Tony and took him home. At the press conference, Tony Stark was eating a cheeseburger and sitting bohemianly under the podium. In front of the media, he stated that Stark Industries weapons were killing people and that he planned to close the Stark Industries weapons department, effective immediately. The reporters at the scene were excited, and co-founder Obadiah looked in disbelief. Offstage, a suit agent found Pepper. "I'm not a reporter, I'm Agent Phil Coulson. affiliated to the Homeland Strategic Defense Counterattack and Logistics Support Agency. Little Pepper didn't even look back. The name is really hard to pronounce. Yeah, we're working on a short name. Seeing this, the audience who did not know the truth had not yet reacted. More Marvel fans are already excited. Isn't this S.H.I.E.L.D.? Are the rumors true? After Shuken acquires Marvel, he really plans to film Avengers. For comic fans of this era, a live-action version of Spider-Man can make them overjoyed. What does a live-action Avengers mean? I can't even think about it. When other creators from other companies film Avengers, they may not be so excited. But this is Shuken's plan. What countless Hollywood companies, countless Hollywood superstars, and famous directors have been unable to achieve in the past. A 25-year-old Chinese man actually did it. The magical Oriental boy is simply the savior of the American comic industry. After the press conference, Obadiah and Tony Stark had a heated argument. Tony's stubbornness made Obadiah realize that he was no longer the playboy who was a puppet. He is already the orthodox head of Stark Industries. Obadiah's ambition cannot be restrained, and the only way is to get rid of Tony. Tony has built the second-generation arc reactor and asked Pepper to help replace it, while also disposing of the first-generation reactor. As far away as AF Yukon, terrorists also found the remains of the Mark I armor and prepared to reproduce his armor. And Tony Stark is already using his artificial intelligence Jarvis to research a new generation of armor, Mark II. Due to limited investment, the original Iron Man still has some detail flaws in special effects processing such as holographic projection. This time Shuken completely used her own company to produce special effects, and the cost was only 1/3 of outsourcing special effects. Galaxy Digital's high-paid talents also gave them first-line strength at the beginning. The special effects have surpassed Avatar at the end of 2009 and gradually reached the level of realism a few years later. In the process of gradually developing the Mark II armor, Shuken set up many humorous points according to the original board. The cute look of the Miracle Man with two arms made the audience laugh. As a family-friendly sci-fi popcorn commercial movie, Shuken does not pursue any story depth. It's funny, exciting enough, so Iron Man is considered a success. Judging from the reaction of the audience, his performance was no worse than that of the original Jon Favreau, and he even made detailed changes based on the original version to make the film smoother and more natural. Copy the answer plus God-level director's golden finger. The new version of Iron Man is equivalent to the original Iron Man Pro Plus. Finally, with Tony's hard work and talent, the Silver Mark II armor was completed. The audience's hearts were ignited with Tony Stark. When Iron Man's legs ignited the propellers and accelerated out of the garage track, the camera suddenly switched to Iron Man's first-person perspective. On the big screen, the audience is as immersed as Iron Man. The effect is comparable to Iron Man VR and Universal Studios VR projects. Instant explosion. Oh, Jesus. Oh my God. Madam, it's so exciting. A rough-looking man from Moshije kept hammering the armrest of the seat, which was like knocking blue ice cubes, and he was extremely excited. My heart can't bear it. Some female audience members even pressed their knees tightly together and trembled in their seats in the theater. For example, the little Pepper next to Shuken stretched out her hand and grabbed Shuken's arm. Isn't it, sister? It's endless. The original Iron Man was enjoyable, but not as exciting. Shuken specially asked Sony Pictures for the Spider-Cam technology of Spider-Man and used special effects in post-production. The scene of Iron Man flying between city buildings at high speed and suddenly taking off greatly enhances the visual impact. In just a few minutes, it's like a roller coaster. As the Mark II armor continued to climb, Tony ignored Jarvis's warning and flew to an altitude of 10,000 meters, surpassing the fixed-wing flight altitude record of 85,000 feet. Mr. Stark, a fatal icing situation has occurred. The armor flew over the Earth, almost penetrating the atmosphere, and the huge sphere below could already be seen through the horizon. The silver outer shell of Mark II was covered with frost, and the thrusters and power system completely failed. The advanced armor instantly turned into a big iron lump, wrapping Tony and falling from a height of 10,000 meters. Oh, no way. The tense atmosphere brought about by the soundtrack and pictures also made the audience's hearts twitch. Come on, Zhao. Everyone knows that the protagonist must be fine, but they can't help but worry about him. Spider-Cam came into play again, taking the audience to experience a 10,000-meter fall from a very exciting first-person perspective. Audiences who often jump off buildings are probably familiar with this strong feeling of weightlessness. Especially the film critics in the media gallery. They didn't even bother to analyze the movie, they were completely immersed in it. In this movie, Shu Kan's visual effects are outstanding. At the critical moment, the system restarted successfully, and Iron Man pushed forward again with a distance of less than 1 meter from the ground, shuttling through the street traffic at high speed. The scene was completely set on fire. Finally, this dazzling flying scene ended, and Tony successfully returned to the roof of his house. Jarvis, turn off the power. Boom. The huge weight of the Mark II armor fell quickly, smashing all the way to the basement, and accurately hit the limited edition supercar. The cute mechanical arm once again created a sense of presence. The movie is tense and relaxed, and the exciting flight scene is over. If it were extended for another 2 minutes, someone might have to call 911 for an ambulance. During the break, Gwonny discovered Pepper's gift. Instead of being thrown away, the first-generation reactors were put on display in glass boxes. Tony Stark has a warm heart. In order to overcome the shortcomings of Mark II, Tony Stark did not stop. He immediately started a new plan to design the Mark III generation armor. Based on experience, Tony used his best characteristics to iterate quickly. Every time he suffers a loss in the future, he will be asked to iterate into a new battle. Isn't gold a bit too high profile? Yes, you are usually very low-key. The artificial intelligence Jarvis has a British accent, and even his complaints are British yin and yang. Let's get some fire red. Ah, yes, this is much more low-key. Taking reference from one of his favorite classic cars, Tony finally designed Iron Man's iconic color scheme. As the first and most classic armor in the Iron Man series. Mark III is coming soon. Chapter 61. At the charity party, Tony Stark drove his Audi R8 to the appointment. The Audi does have a lower profile than Batman's Lamborghini, but not much. Speaking of which, the sponsor Audi gave the crew 2 R8s as gifts, one of which was used for filming the movie but was later smashed. The other one was specially given to Shu Kan. Audi CEO Rupert Schneider called Shu Kan specifically to explain. Shu, I like your movies very much. This R8 is our heart's content, and I hope we have more opportunities to collaborate in the future. Schneider has a good eye for people, and Shu Kan is definitely a force that cannot be ignored in Hollywood in the future. Take a look at several of his films, all of which have had a huge impact on a global scale. The cooperation opportunities after replacing an R8 and arranging for some Audi brands to be exposed in the movie will make them more than just one car. So these days, Shu Kan prefers to drive Iron Man's cars. Back in the movie, Tony meets a female reporter at the party. The female reporter showed him a batch of photos. Stark Industries' arms department, which was supposed to be shut down, was still selling arms to the outside world. His weapons caused a serious blow to Ethan's hometown and displaced countless civilians. Ethan is his savior, and the civilians are innocent. This typical Eagle Sauce behavior made Tony filled with indignation. He immediately questioned Obadiah, and Obadiah stopped pretending and showed his cards. The arms department has not stopped working. He has issued a board order to expel Tony Stark. Now that he has broken his skin, Tony has no intention of backing down. Mark III armor is ready, with the exciting melody. Under the guidance of the robotic arm, Tony put on the mecha step by step. In general mecha movies, in addition to the mecha fighting part, this kind of assembly and transformation shots are also enough to ignite legs, torso, arms, and helmet. When Tony Stark is fully dressed and looking at the camera wearing an Iron Man mask. Then the mask fell down, and Shaw's eyes lit up with light. The complete Iron Man is shown to the audience for the first time. Everyone was completely immersed in the excitement and did not realize that the entire set of armor was generated by digital special effects. There is no difference between the metallic texture and real materials. Even experts in the film special effects industry cannot tell whether it is a special effect or a real shot. Wow, did they really build a mecha? That's serious. Shu Kan is Iron Man. Boom. Iron Man has appeared in the sky, and the thrusters suddenly exploded, breaking the sound barrier, accelerating twice in the air, and flying into the distance at a weird angle. Terrorists were attacking Village 523 at this time, taking civilians hostage and preparing for execution. Iron Man uses the standard superhero pose to descend from the gods. The machine gun fired at the aerospace materials without any damage, and a few rounds of palm cannons blasted the enemy into smithereens. It is useless for the enemy to hold hostages. Artificial intelligence digital control locks all the thugs, and the ammunition on the shoulders is poured out at the same time, completing a precise strike like a scalpel. Seeing that the infantry is ineffective, the enemy actually has tanks. Terrorists are actually using M1A1 main battle tanks. This may be outrageous in other countries, but it can be understood when it comes to Yingzhong. In the original version, it was a bit magical to see Iron Man knocked down from the air with one shot from the tank. Tanks can't even hit World War II aircraft, let alone Iron Man, which is more agile than the F-22. Shuken made a slight change here, turning into a terrorist who was so angry that he used tanks to bombard civilians, but Iron Man blocked the shells. Tony underestimated the power of the tank and was blown away by the artillery. Fortunately, it is made of titanium alloy and has a smooth surface that deflects the shells without causing fatal injuries. Iron Man stood up and was hit by another artillery fire, but managed to avoid it by sideways, raised his arm, sent a small rocket to the tank, turned around and left. Real men never look back to see explosions. Boom. The power of the small rocket is amazing, and the tank explodes instantly. Iron Man soars into the sky, artificial intelligence aims at all targets accurately. It's like a devil descending from the sky, he is really the Tai Sui god on Earth. After destroying the terrorist base, Iron Man was detected by the Yingzhong military radar on his way back. Two F-22 Raptors went to intercept the unknown flying object. Air Force Colonel James Rotterdam felt bad. He vaguely felt that it seemed to be related to his good brother. Tony, what's going on with you? Oh, I'm driving a convertible. Then why are you breathing? Oh, I jog in the canyon. Aren't you driving? Yes, I drove to the canyon for jogging. At this moment, two F-22s have locked onto Iron Man. The military ordered the plane to fire directly. Iron Man accelerated again, using supersonic flight to instantly throw away the most advanced fifth-generation fighter jet of the U.S. military. This air combat scene is equally exciting. Shuken referred to later air combat scenes in Top Gun 2, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, and The Wandering Earth 2, etc. Use the God-level director's ultimate control over the lens to extract the essence and eliminate the dross. Finally, it merged into this improved version of the chase. F-22 vs Iron Man. Adrenaline rush. After a series of dogfights, Iron Man escaped from the radar and disappeared from the F-22's field of vision. Then he lay down on the bottom of the plane BAFE. Everyone in the Air Force Command was scared to death. What the hell is that? After playing with F-22, Tony Stark returned to the mansion and faced Pepper Potts. He knew his mission. I want to protect those people and protect those who are in danger because of me. It is this sentence that made Iron Man go through life and death several times and turn the tide in countless crises. Of course, due to his excessive obsession, he also created many crises himself. On the other side, Obadiah colluded with the terrorist Ten Commandments gang and used Mark I's technology to build a larger Iron Overlord mecha. But he couldn't build an arc reactor that was portable enough. So, Obadiah took advantage of Tony's negligence and snatched the life-saving reactor from his chest. Tony Stark collapsed to the ground in despair, and the audience in the theater screamed. At the critical moment, Tony saw the first-generation reactor given to him by Pepper Potts. This foreshadowing made the whole audience excited. Tony Stark has a warm heart. A literal heart indeed. At this time, Little Pepper already had evidence that Obadiah colluded with the enemy and secretly sold arms. She contacted the agent and quickly led people to catch the traitor. Obadiah has obtained the reactor, installed it on the giant mecha, and transformed into the Iron Overlord. Ordinary agents can't compete with the huge steel mecha. Seeing Pepper in crisis, Iron Man falls from the sky. The two fought together, from the factory building to the road, and then into the sky. This fight scene is different from Spider-Man's agility. It's difficult for the two gangsters to perform any acrobatics. They are all punching to the bone, and the battle is full of a sense of strength and the texture of steel collision. A crisp and dull collision sounded in the theater. Although the final boss battle is not grand enough, the fighting is exciting enough. Due to insufficient energy in the first-generation reactor, Iron Overlord gradually gained the upper hand. Seeing that something was not going well, Tony quickly guided Iron Overlord to fly high into the sky. The two of them kept climbing, and the fierce light of fire pierced the night sky. Iron Overlord is obviously more powerful and has already caught up with Iron Man. Although you are a genius, my suit is more advanced than yours. So, how do you solve the icing problem? With his whole body frozen, Iron Overlord shut down instantly and fell downwards. Unfortunately, Iron Overlord did not fall to death, and his combat effectiveness is still stronger than Iron Man. At the critical moment, Tony asked Pepper to activate the large arc reactor below and led Iron Overlord to the glass dome. Tony was at the end of his rope at this time, and Iron Overlord was about to win. According to movie logic, the villain often gives a speech and is killed by the protagonist. Everyone likes to complain about this, it is indeed a common problem in movies. But in reality, many people face this situation themselves, and it may be difficult to avoid it. With a huge advantage, 3 high points were pushed to the enemy's crystal. The enemy personnel were counting down the seconds, but they refused to push the crystal and wanted to continue to abuse the fountain. As a result, the resurrected opponent counterattacked and ended the game. Obadiah also wanted to make a few words of ridicule. What an irony! You wanted to avoid making weapons, but instead you made the world's most powerful. Before he could finish his words, the reactor exploded instantly, arcing through the sky. Iron Overlord was completely destroyed by the arc, and the huge weight made him stagger. Before Obadiah died, he wanted to grab Tony and die with him. I didn't expect Tony's gloves to be removable. Obadiah fell into the reactor and was engulfed in flames, not even left to explode. The villain brings his own destruction. The next day, Stark Industries held a press conference to explain the scene of the battle between the superhero, Iron Man, and the large mecha last night. This incident caused quite a stir, and footage of the battle had long spread throughout society. In the face of media doubts, Agent Coulson prepared a speech for Tony, which was so perfect that no one would doubt him. Now, the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency has been simplified and is called SHIELD. Tony Stark came to the podium and wanted to explain. I know things were bad yesterday and you may have suggested that I have something to do with that superhero. I am not made to be a superhero. I have many character flaws and have made many mistakes. Actually, he stared at the speech and remained silent. Facing the crowd of reporters and gunmen at the scene, looking at his familiar face, Tony Stark's eyes were still sharp. Could it be that? No, is he going to do this? Wait a minute. Something seems wrong. The pause was very long, and Shu can deliberately use the camera to slowly get closer and give Robert Downey Jr. a close-up. The audience gradually realized that something was wrong. Could it be that Tony didn't want to use conventional methods to hide this incident? The audience is already vaguely aware of the ending. Sure enough, Tony Stark's words will last for 10 years. I am Iron Man. I am Iron Man. The whole place is excited. The camera freezes on Tony Stark's meaningful smile. The video ends abruptly, quick and easy. This time it was not like The Dark Knight, where the whole audience fell into deep thought. When the video ended, the audience started to get excited and stood up to applaud. Indeed, as the first work of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Iron Man is positioned as a commercial science fiction action movie and a popcorn blockbuster. It does explore some anti-war and personal heroism, and contains a wave of hawkish sales of weapons. But in essence, it is mainly about fun, the audience's emotions are ignited, and that's it. As a commercial film, Iron Man won unanimous praise from the audience. Media. During the Q&A session, Shu Kan, as a film director, was asked the most questions. I would like to ask director Shu Kan, the SHIELD mentioned in the film, will there be an Avengers in the future? Yes, the Avengers are in our plans. Our superhero movie plans have been launched one after another. You can pay attention to the next live-action projects from Galaxy Entertainment and Marvel. Version of the movie. Quote, Director Shu Kan, is the steel armor real? No matter how light the prop is, it is difficult to be as flexible as in the movie. It was produced using motion capture technology combined with digital special effects. In order to ensure the realism of the special effects, I specially formed a new team, hoping to bring more surprises to the world in the future. Shu Kan's answer once again received applause from the audience. Many people come to the cinema to look for excitement. The aerial flight shots, aerial combat shots, and the final boss battle in Iron Man are all very real and exciting, and totally worth the price of admission. Naturally, everyone is looking forward to more novel movie special effects. And with technological upgrades, subjects that were previously impossible to film can now gradually be brought to the big screen. For movie fans, there will be more and more happiness in the future. I would like to ask director Shu Kan, will Spider-Man 2 inches enter the Marvel Universe? Will Marvel take back the copyright of Spider-Man? When will the sequel be released? The reporters' questions were very tricky, and they immediately landed on Marvel's most embarrassing point. Next to him, Kevin Feige looked slightly unnatural. Fortunately, Shu Kan still remained calm and unhurried. You guys want to see my Spider-Man so bad. Think. I really want to. Spider-Man, Spider-Man, Spider-Man. There is no way. Spider-Man is one of the most popular characters in Marvel. Shu Kan's first live-action comic adaptation has brought Spider-Man to a new height. In the hearts of movie fans, he is a little bug and Peter Parker. The sequel has not been released yet, and fans and media are waiting anxiously. In the previous life, Sony gradually returned the rights to the TV version of Spider-Man and peripheral merchandise to Marvel, but the movie version was always in its hands and was only developed in cooperation with Marvel. Due to the changes in the parallel world, Sony initially could not make money relying on the Spider-Man IP, and they planned to sell the character back to Marvel. According to the 2004 contract, Spider-Man's contract extends until it expires in 2009, after which Marvel can recycle it for free. Therefore, Sony tried to start filming many times even though the project was stalled many times. It was finally released at the end of 2006 and became a hit. Sony has already regretted it. In early 2007, it was arguing with Marvel executive promoter and wanted to continue to purchase the rights to Spider-Man. Promoter was almost bribed with money, but Shu Kan suddenly approached a rich woman and bought Marvel. Negotiations have been cancelled. According to the contract, Spider-Man will officially return to Marvel after December 31, 2009. Sony executives are also anxious and want to make a fortune before the deadline. Recently, they have been begging Grandpa to sue Grandma, hoping that Shu Kan will come back to film the sequel as soon as possible. Director Mark Webb is already preparing the crew and preparing to start filming. Shu Kan finally agreed to them that after the filming of La La Land was completed, he would return to the Spider-Man crew to start filming the sequel. Thank you for your support. 2 news are announced here. First, Spider-Man will indeed be a member of the Avengers in the future. Yeah, marvelous. The whole audience couldn't help but start cheering when they heard this. It wasn't until Shu Kan pressed down his palms that the scene became quiet. Second, the Spider-Man sequel will start filming in the first quarter of this year, and it is expected to be in time for the summer season at the earliest, so we can see you all. Oh, the entire Galaxy Theater was completely in a state of carnival. Shu Kan personally admitted that filming of Spider-Man will start in the first quarter of this year. The well-known young Chinese actor, director Shu Kan announced at the premiere of Iron Man that he will start a new film project with the theme of singing and dancing. The Spider-Man sequel is coming. It is scheduled to be released in the summer. There are still doubts whether it can be released on time, but the enthusiasm of movie fans has been completely ignited. We saw that after the premiere, the fans still did not disperse. They kept cheering and shouting on the street outside the theater. The whole night has been turned into a carnival by Shu Kan. Musical. Oh ho ho ho, this Chinese guy is a bit ignorant. He has no problem filming superheroes in leather jackets. Song and dance are a symbol of the golden age of Hollywood. He is really bold. Shu Kan himself never imagined that 80% of the entertainment news the next day would be about him. He is once again at the forefront of Hollywood. So, after you finish filming the musical with her, you're going to film the sequel to Spider-Man. That's what happened. What's wrong? I just feel uncomfortable. Speaking of which, what is our relationship now? What is your relationship with her? Under the candlelight, Taylor Swift's eyes flowed, and the Red Eagle's body was always bright. The violin band in the luxurious restaurant is playing hard, and only the melodious melody of Por una cabeza can be heard at this moment. It's the classic violin song, One Step Away, from Scent of a Woman. The air became drier, and Shukan seemed to be standing at a key point in the gal game again. In fact, if you are determined, it is not difficult to concentrate on pushing a route. The key is that Shukan doesn't know the answer himself, or the answer is greedy. Currently, Swift gives him the feeling that her free trial card has expired and she is about to enter the VIP payment stage. Swift's eyes changed from expectant at the beginning to gradually anxious. Fortunately, Shukan responded to her quickly. How about I do a magic trick for you? Okay. Under Swift's puzzled gaze, Shukan held up his left hand and put the paper towel on the table into his right hand, pinched it into a long strip and exposed it. Then Swift panicked and took out a lighter and lit the paper towel on fire. The paper towel quickly turned into flames, and then Shukan's hand shook, and an extra rose appeared. Not far away, the violin melody has changed from A Step Away to Swift's new song, Love Story. Shukan smiled and looked at the 18-year-old blonde girl with red lips, the owner of this song, Taylor Swift. What is our relationship now? What do you think? Ogokukog. Although Shukan did not answer the question directly, Swift already covered her mouth, excitedly threw herself on his lap, and hugged Shukan's neck. Are we in a serious relationship? Are we officially in a relationship? Swift looked at the Chinese man who was so close, her eyes full of expectation. Certainly, Shukan quoted her own lyrics. You will be a princess, and I will be your prince. Taylor Swift took the rose, her heart was racing, and she took the initiative to kiss it. Shukan finally officially confirmed his relationship with her, which means that the two are officially dating. Her uneasy heart gradually let go. Although there were still many threats from the outside, Shukan's attitude was enough. Seeing the smiling Swift, Shukan breathed a sigh of relief. In just a short moment, his brain was running so fast that he secretly picked roses from the flower bed next to him and used the techniques he had learned before to complete the magic trick, successfully deceiving him with all the bells and whistles. Shukan knew that if his attitude was any more ambiguous, Swift would definitely leave on the spot with her character that dares to love and hate. It will be extremely difficult to get her back by then. Maybe next month I can hear the song she wrote for herself. Swift has managed to deal with it for the time being, so she might as well give Sister Shido an identity, otherwise she would be quite pitiful. There is no other way. I just want a bowl of water to keep it flat. I am such a good man. Shukan couldn't help but sigh. Speaking of which, the whole thing started because of his speech at the premiere of Iron Man. After the musical, La La Land, filming of Spider-Man 2 Inches is about to begin, as well as the plans for Marvel's Avengers next. These are enough to detonate the current Hollywood, and even detonate the entire North American internet. Shukan single-handedly attracted all the spotlight and became the most popular figure in Hollywood. Disney, Paramount, Fox, Universal and many other movie giants spend hundreds of millions of dollars to build momentum for their movies. As a result, Shukan turned them all into clowns with one sentence. Next, Emma Stone will star with Shukan in 2 consecutive movies. No wonder Swift is anxious, fearing that he and Sister Shido will fall in love over the drama and end up together. The two of them are now the most famous CPs in North America. By then, won't children be able to do so? Fortunately, now Shukan has officially become her boyfriend. But, does Shukan really have no feelings for Sister Shido? While Swift was excited, she also had a hint of uneasiness. As for Shukan, his cell phone kept lighting up, and it was acquaintances who kept telling him the good news. Including Happy, and Kevin Feige. Shu, we should be successful. The box office on the first day was 55 million, second only to Spider-Man. That's great, Shu. According to the theater booking situation, the North American market should reach 140 million in the first weekend. Iron Man, good news comes frequently. According to the opening results, which are slightly inferior to Spider-Man, Iron Man should be able to try to hit 1 billion in global box office, or at least exceed 800 million. After he acquired Marvel, the first shot was completely fired. Marvel is now on the right track, and Shu can now shift his focus to other works. It is enough for Kevin Feige to be in charge of controlling the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and he is responsible for the final control and guidance. After dinner, Shu can return to the Beverly Hills mansion without any explanation and directly carried Swift on his shoulders. Hey, wait a minute. I haven't taken off my high heels yet. Just what I wanted. Wait a minute. Oh my lord. Beverly Hills once again echoed with Swift's melodious singing voice. 2 days later, the North American opening weekend box office of Iron Man was as expected by analysts, reaching $146 million United States dollars. Disney's National Treasure 2, Cloverfield. Fox's The Bride Steps Over. Columbia's Street Dancer. Warner's Bucket List. During the same period, Shu Kan's films from all the major Hollywood studios were crushed over and over again. US $146 million as a cliff-like lead. Cloverfield ranked second, with only $40.03 million. Even The Dark Knight, which ranks third and has only been released for 1 month, still has a box office of $36 million. Shu Kan occupies 2 spots on the list, and his dominance simply makes other Hollywood filmmakers stunned. As director James Cameron said in a recent interview, "I thought I could use Avatar to set off a wave of craze, but I didn't expect that this Chinese young man has already done it. The movies he brought are indeed excellent. Relatively speaking, I'm afraid that by 2009, everyone will no longer look down on Avatar." Shu Kan has posed a difficult problem for Hollywood. If it does not make changes and improve its own strength, at least in the field of commercial films, no one can compete with it. I once said that I was the king of the world, but now I dare to say that Shu Kan is at least the king of commercial films. Shu Kan's ability to attract money at the box office is simply terrifying. The 4 movies he has directly participated in have generated a box office of $3 billion in 2 years. For a time, everyone in Hollywood was in danger. In the markets of other countries, Iron Man is also a crushing existence. France, England, Apennines, Iberia, Northern Europe, Southeast Asia. In these markets, Iron Man won the box office championship with its dominant advantage, and the box office was several times that of other movies. The same is true for Hong Kong Island, Treasure Island, and the mainland. In the Hong Kong Island market, Iron Man crushed Alien vs. Predator 2, National Treasure 2 inches and Vote, with a box office of $12 million. In the mainland market, the 2 blockbusters at the beginning of the year, The Investment Certificate and Assembly Number, are inseparable. As a result, it was completely disrupted by Iron Man, which grossed 63 million yuan in its first weekend, firmly securing the top spot at the weekly box office. It's just that although the movie is popular, news reports about Shu Kan are basically low-key. Galaxy Entertainment's public relations team is also out of the country, making it difficult to have sufficient influence on public opinion. Maybe only when you win an important award, such as an Oscar. Only the domestic entertainment media is willing to break through the constraints and witness the glorious moment of the Chinese people. There is still more than a month until the Oscars, and the Oscar nominations will be announced in 2 days. Shu Kan is not paying attention to this at this time. His crew has been formed and the shooting of the new film, La La Land, is about to start. Compared to Spider-Man 2, this movie is more like Shu Kan's original intention. After playing American comic characters for so long, it's time for a more down-to-earth performance. Before the filming of the movie starts, Happy is reporting to Shu Kan on recent progress in various fields of the company. Starship Pictures movie will start shooting soon. In terms of Galaxy Music, Swift has recently performed in some concerts, including being a guest at the concert of her best friend Selena Gomez. The music label followed the advice given by Shu Kan and signed 3 new singers: Ariana Grande, Carly Rae Jepsen, Lana Del Rey. People in the world call her a girl, squatting girl, and Dale's sister. The 3 of them have not signed with any company yet, nor have they released any albums. Even the music manager Doug Morris couldn't figure out why Shu Kan identified the 3 of them. Shu Kan couldn't explain it for the time being, so he just told the old man. Together, their songs will probably occupy half of the European and American music scene in the future. What? Shu Kan just smiled mysteriously. The music section was originally just to make Swift her own. Now that the goal is achieved, Shukan does not pay attention to this aspect and leaves it completely to them. The 3 female singers should be able to come to Los Santos before March. Shu, do you have any arrangements for them? Happy asked. Let the old man arrange everything. He is fully responsible for the music. Okay, I will finally report to you on the progress of online streaming media. Happy continued his meticulous introduction. Galaxy Entertainment's online streaming media has been tentatively named Galaxy TV Plus, and the company has established a team. The next step is to develop the web version of the video site and develop the client. In order for the streaming media platform to have enough content, it first needs a resource library. Sony is willing to contribute their TV series resources. Marvel also has some animation copyrights in its hands, so they can put them in. The most important thing is to create a TV series that is popular all over the United States, so that more people can become users and watch the series. For example, the previously conceived, The Big Bang Theory, is a sitcom with low cost and high returns, which is a good investment project. Let Chuck from the production department be responsible for recruiting the crew. I will provide you with the names of the director and actors, and audition according to this standard. Strive to get it up and running quickly and complete the pilot episode before the first quarter. The reason why Shu can hasten the action is to complete the monopoly before Netflix. Fortunately, the other party is only a company that rents discs and has not been involved in the online industry. Shukan has enough opportunities to build his own moat. 2 days later, Los Santos, Hollywood, Galaxy Studios. The crew of La La Land gathered here to prepare for the opening ceremony. The director, screenwriter, heroine is of course Shukan, who wrote, directed and acted in this film. People around him are no longer surprised by Shukan's versatility. Assistant director Damien Chazelle is the original director. After being discovered by Shukan, he was brought over to serve as a labor force. The heroine Emma Stone, the original heroine. It's just a bit challenging for Sister Shido. The 19-year-old needs to perform the sadness and helplessness of a 28-year-old. Other than that, there are some supporting roles, basically based on the original movie casting. It is worth mentioning that J.K. Simmons, who plays the restaurant owner, worked with Shu twice in Spider-Man. He is the editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle, the man who targets Spider-Man every day. In Spider-Man 2, the two will continue to cooperate. Okay, we are all here. I announce that the movie, La La Land, has officially started shooting. Great. The staff applauded, and Sister Shido opened the fireworks tube, as excited as a little girl. The first set of shots shot in the film is of the male protagonist Seb sitting in a restaurant and playing jazz forgetfully. The female protagonist Mia opens the door, and only she can appreciate the melody played by the male protagonist. This is also the second meeting between the two. In front of the piano, Shukan sat in a chair, with K. Simmons ready beside him. Until now, Emma Stone still refuses to believe it. No, can you really play the piano? Certainly. Then why haven't I heard you play before? I was busy filming before, so I didn't have the chance. There is no piano in Shukan's mansion. He had never played it before, and Sister Shido never thought that he could play it. I thought I knew this man well enough. I thought I was already his confidant. Shukan is always like a mystery, constantly bringing her new surprises. Other members of the crew, including the landlord who rented the venue, and Ivanka, the wealthy daughter who came to visit the set, are also looking forward to it. How good can Shukan be? In front of everyone, Shukan, who has zero piano skills, did not panic at all. He took a deep breath and quickly focused. The whole person's soul seemed to have rushed out of the body and shattered into the void. My name is Sebastian, my friends call me Seb. A jazz musician, pure jazz musician. A few years ago, my partners and I founded a jazz club. At that time, we were very happy and thought we could carry forward traditional jazz. Unfortunately, due to differences in concepts, the club closed down. They went to do so-called new wave jazz, intending to incorporate popular elements. Is that still jazz? In short, I don't have a job now, so I can only try my best to keep a part-time job in the restaurant so as to create my own melody. The restaurant owner, he only lets boring music be played. Is it true that no one understands jazz? The lady in the blue skirt over there said, "Are you kidding me?" Hateful. In just a moment, Seb, a musician who was full of ideals and ambitions but was frustrated, had completely merged with Shukan. Countless melody fragments vaguely appear in Shukan's mind. He just felt that his creative desire was overwhelming. If he hadn't known that he was on the set, he would have rushed to record the notes on the score. Call. Shukan took a deep breath and moved his fingers slowly on the piano. Christmas Eve. Isn't this music that children can play? At first, everyone was surprised that Jae-chan was playing very basic piano music. Maybe Shukan was just joking before. He had learned a little piano, but not much. Sister Shido relaxed a little. If Shukan's piano skills were like this, she would feel better. If this man is too good, he will inevitably become tired of looking up to him. But then, the melody changed. Everyone's pupils froze, and they immediately felt something was wrong. What melody is this? I feel so sad, I have never heard of it. It sounds so good. Did the director compose the music himself? I heard that the music in the movie was all composed by the director. Oh my God. Ivanka's eyes were shining brightly on the sidelines, full of surprise. Throughout the set, a light melody was flowing slowly, making people cry like they were crying. It fit perfectly with the outline of the film's script. This is the theme song, Seb Mia theme, for the male and female protagonists, and it is also a melody that runs throughout the film. Shukan is just like in the film, the spotlight is on him. There was nothingness around him, and he was the only one playing in the world. Sister Shido is just like the heroine Mia in the film, standing in the distance looking at Shukan. Eyes full of shock. He really knows how to play BU. Los Santos, next to Griffith Observatory. This is a unique dating destination for Shukan and Emma Stone. Now this place is already crowded with people from the film crew, including camera, makeup, lighting, set management. A group of people gathered around the slope and did not start working. Or they are looking at Los Santos in the distance, or they are chatting in twos and threes, or they are hiding in the corner and playing with their mobile phones. Shukan and Emma Stone sat side by side on the bench, each silent. Assistant director Damien Chazelle couldn't help but come to Shukan's side. "Director, how long do we have to wait? It's already been a day. How about we shoot first and the background can be colored later?" Wait a moment, the actual scenery cannot be adjusted. However, the conditions were too difficult. Just 1 hour before sunset, it was a bit difficult for us to shoot. Fight for a way out and get it done today. Damien Chazelle was numb. Although he is not a director, he has at least been in Hollywood for several years. How is it possible to watch a 5-minute literary opera and 2-person dance scene in one go? Even if the control is in the best condition, I'm afraid it will take several times and the shooting will take at least 2 hours. A shot of just a few minutes can take several days of shooting. It is rumored in the Hollywood industry that Shukan likes to gamble and is the most radical risk taker when making movies. He truly deserves his reputation. This often has 2 extreme consequences, either success or instant death. Damien had to admire him. Is it luck that he wins every time? I'm afraid it's not. I'm coming. The cameraman who was smoking nearby suddenly shouted in surprise. Everyone looked up and saw that the distance in the distance was indeed dyed blue-purple by the last rays of the sun. The whole of Los Santos is like a dream, and as Shukan said, it is really beautiful. Go 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 go. All units take action, let's work harder and try to pass it again. Good. Shukan stood up as Zero San San, to encourage the crew members and get everyone ready. Then he reached out and pulled up Sister Shido next to him. My lady, shall we dance to 2 songs? Sister Shido smiled sweetly. My lord, it's an honor. The best screen couple of the 21st century, Spider-Man and Gwen, finally continued to give everyone candy in the new movie. The female employees on the crew all had stars in their eyes and started slapping themselves on the spot. However, those who have read the script and understood the ending are now in awe. Scene 31, Shot 3, Shot 1. Action. In the evening darkness, Shukan, in a white shirt and tie, looks a bit more handsome and gentlemanly than the original Ryan Gosling. Under the streetlight, he looked deeply at Emma Stone. "We encountered this charming scenery, but it's a pity that these 2 people are you and me. Quote, "You are not my type. There is no spark in your eyes. What a pity for this beautiful night." Originally, this lyrics was the first time the two met. The male protagonist Seb's lyrics deliberately say that he has no feelings for Mia. Mia responded with a song, and the two were temporarily in a state of happy enemies. It may be that Shuken is simply Seb himself in the god-level acting state of soul fusion. The emotions he expressed were so real that Sister Qian Shido herself felt a little overwhelmed. Do you really like Taylor Swift and not me at all? With this kind of emotion, Mia, played by Sister Shido, was also very passionate at this time, and her singing voice was slightly dissatisfied. Wearing a cheap suit, thinking that a beautiful tree stands in the wind. You're right, I will never fall in love with you. Perhaps this night scene can fascinate girls who fantasize about romance, but I have no emotions in my heart. The two sang and walked side by side to the bench. The feeling of being arrogant and quarreling with each other even though they clearly have feelings for each other has gone through the roof. Everyone in the crew was stunned for a moment. Especially the assistant director Damien. When he saw the script for the first time, this scene was what he imagined. As a result, Shuken and Emma Stone recreated this scene perfectly. Wow, oh my gosh, it's the two of them, they work together so well. Then on the bench, the two filmed the tap dance scene in one shot, all in one shot. There are no mistakes at all. You know, the two of them only rehearsed once in the dance studio. Cut. Great. Damien couldn't help but whistle, and the rest of the crew clapped and congratulated him. This means that they don't have to work overtime. After shooting this complicated long shot, the blue-purple night scene has not disappeared. Thank you for your hard work. Let's take a 15-minute break. Shuken also breathed a sigh of relief. He was able to complete a set of 5-minute-long shots without ing, which was easy for him to master. But after all, Sister Shido doesn't have god-level acting skills. She can cooperate with him so perfectly. It seems that there is indeed a tacit understanding between the two. Is what you just said true? What? Shuken was stunned, and then quickly reacted. That's the lyrics in the script, how could it be true? But I feel that you are sincere. Sister Shido looked into the distance, feeling a little depressed. Follow me. Shuken was caught off guard and grabbed Sister Shido and trotted all the way to the viewing platform of Griffith Observatory. This is exactly where they came for the first time before dating. Sure enough, Los Santos is beautiful at night. Emma, I have never brought anyone here. This is your night, do you understand? Ah, Emma Stone covered her mouth in disbelief. You mean, that's right, baby. Emma Stone's big eyes were already a little misty. Before Shuken could say anything, she hugged Shuken excitedly and buried her head in his chest. It seemed that he had been fooled. In Sister Shitu's eyes, Shuken had already made a promise to her. As for what to do in the future, if the soldiers come to block the water and the soil covers it, a solution can always be found. After the two confirmed their relationship, the film happened to capture Seb and Mia officially dating. That kind of warmth and sweetness can be noticed by the crew from hundreds of meters away, making it difficult to tell whether it is real or staged. I can only say that the fact that they became popular so quickly is a reflection of their strength. That's right, Assistant Director Damien nodded. I think both of them have a chance to win an Oscar. Shu has been nominated, Emma, and she have hope with this movie. Yes, it's definitely no problem. I'm very confident in our movie. Linus Sandgren, the chief cinematographer of the crew, is very optimistic about La La Land. Only he knows best when he raises the camera to take those long shots. I don't know how much careful design went into it. As a new director, Shuken's control over lens language is no worse than that of world-famous directors. Coupled with his acting skills, movement and dance, he can also play various musical instruments and compose music. What a monster! In the past few days since the filming of La La Land started, the Oscars, Hollywood's most influential film festival, has officially announced the nominations for the 80th Academy Awards. The most popular movies are the Coen Brothers, No Country for Old Men, and Black and Gold, starring Daniel Lewis, which received a total of 8 Oscar nominations. Films such as Gangster, Into the Wild, The Dark Knight, and Atonement were all nominated for some awards. Among them, The Dark Knight, which had high hopes from movie fans, still failed to get the approval of the academic judges. This movie is obviously powerful enough, but unfortunately due to the comic book adaptation and Shu Kan's debuff as an Asian, it was not well received by the conservative judges. The nominations it received did not include the major awards of Best Director, Best Picture, Best Actor, and Best Adapted Screenplay. There are only a few technical awards such as Best Photography, Best Art Direction, Best Sound Effects, and Best Visual Effects. The only thing worthy of praise is the Best Supporting Actor. Shu Kan was successfully nominated for an Oscar with her undisputed performance. No matter how biased the academic judges are, they can't ignore Shu Kan's unique role, the clown. There are still more than a week left before the Oscars, and Hollywood has already begun to warm up. These days, almost all media news in the entertainment industry is related to the Oscars. One day, the Coen brothers, the directors of No Country for Old Men, announced that Javier Bardem would beat Shu Kan in the Best Supporting Actor category and win back the Oscar. He lost to Shu Kan for the Golden Globe Award and will definitely win this time. After a while, someone claiming to be an insider of the Oscar organizing committee broke the news. Shu Kan is an excellent actor, and the role of the Joker has also received unanimous praise. The Dark Knight still surpasses The Godfather and ranks first on IMDb. But the judges were unimpressed, preferring to give the award to Javier Bardem for his deliberately serious film work rather than to a superhero in a tights. This revelation quickly met with dissatisfaction among North American netizens. Isn't The Dark Knight serious enough? It's much better than some pretentious dramas. The Oscars have become a joke, a product of ZZZQ. The awards have long lost their fairness. The judges are suspected of discrimination and are advised to call the police. Tell me a joke, Oscar judges. Have you seen this movie? Let's talk after you've seen it. In short, it's fine if the movie is not shortlisted for nominations. Now that Shu Kan has been shortlisted, most people think that he won the award as expected. The clown deserves a statuette. Hollywood was in a commotion, and the news spread to North America through the internet. Chinese actor Shu Kan was nominated for an Oscar. He is expected to become the first mainland actor to win an Oscar. The Oscar nominations are announced, the competition for Best Supporting Actor is fierce, and the Chinese rising star is expected to win the statuette. Shu Kan is afraid of being escorted. Here are 7 reasons why he won't win. Domestic media also have different opinions on this news, and netizens who don't understand it are confused. How can a Chinese win an award given to a foreigner? Don't think about it, it's all shady behind it. Shu Kan is sure to win the award, and other competitors are not good enough. What kind of movie is this? Why haven't you heard of it? Did Shu Kan play Spider-Man? Why did he play Batman? Looking for resources, where can I watch the movie? Most domestic netizens have never seen The Dark Knight, and its release in the mainland has been stranded with no deadline. 0. The few netizens who watched it through pirated resources or genuine discs have already praised Shu Kan to the sky. The greatest villain in film history. The ugly man is the protagonist of the movie, and he should be awarded the Best Actor award. Who said Chinese actors have no acting skills? Let Shu Kan show what acting skills are. Seriously, domestic entertainment should learn from Shu Kan. Why can't he be a national actor? It is said that the boss who offended him was banned. Outrageous. Domestic entertainment deserves it. It is said that Spider-Man 2 is about to be released. It will definitely contribute to the box office by then. Although he is not in the East, the legend of Shu Kan has gradually spread in the East. However, the mainstream media chose to turn a blind eye, as if this person did not exist at all, and only fans who had seen his work spread the news by word of mouth. The media has become separated from netizens. My dear, can I accompany you to attend the Oscars this time? Baby, Oscar, let's make money together. As the Oscars were approaching, Swift and Stone almost simultaneously invited Shu Kan to walk the red carpet together. Fortunately, Shu Kan had already thought of a countermeasure. The company is promoting a new movie, so Emma and I will walk the red carpet together this time. My dear, I will accompany you when the Grammy Awards are held. Okay. But you and Emma really have nothing to do with each other, right? I've been watching the news lately. Little fool, don't read the tabloid news. Those photos are stills from the set. You know, we are still playing a couple. I know, I just feel uncomfortable. Swift sighed softly. I also want to film with you, can you let me play the heroine? One day, I will have the opportunity to write a script for you alone, and we will act in it. Shu Kan caressed her beautiful face lovingly and painted the cake carefully. Swift has indeed appeared in some movies and TV series, such as Valentine's Day and Jessie is Here. These are all just soy sauce or side jobs. Swift's talents are all used to write songs. Her acting skills in music videos are okay, but she really can't support a movie. Shu can only draw the cake first and decide whether it can be photographed later. I'm so happy that I'm lucky, and I'm already looking forward to playing an on-screen couple with Shu Kan. As time comes to the end of February, the Oscars, an annual event in Hollywood, kicks off. The Kodak Theater was full of stars, and all the Hollywood celebrities walked on the red carpet and posed in front of the camera. When Shu Kan and Emma Stone appeared on the stage, they received as much flash and attention as those long-established superstars. Shu, are you and Emma officially dating? Excuse me, Shu, are you confident in winning the Little Golden Man today? Can you tell us the progress of the new film's shooting? When will the Spider-Man sequel start filming? A group of reporters surrounded Shu Kan, and the two struggled to escape. It's hard to imagine that we also have such treatment. Emma suddenly sighed. When she and Shu Kan first acted in Spider-Man, no one recognized her when walking on the street. If you don't drive out now, you will definitely be surrounded by movie fans. You will become even more famous when you become a movie queen. You always say that, how come I get the statuette? Emma was a little embarrassed. Because Shu Kan shines brightly, she always feels that she is not performing so well. Believe me, Shu Kan looked at her firmly and led Emma into the Oscar venue. The Oscar ceremony has just begun. As usual, it is a video clip or a spoof shooting, summarizing the movies of the past year. As a result, every character in the opening animation is wearing a clown mask, recreating the wonderful scenes of different movies. When host Joe Stewart came on stage, he was still opening the show with this joke. Wow, the opening animation just now was full of clowns. Where is Christian Bale? Where are you? Oh my god, man, why are you still sitting in the audience and not changing into the batsuit? Forget it, you were suppressed by the clown in the movie, I guess I can't count on you. Christian Bale smiled helplessly. He is obviously the male protagonist of the movie, and Hollywood always makes excuses for this. He is simply the worst male protagonist. I have to say that there are really many perverts, perverted killers, and perverted villains in this year's Oscar nominees. No wonder those Hollywood screenwriters went on strike for 3 months, and I doubt their mental state. Before the awards ceremony, the host routinely performed stand-up comedy on the stage, making fun of the Hollywood strike that caused a stir some time ago. No Country for Old Men, The Dark Knight, Sweeney Todd, There Will Be Blood, oh my gosh, comparatively speaking, Juno, teenage pregnancy seems so refreshing. At this time, the heroine of Juno, Ellen Page, was still a cute girl. Who knew that she would later choose to become a man? After teasing some Oscar-nominated films, the host finally got down to business. Well, thank them for bringing us so many excellent works. Let's see who can win today's statuette. When the Oscars were held in North America in the evening, it was already dark in the distant east. Shu Yuling didn't wait for the alarm clock to ring. She climbed up quietly came to the desk and turned on the computer. Today is the Oscars, and if nothing else happens, her brother Shu Kan will appear on the podium. Shu Yuling wanted to see this exciting scene with her own eyes. In the Class Q group, Didi has started to buzz, and it is very lively. Shu Yuling, who is already a sophomore, has turned all her classmates into fans of Shu Kan in the past 2 years. Especially those best friends, all of them want to be her sister-in-law. Beautiful thought. My brother's girlfriend is a country music diva. Wait, so does Sister Shido. The recent frequent scandals have made Shu Yuling a little confused. Paparazzi often capture photos of Shu Kan and two beauties being intimate. We declare to the outside world that we are all partners and good friends. What about reality? I will definitely ask my brother to explain it clearly to her another day. Why hasn't it started yet? When will the Best Supporting Actor be announced? I guess it's been a long time since it was all about technical awards. Hey, what a pity, I still want to watch The Dark Knight. Looking for resources online? No, the gun version is too bad, and I want to support the original version for Shukan. I want to buy the Blu-ray disc. Yes, if you mention piracy in front of Shu Yuling, be careful to file a lawsuit against her brother. Ling Ling, why don't you ask your brother for some autographed photos again? This time I will raise the price. Shu Yuling's last autographed photo of her cousin had sold for 1,000 yuan, making the little girl make a fortune. It's a pity that Shukan is busy recently and doesn't have time to ask him for photos. It started. It's still winter vacation, so everyone is watching and chatting at home with live broadcasts on. In this era, many video platforms have not yet emerged, and you can only watch them on foreign live streaming websites with high delays. For example, Galaxy TV Plus, which was just launched by Shukan, allows you to watch the Oscars live broadcast simultaneously. And 10 does not require scientific internet access, which is quite friendly to Chinese movie fans. Shu Yuling used this to read, and it was quite smooth. First, there are some technical awards. The Bourne Supremacy, starring Matt Damon, won the Best Editing Award. The award for Best Original Score went to the movie Atonement. The Best Film Song Award went to Falling Slowly, from Once. This gentle love song became a hit in 2007 and even appeared on Billboard. The Best Animated Feature belongs to Ratatouille, which they were lucky enough to release a year early. Otherwise, you will encounter the heavyweight rival, WALL-E. Best Cinematography, There Will Be Blood. In the Best Art Direction Award, The Dark Knight was originally nominated, but unfortunately it lost to Johnny Depp's Sweeney Todd. One by one, award recipients came on stage, but unfortunately Shukan was never seen. Shu Yuling was already feeling sleepy and didn't notice her mother secretly opening the door. What are you doing? You didn't sleep so early in the morning and stayed up late playing games. Where is it? Shu Yuling was frightened. I'm watching the Oscars. I have a chance to appear. Shukan. Oscar. Shukan's aunt couldn't react. She had seen since she was a kid that even a grown-up kid could be nominated for an Oscar. At this time, the camera just showed a close-up of Shukan. Wearing an exquisite Armani customized suit, he sat among many Hollywood superstars and did not look dim at all. On the contrary, he suppressed the aura of other superstars. In fact, Shukan is already ready to accompany him. His unfazed attitude makes him more calm than the nervous superstars around him. The original version of The Dark Knight, in his previous life, only won 2 awards, so he didn't expect any breakthrough this time. Later, after a series of unprovoked incidents, Oscar's reputation was actually ruined. The authority of the awards, the film industry's highest honor, has plummeted. If Shukan wants to hit the Oscar, the next, La La Land, will be the real killer. You can also bring movies such as Birdman, Gravity, Parasite, and Joker to win the Olympics. He is just enjoying the process of making movies and the box office of the movies. Currently, Spider-Man has brought him $15 million in income. John Wick made $140 million in revenue, although most of it was invested. By the time of The Dark Knight, Shukan's salary had risen to $15 million, plus box office dividends. Shukan received $170 million. The box office of Iron Man currently exceeds $800 million, and is expected to stay at around $950 million, with a share of approximately $400 million. After deducting taxes and company capital investment, the net profit will be at least $300 million. At present, Shukan's assets have exceeded $500 million, and his liquidity is nearly $100 million. In just 2 years, an extra who started working in a coffee shop and became the youngest billionaire in North America. Shukan, this is just the beginning. His movie empire, music empire, and online streaming empire have just started. He was busy making money, so of course he didn't care about a small award. It's not about whether you are willing to give me the award, but whether I am willing to accept it. Soon, after the lengthy awards ceremony, we finally came to the most important awards section of the Oscars. The Oscar for Best Supporting Actress is Tilda Swinton. For her outstanding performance in the movie, Michael Clayton, the androgynous British actress, stood up to receive the award. She happened to be sitting near Shukan, and Shukan shook hands with her and congratulated her. The role of Tilda Swinton that impressed Shukin the most was naturally the Ancient One in Doctor Strange, and the Archangel Gabriel in Constantine. Today she looks just like the Archangel Gabriel, wearing a white suit and looking very cool. When Master Ji Yi gave his acceptance speech, Sister Shido next to her gently touched Shukin with her foot under the table. Shu, have you prepared your speech? What speech? The award will be given soon, for Best Supporting Actor. Hey, this thing comes casually, no script is needed. Sister Shido thought Shukin would pay more attention to Oscar, but she didn't expect that he would still treat it indifferently. Thinking about it carefully, Chenkin is indeed like this. If he had prepared his speech in advance, it would be abnormal. Soon, after Tilda Swinton left the stage, host Joe Stewart gave a 2-minute talk show and finally invited the award guest. At the same time, it was already bright and the sun was rising far away in China. Xu Yuling is still watching the live broadcast in front of her computer. Her parents have gone to work, so she can watch it with confidence. The wait is finally here. I slept all night. It's finally Shu Kan's turn. So excited. It should be stable, right? Not necessarily. The opponent in No Country for Old Men is very powerful. The classmates in the class were also very nervous. Everyone hoped that Shu Kan would win an Oscar and become the first mainland movie star to win an Oscar. Finally, the award guest appeared, and it was Scarlett Johansson again. Her partner is the actor she has worked with before, Hugh Jackman, Uncle Wolf. However, Hugh Jackman did not play Wolverine at this time, and the X-Men series of this world has not yet had time to be filmed. The X-Men copyright in Fox's hands will expire in 2 months. They have no time to film. It will be handed over to Marvel and recovered by Shu Kan. After Uncle Wolf, Hugh Jackman took the stage. He couldn't help but sigh when he looked at the list of nominations. Oh my God, this year's Best Supporting Actor is simply a fight between gods and hell, and everyone is a ruthless character. Brothers, if I didn't award the award to you, don't bother me, go to the Oscar judges, they judge the award. Hugh Jackman's opening scene made the audience laugh. Then Scarlett Johansson laughed next to her. Hugh, you should go find Shu Kan and let you play a superhero, so you don't have to be afraid of supervillains. Good idea. Hugh Jackman nodded, looked at the audience, and shouted exaggeratedly. Shu, where are you sitting? The director's close-up shot goes directly to Shu Kan. Aha, it's great that you are here. There are so many superheroes in Marvel, leave one for me, preferably one that can't be killed. How about Deadpool? The host handed the microphone to Shu Kan in the audience for interaction. I don't know how many girls watching the live broadcast were fascinated by Shu Kan's smile. No problem, you work out regularly, and you must have your role. I think about it, I'm afraid Deadpool won't be able to do it anymore. You're not that talkative. Ryan Reynolds is more like Deadpool. Xiao Zhangjian didn't expect that he would be teased, and he smiled happily. How about Wolverine? This one can't be killed, so it suits you very well. Great idea, Wolverine, I like it. The guests at the scene couldn't help but applaud. Unexpectedly, the two of them actually talked about business at the Oscars ceremony. It seems like a joke, but what if it's true? If you think about it carefully, Hugh Jackman's appearance is indeed somewhat similar. If X-Men is actually made, it is estimated that it will reap hundreds of millions of dollars in box office. Shu Kan is simply recognized as a box office machine in Hollywood. Okay, let's get down to business. Next up is the Oscar nomination for Best Supporting Actor. Tom Wilkinson, Michael Singleton. The big screen behind will play highlights of each nominee, and their famous lines will make the audience burst into applause. Casey Affleck, The Gunslinger. The Oscar nominations for Best Supporting Actor are basically the same as the Golden Globe Awards. Shu Kan won the award before, but this time it is still full of suspense. Hal Holbrook, Into the Wild. Javier Bardem, No Country for Old Men. Javier Bardem's performance is indeed full of charm, and he has many famous scenes. When you try to get back what you lost, maybe you lose more. Existence is without reason, without cause and without necessity. The very definition of existence provides us with its original contingency. When the short films of other nominees finished playing, Scarlett Johansson finally announced the last nominee. Shu Kan, The Dark Knight. When the clown clip was played on the screen, the audience applauded even more enthusiastically. Judging from the atmosphere at the scene, the public relatively liked the role of the clown and the villain created by Shukan. How about I perform a magic trick? It's simple, we kill Batman. Why so serious? I'll show you. When everything falls apart, these civilized people, they're going to kill each other. See, I'm not a monster. I'm just getting ahead of everyone else. You won't kill me because of your misplaced sense of self-righteousness. I won't kill you either, because fighting you is so much fun. I think you and I are destined to go on like this forever. After the short film was played, the director also pointed the 5-point camera at each moment. Choose people. Hugh Jackman opened the envelope and saw the expression behind the name. Scarlett Johansson next to him raised the corners of her mouth slightly, obviously very satisfied with the result. The winner of the 80th Oscar for Best Supporting Actor is. He is the most charming character in Gotham City, the best villain in film history in the 21st century, and the most impressive figure in 2007. The Joker from The Dark Knight. Congratulations, the actor, Shukan. The entire Kodak Theater was filled with excitement, and many superstars stood up to give Shukan their warmest applause. He broke the usual standards of Oscar judges and won the Oscar for the first time for a comic book character. The other supporting actors are all excellent, but there is only one award. Shukan's performance is relatively more brilliant. Shukan, who won the statuette, hugged the excited Emma Stone, and then walked onto the podium calmly. Scarlett Johansson holds the statuette and has been waiting for a long time. Shu, I didn't expect to meet again. Last time it was the widowed sister who gave him the award, and this time it was the widowed sister's turn. I don't know if the organizer did it on purpose. Thanks. Shukan shook hands with Uncle Lang and gently hugged the widowed sister. Then she picked up the statuette in her hand and came to the stage. I said last time that during the Golden Globe Awards, I would leave some speeches for the Oscar Awards. Isn't that true? There was another burst of warm applause at the scene. Shukan's confidence and calmness made everyone admire him. He dared to say this, and he actually did it. Shukan on the podium. Among the Hollywood stars, like the scorching sun. Beverly Hills, Shukan Mansion. Taylor Swift sits on the couch, thoughtful. What's wrong, T-Swizzle? This is Shukan's exclusive name for her, Taylor's sweetheart. Many couples like to do things after officially dating. Shukan and Swift are not immune. Shall I give you a trophy cabinet? Your statuette will be placed on the coffee table like this. Swiftie pouted cutely. The Oscar trophies were placed randomly like this, with leftover pizza next to them. People who didn't know better thought they were bought for decoration. This is the real thing. It's just a trophy, not that valuable. No, Swift has a bit of a hostess attitude and wants to decorate something. The decoration of his mansion is in the minimalist sci-fi style, which is quite stylish but lacks a warm atmosphere. Swift is already thinking about how to buy furniture. For example, a Persian handmade rug placed under the coffee table costs more than $300,000. Put an antique vase in the corner to add some oriental elements that Shukan likes, and he is not afraid of spending more than $1 million. Hang another one of Peter Doig's magical reality paintings on the wall. Spending $10 million to shoot one will definitely not be a loss. Shukan is drinking coffee while holding the computer and processing emails. Swift was chirping in his ear, happily describing how to decorate the living room, which was even more exciting than her decorating her own home. Okay, you are the hostess anyway, it's up to you, how about moving in? Shukan suddenly suggested. Now he wants to see Swift, go out on a date and have dinner together, and then take her home to start fighting mode. If you open your eyes every day and see the golden sleeping beauty in your arms, you will be quite happy. Swift was obviously moved, but a little hesitant. I want to too, but she had never lived together before. Staying here for a day or two and staying here for a long time are two different concepts. Swift instinctively felt a little uneasy about the unknown, but she didn't want to. Shukan saw through it at a glance, picked up Swift, and kissed her lips. It doesn't matter. You can stay here at any time when you are ready. Yeah, Swift lay happily on Shukan's chest. This man was really gentle and understanding to her. In fact, Shukan just thought of a question, what if Emma also wants to live here? The room is definitely enough, but the scene may be quite explosive. I seemed a little impulsive just now, but fortunately I reacted quickly enough. After the two of them finished breakfast, their personal makeup artist was already in place to help them do their full body makeup. That day was the Grammy Awards ceremony, and Shukan promised Swift to accompany her to the Grammy Awards. When the golden couple appeared on the red carpet, the media's firepower was instantly attracted, and they were attacked with long guns and short guns. For 10 seconds, they were surrounded by reporters. Even Beyoncé, Jay-Z and his wife, Eminem, Fruit's sister, and Stone's sister are not treated like this. Justin Timberlake and Rihanna were stunned. Who's over there? It seems like Taylor Swift and Shukan. No wonder, our Oscar winner is here. Rihanna suddenly realized. Winning the Oscar for his role as the clown, Shukan's popularity in North America has once again risen to a new level. Even Oscar winner Daniel Lewis of There Will Be Blood was overshadowed by Shukan. Best Supporting Actor defeated Best Actor, which is the first time in Oscar history. As we all know, scandals between Shukan and Swift are rife. The two previously claimed to be best friends. It is not surprising that he accompanied Swift to the Grammy Awards. After a little hiccup, the 50th Grammy Awards officially started. This period belongs to the era when fairy fights were popular in Europe and America. At this time, Taylor Swift had just emerged and had not yet reached her true power period. She could only watch various celebrities come on stage to receive awards. In the end, with the outstanding quality of the Fearless album, she successfully won 2 major Grammy Awards for Album of the Year and Best Country Album of the Year. She defeated powerful players such as Lady Gaga, Beyoncé, and the Black Eyed Peas. Swift, who won the award, was extremely excited. She stood up, hugged Shukan's neck, and kissed him deeply in front of the audience and live TV cameras. What I am most grateful to is Shukan, who firmly chose me and created a perfect creative environment for me. Without him, this album might not exist. Shukan in the audience smiled and applauded Swift, but his spider sense made him feel like a storm was coming. Sure enough, when she returned to the La La Land crew, Sister Shido approached Chan with a jealous look on her face. You said you were accompanying Taylor to the Grammys as a friend. What does that kiss mean? She was so excited. It's normal for good friends to kiss each other, right? Oh, really? The more Sister Shido thought about it, the angrier she became. She punched her directly with her little fist. It's normal, my ass. Hey, you are a lady, language. Watch your words. Shukan pinched her wrist. You asshole. That's all. Shukan works out regularly anyway. Sister Shido can't break his defense, just let her hammer a few more times. When Sister Shido was tired of hammering, Shukan hugged her again. Baby, you know what I feel like. Hey, let's keep working. Emma Stone could no longer struggle and sighed softly in Shukan's arms. After Shukan's training, her acting skills became more and more sophisticated. It is even better than when she won the Oscar in 2017 in her previous life, and is already on par with Meryl Streep. During the filming process, although she was jealous and angry with Shukan, however, the two of them can still be affectionate and happy when they play the role of a passionate couple. Later, when filming the scene where the male and female protagonists were arguing, Emma was able to fully mobilize complex emotions such as sadness, disappointment, and anger. The unwillingness of the heroine Mia is vividly interpreted. Shukan secretly praised, "She is indeed my woman." Others were even more shocked by their mutual acting skills and were extremely excited. Most of the shots that were originally expected to take 3 or 4 months to complete were completed in 1 month. In addition, the crew of Spider-Man 2 Inches actually began to be formed at the end of 2007. Because Shukan is busy, director Mark Webb has already started filming many scenes of supporting actors. 013704510 Filu 180,203,081. James Franco, Emma Stone, J.K. Simmons, and May and other actors are returning one after another. Whoever has a schedule will shoot the content first. Especially the villain Dr. Octopus in Spider-Man 2, whose actor Alfred Molina has already joined the crew in advance and started filming. The new version of Spider-Man 2 Inches is mainly based on the original version, telling the story of the origin of Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man's loss of abilities. During this period, Harry Osborn mistakenly believed that Spider-Man was the enemy who killed his father and sought revenge from Spider-Man. Spider-Man will fight Dr. Octopus and the Green Goblin 1 against 2. Therefore, most of the scenes with Alfred and Fu Lanlin have been shot. La La Land is progressing smoothly, and Shu can also find time to go to the crew for filming. By the time La La Land was about to be completed, the progress of Spider-Man 2 inches was progressing at a rapid pace without even realizing it. Can we speed up the process to catch up with the summer schedule? Sony chairman Howard Stringer follows the progress of the film almost every day. Other films produced by Sony Entertainment and Columbia Pictures in the past 2 years have been tepid. Last year, we didn't make much money. The only trump card that could crush the major giants was Spider-Man 2. He wished it could be released tomorrow. Boss, are you worried? No, we already suffered a bit of a loss last year, and we must seize it this summer. The filming progress can be very fast, but the post-production team is a bit laborious, and we may need foreign aid. You mean, Shu Kan's Xinghai Digital, they can currently take on outsourcing tasks. We ask them to work as a team, and the cycle can be shortened by at least half. Then why are you asking me? Just go to them directly. It doesn't matter how much it costs. Time is money, hurry, hurry, hurry. Clear, La La Land was officially wrapped. Shu Kan and Sister Shido had no time to celebrate. They seamlessly joined the crew of Spider-Man 2. Before, they took the time to shoot some solo shots. After the two returned, they finally started filming group scenes and big scenes. When they went to the set to report, they were warmly welcomed by the set staff. Welcome back officially. Director Mark Webb kept looking at the two of them, and broke into candy in front of them. He chose this pair as the best screen actors of the 21st century, and they are still so fun to watch now, and even their quarrels are so sweet. Recently, due to the performance of Grammy's Amazing Kiss, I have become more and more passionate. The real owner has not been officially announced yet. The media has promoted Taylor Swift and Shu Kan as an official relationship. This also caused Emma Stone, who thought she was his girlfriend, to go crazy. She couldn't wait to hold a media conference and announce in public that Shu Kan was her boyfriend. But the pattern of doing so is too low, and it is suspected of siphoning off traffic, which will definitely attract infamy. Under Shu Kan's persuasion, Sister Shido could only temporarily stop her activities and wait for the limelight to pass before looking for an opportunity to make an official announcement. I suspect that you are just pretending to be real. You are obviously in love. You are my girlfriend, Taylor is just a partner. Then give me her phone number and we'll have a nice chat. Okay, here you go. The call has been dialed. You can talk to her. Without any hesitation, Shu Kan dialed Swift's phone number and handed it to Sister Shido. Sister Shido herself was scared. She was afraid that what she was worried about would come true, and she didn't even have the courage to face it. Snort. Before the call was connected, Sister Shido turned to put on makeup. She would have her part in the show later. Honey, do you miss me? Swift's tone on the phone was very happy, and it was rare for Shu Kan to take the initiative to call her. What are you doing? Writing a new song. Let me sing a few lines for you to listen to. Okay. Shu Kan raised the corner of his mouth. He is the only one in the world who can hear Swift's phone concert for the first time. Just listen to Swift on the other side of the phone picking up her guitar and strumming a slightly brisk country pop melody. Compared with the previous pure country style, it has a bit more rock and roll feel. Every move you make is like a storm and is unforgettable to me. And I'm as fragile as a house of cards, easily compromised. You gave me a bit of a reckless crush that I should have stayed away from. But I know I can't do it. As a longtime fan of hers, Shu Kan knew which song it was as soon as Swift opened her mouth. Sparks Fly, the first single from Taylor Swift's third album, Speak Now. It tells the story of a girl's journey of falling in love with someone who cannot control herself. After singing a short demo, Swift couldn't wait to sing. Listen to Shu Kan's opinion. It's great. I like it. It will definitely top the iTunes download list. Hey, this song is also written for you. The download list doesn't matter, it's enough that you like it. Taylor Swift's sweet voice makes Shu Kan more intoxicated than her songs. So far, Swift has written many songs for him: Fearless, Love Story, You Belong With Me, etc. And she said in interviews more than once that the inspiration for these songs came from Shukan. Emphasizing these points in her Grammy acceptance speech is also one of the key factors in Sister Shitu's defense. After the two talked sweetly, Shukan returned to the set and faced Emma Stone. Emma's expression was a little complicated, but now that she was at work, she could only hold back for the time being. Quote. Okay, let's get ready. Scene 72, Shot 2, Shot 1. Action. Previously, at the end of Spider-Man 1, Peter Parker and Gwen broke up. Peter promised her father to stay away from Gwen and prevent her from being in danger. The look of Gwen holding an umbrella and holding a pear blossom against the rain made countless fans heartbroken. However, how can two people who love each other separate easily? This scene is the first time the two talked face to face after breaking up. Peter walked through the traffic and came to Gwen. The two looked at each other from a distance in the crowd, and their eyes collided. Gwen, wearing a white coat, saw her loved one on a winter night, and was filled with complex emotions such as surprise, heartache, and embarrassment. On the set, Sister Shitu's mentality was equally complicated due to the recent incident involving Taylor Swift. Looking at Shukan, who is still handsome in front of me, she is almost acting in her true colors. Hey, hi, you're so beautiful. I'm sorry, it's a bit abrupt to ask you to come over. No, it's not sudden at all. I just think we should be good friends again. I don't want it to be too complicated between us. Well, that's good. If you want to be friends, you have to make an agreement. What about? Sister Shido raised her eyes and looked at Shukan with her bare shoulders. For example, your smile is a foul. What? Why did I commit a foul? You have to smile more obnoxiously. No, it's still too cute. I have one too. You are not allowed to look at me with those charming eyes. Sister Shido brushed her hair around her ears. They are obviously two people who have broken up, but it is less sweet than many couples in love. That kind of careful collision, and the exploration of mutual affection, the two are no longer acting, they are falling in love on the set. This 5-minute scene was originally divided into several shots by director Mark Webb. However, when he saw the opening moment, Mark Webb quickly asked the photographer to follow the two people and track them from different angles. He didn't shout, and the two of them continued to perform until they formed a long shot. Done in one go. Holy moly. Oh my god. How did they do that? Both the director and the photographer were impressed by their performance. That kind of seamless tacit understanding, and the light that the two of them shine. Even a rough guy who is not interested in romance will be melted by this performance. Cut. Mark Webb came to the two men and couldn't help but applaud them. To be honest, I have made youth romance movies before, but yours is simply more touching than a romance movie, bravo. Shukan and Sister Shido looked at each other and smiled. It can only be said that we have a tacit understanding, right? Well, we have a tacit understanding. Sister Shido couldn't take her eyes off Shukan. During the break, the two sat on chairs and were silent for a moment. I want to compete. What? I said, I want to compete. Sister Shido looked into Shukan's eyes and paused. Competition for what? You are already a winner. Stop, don't use the same tactics on me as you would on a 16-year-old girl. I'm not that stupid. Sister Shido looked unflinching. Yes, Taylor is prettier than me, taller than me, and has a better figure. But my love for you is no worse than hers. Shukan looked at her stubborn eyes, his heart softened, and he hugged Emma tightly in his arms. Your figure is not worse than hers, you are better in some places. Huh, you dirty man. Dirty. Sister Shido blushed. Why does this person drive so often? But thinking about it carefully, I do stand out a little bit more than her. Taylor's airport, that's it. Thinking of this, Sister Shido felt much better. 2008, Spring. The Chinese Olympic Games has begun the Olympic torch relay, and it is getting closer and closer to the world-famous Olympics. On the other side of the ocean, big news has also been revealed in the Hollywood circle. La La Land and Spider-Man 2 inches are announced to be completed. Especially for Shukan's fans, this is simply the happiest thing. Having just finished watching the recent films, The Dark Knight and Iron Man, everyone can't wait to see more of Shukan's works. Movies currently on the market include Horton and Jane Doe, Blackjack, Money Game, The Teleporter. Relatively speaking, They are movies with bright spots but not many. The market is in desperate need of heavyweight movies to open up the upcoming summer season. Movies expected to be released in the summer include Raiders of the Lost Ark, The Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, produced by Paramount. Disney produces The Chronicles of Narnia, Prince Caspian. New Line Cinema produces. Warner Brothers produces The Confused Detective. These Hollywood giants all go through market research and comprehensive evaluation before announcing the release date. Everyone agrees that the strongest rival, Spider-Man 2 Inches, has just started filming, and it will be in the Christmas season at the soonest. Hollywood didn't even consider Shou Kan's movie. Even if La La Land is released in the summer, what kind of waves can a musical film create? However, everyone was caught off guard. La La Land is officially scheduled to be released on May 18. Spider-Man 2 Inches is announced to be released on July 27 in the summer. It will premiere simultaneously around the world. What? Did I hear it correctly? It will be released in half a year. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. So fast. How on earth did they do it? While the competitors were wailing, fans were cheering. You will be able to see Shou Kan's new film soon. He is simply a model worker in Hollywood. A maniac with high productivity. They release 2 or 3 movies every year, which simply doesn't give their peers a way to survive. But when a movie from Galaxy Entertainment dominates the front page of newspapers, Shou Kan did not show up for publicity. He was busy with another matter. Ever since Sister Shido declared war on Swift last time, she actually came to confront Swift. My best friends who were very close friends in my previous life unexpectedly met here in an underestimating way. The two met at a restaurant and chatted for several hours. Shou Kan didn't know what they talked about, and the two of them had a tacit agreement to keep it secret. No matter how Shou Kan tried to torture them, they would not let go at all. It's just that both of them seemed to take the initiative when getting along with Shou Kan. Swift asked Shou Kan to go out to play golf, and Sister Shido asked Shou Kan to go fishing. Swift accompanied Shou Kan to a charity dinner, and Sister Shido also accompanied Shou Kan to a Hollywood party. In just 1 week, Shou Kan felt that his energy was almost exhausted. The dark circles under his eyes have deepened a bit. If it weren't for the fact that his physical fitness hadn't improved a lot after playing Spider-Man, he might have run out of energy. 2 goblins are simply killing people. Baby, how about I go to your house today and watch a movie together? Emma Stone's tone was quite gentle. Let's go some other day. Happy has to go out and talk to investors. Okay. But you are not allowed to go to Taylor. Then we must be talking about things. As soon as I hung up the phone, Swifty also called on the other side. Honey, how about we go to Las Vegas to soak in the hot springs tonight? How about staying there for 2 days? Sweetheart, the company wants to discuss cooperation temporarily, so I'm afraid I can't accompany you. Are you going to accompany Emma? If you date her, you can tell me directly. No, we are really talking about things. If you don't believe me, just ask Emma. Okay then. Swift's tone was a little low. Then I'll check out the hot spring hotel and go back next time. In the end, Swift did not forget to tell Shou Kan, don't be too tired at work. You are dying to make a movie. I see you have dark circles under your eyes recently. The corners of Shou Kan's mouth twitched, and the dark circles under his eyes were not thanks to you. Well, my sweetheart is so sweet, kissia. Mwah. Swift kissed her over the phone. After hanging up the phone, Shou Kan breathed a sigh of relief. Happy Hogan next to him smiled but said nothing. Although there are constant rumors about Shou Kan's intimate affairs with 2 beauties, no one thinks that Shou Kan is treading 2 boats. The general atmosphere of fans is Spider-Man and Gwen's CP party, Shou Kan's CP party of Swifty and Golden Girl. The disputes between the 2 parties on the internet are endless. They have been arguing about who is Shou Kan's real girlfriend and who is more suitable for Shou Kan. Only Happy knew that Shou Kan didn't make a choice, he chose to have them all. Shou, sometimes I really admire you. I have a headache when facing the one at home, but you are full of energy. Harm, don't mention it. Let's go, let's set off. Shou Kan quickly revealed this matter. They are both very good, but they have been a little too competitive recently and are a little suffocated. Although he likes them both very much, Shou Kan also needs some space to breathe. A healthy relationship is one where there is a degree of relaxation. This time it was a private charity dinner hosted by investor Ivanka, and some social dignitaries and Hollywood celebrities were invited to participate. Shukin also met many old acquaintances here, such as Emma Roberts. The little girl's expression looked a bit resentful. Are you in love, Taylor or Miss Stone? No, they're all friends. Fraud. By the way, even if I'm in love, why are you angry? Do you like me? Shukin rebelled, and Emma Roberts' pretty fair face turned red instantly. Smelly. The little girl stamped her feet, turned and left. Unlike her previous life when she entered Hollywood at the age of 16, this time Emma Roberts did not continue her acting career after starring in Spider-Man. She chose to go to college first and successfully entered the University of Southern California, one of the best in North America, where she majored in directing. Shukin is quite surprised by her choice. She can obviously achieve success in Hollywood just like she did in her previous life. Although she is not considered a top-tier actress, she at least has some leading roles waiting for her. Do you know the reason why she chose to major in directing? At this moment, two young girls carrying wine glasses naturally came to Shukin. One of the cool brunette girls is Kristen Stewart, who had an experience with Shukin. Shukin had met the blonde woman next to her, but had no chance to have formal contact with her. The person who just spoke was this outstanding-looking blonde woman, Blake Lively. In her previous life, she was the leading heroine of the American drama, Gossip Girl. She quickly became famous 2 years after her debut. Along with Kristen, Emma Roberts, and Amanda Seyfried, she is also known as the Four Little Flowers of Hollywood. Blake also had a relationship with Leonardo DiCaprio, but they broke up briefly after only 5 months. Later she married Little Ryan Reynolds. However, the blonde girl Blake in front of Shukin has just turned 20 years old and is in her youth. There are currently no scandals. Gossip Girl has not yet begun production, and she remains relatively unknown. Take the initiative to approach Shukin, or are you looking for a chance for yourself? What is the reason? It's you. Blake smiled brightly, in stark contrast to the slightly gloomy Christine next to him. Oh, why me? She talked to me before. She originally wanted to make a career in Hollywood, but after meeting you, she felt that she was not capable enough. Blake took a sip of the champagne in the glass. Emma doesn't want to rely on her status as a second-generation star. She wants to make herself better so that she can be qualified to approach you. This is the first time Shukin has heard that Emma Roberts still has this idea. Believe it or not, it's up to you, I'll just say it casually. Blake Lively, nice to meet you. The blonde girl Blake reached out her hand. Me too. Shukin shook hands with her gently. The girl's hands are even wider than Sister Shatu's, they are quite slender and thin, weak and boneless. When shaking hands, Christine snorted indiscriminately. Blake may not have caught it, but Shukin's hearing may have been enhanced at this time and he could easily perceive it. Is this girl still having trouble? It doesn't matter how long it has been. And I didn't mean it either. Speaking of which, why didn't Taylor or Miss Stone come? It's quite unusual for you to lack a female companion at this kind of dinner. Gossip Girl looked at Shukin with a smile. She obviously knew that Shukin had a deep relationship with both girls, so she was teasing him in person. How about you be my female companion? Shukin raised his eyebrows and said casually. Most girls will politely refuse and then find an excuse to leave. Unexpectedly, Gossip's sister chuckled. Okay, it's an honor for me to be Spider-Man's female companion. Christine couldn't hold it in any longer. Hey, Bassie, what are you doing? I'm sorry, my dear. I can't bear to refuse the handsome guy's invitation. After all, he is also your friend, so you don't mind, right? Blake blinked innocently. Whatever. Kristen rolled her eyes coolly and turned away, leaving Blake confused. It was obviously her suggestion to come and talk to Shukin. Why did she leave first? What's going on with her? I guess these are special times these days. Ignore her, let's talk about ourselves. Shukin smiled. Shukin was not bored when a beautiful lady came to talk to him. The two talked about many movie topics, ranging from recent movies to the golden age of Hollywood to Chinese movies. Blake was as bright and cheerful as she was, and Shukin chatted with her very enthusiastically, making her laugh and cry from time to time. At this time, Shuken glanced at Scarlett Johansson not far away and happened to be looking for her. Shuken made an excuse to end the conversation. Let's add a friend and come to me anytime you have time. Okay, then don't forget about me if you have the chance. Are you interested in youth school dramas? Of course, very interested. Blake's eyes lit up instantly, and he didn't expect that a casual conversation would actually give him a chance. Not to mention school dramas, she is willing to give it a try even if it is a large-scale movie. Just look at Robert Downey Jr., Iron Man, made his salary rise from $500,000 to $10 million. From being an addict that everyone despised, he is now back on the front lines of Hollywood. Shuken's ability to turn decay into magical power is undoubtedly revealed. Okay, come forward from behind. After leaving, Shuken found Scarlett Johansson in the crowd with 2 glasses of champagne. Lady, your champagne. Thank you, Shu, I happen to be quite thirsty. Seeing Shuken, the widowed sister was also very happy and showed a nice little smile. The Golden Globe and Oscar were awarded to Shuken twice, and she felt that she was very destined to Shuken. Last time, I was asked to star in Iron Man 2, is the character of Ace. Do you think I would let you just act like a Ace? Shuken asked instead without answering. The widowed sister was a little surprised. She didn't expect Shuken to value her so much, and she was even flattered. Why me? Because of this role, my first reaction was you, and I couldn't think of anyone else. Wait a minute. Let me guess. The widow's eyes drifted, and suddenly an idea came to her. Could it be the Black Widow? Bingo, Shuken raised his glass. Scarlett, you are very important to me. Oh, it's not appropriate to confess your love so early. You still have 2 girlfriends. Scarlett Johansson made a joke. She knew what Shuken meant, and estimated that the role of Black Widow was very important in his Marvel Cinematic Universe. Shuken continued her joke. Suitable, you are special, unique. If I miss you, I will definitely regret it. Now it was the widowed sister's turn to be unable to hold back any longer. Wait a minute, what's in front of us is work, right? What do you think? Scarlett suddenly felt that if she pulled further, she would probably be pulled in. She chose to stop. No wonder Taylor and Emma are both obsessed with you. I don't know how many little girls you have deceived. We are familiar with each other, and slander is not allowed. They are all my best friends, and I never lie to girls. I always mean it. Stop, where is the Sunshine Boy Spider-Man I know? You are really suitable to play the villain. If there is a chance, let's try it alone. Shuken saw that the widowed sister's expression was a little strange, and added calmly, I mean job opportunities. In addition to Marvel, we can also collaborate on other movies. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. Looking at Shuken's back, Scarlett Johansson breathed a sigh of relief. I had just impulsively teased Shuken, but I almost got involved in him. She has been in Hollywood for many years and has met so many actors and directors. Either sanctimonious and putting on airs. Either he has a smooth tongue and obvious desire in his eyes. Or simply not close to women and suitable to be sisters. I don't have much contact with Shuken, but I feel like I have been with him for many years. It feels natural to be together. Especially his clear and deep eyes and that oriental charm face, there is indeed a kind of magic in looking at each other for too long. Scarlett Johansson quickly took a sip of champagne to calm down her shock. Unexpectedly, the more she drank, the thirstier she seemed. Shu, there is a script. Can you help me play the leading role? At the dinner party, Shuken just had a fight with the widowed sister, and then he and Happy walked among celebrities. Shuken got to know the top executives of Disney, Paramount, and Fox. Although they are all in competition with Shuken, they are not without the possibility of cooperation if they make friends with each other. After all, with Shuken's ability to attract money at the box office, no one is willing to offend him, and they want to fawn over Shuken in turn. Sony has a better relationship with Shuken, so it naturally has a 10-point advantage. Stringer, chairman of Sony Entertainment, was chatting with a bearded director. When he saw Shuken, he quickly called him over. This is Edward Zwick, we were talking about a film project, and we just happened to talk about you. Oh, I have too many projects recently, so I may not have a schedule. Big Beard was very excited when he saw Shuken. Shoo, it's just a youth romance film, and it won't take too long to shoot. The first actor I thought of was you. Shoo Kan himself could not have imagined that other actors would want their agents to look for opportunities everywhere. His filming schedule has not stopped in the past 2 years, and almost every day someone comes to him with a script. Most of the movies were rejected by Shoo Kan's assistant Vanessa, but someone actually took the initiative to find him. What movie? It's a workplace romance movie called Love in the Elixir. What? Shoo Kan was confused. It was actually this movie. Anne Hathaway's frontal shot. He still remembers her past life deeply. Shoo Kan still wanted to refuse, but Stringer, chairman of Sony Entertainment, persuaded him. We have accepted this script, and we think it is quite interesting. If you come here, it will definitely have box office appeal. Moreover, the film copyright can be completely given to you on the online platform, and our film library will send you some more to replenish the inventory. How about it? I don't know what's going on here at Sony, but in this case, Zykan also has some intentions. Then let me think about it. The main thing that is a bit embarrassing is that when the time comes to shoot, it is inevitable that I will have to be intimate with Anne Hathaway on a large scale. There is already some trouble in his backyard, and it may be difficult to end it by then. But come to think of it, that's Anne Hathaway after all. According to Shoo Kan's plan, the filming of two 2008 works, La La Land, and Spider-Man 2 Inches has been completed. Post-production is progressing smoothly and can basically be released as scheduled. During the next period of time, Marvel itself will not be responsible for directing or performing. The directors are the Russo brothers and the producers are Kevin Feige. I am responsible for the final check. Avoid any ZZZQ or outrageous plots, and guide the general direction to the peak level of Marvel. According to Shoo Kan's plan, Marvel is his box office warehouse and a source of funds. With Marvel, the combined box office revenue of tens of billions is waiting to be harvested, and cash flow can be continuously recovered. This is more convenient for Shoo Kan's other plan to seize the right to speak in Hollywood. He actually wants to export culture and use this globally influential position to promote China's unique culture. The island nation has made the world aware of its culture through games and animations, and many Chinese things are regarded as Japanese and Korean. Later, this phenomenon became quite common, and Zai Chan wanted to make some changes now. China's 5,000-year splendid history and countless treasures should make more people feel its profoundness. Unfortunately, domestic entertainment and domestic games have never been able to go overseas, and they are basically self-produced and sold. If Shoo Kan wants to export culture, he must first seize the position and the right to speak. Currently, only Li Xiaolong and Cheng Long are doing the most outstanding work in Hollywood, carrying forward the kung fu genre and allowing foreigners to bind Chinese people to kung fu. Bruce Lee and Jackie Chan are world famous, and this can only be regarded as the beginning. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, directed by Li Xiao, can only be regarded as one of the few attempts in recent years. Later films such as The Metamorphosis of Youth and The Transient Universe appeared to have Chinese protagonists, but in fact there still existed stereotypes about Chinese people. There is much more that needs to be done. Shoo Kan will stand on the shoulders of his predecessors and push Chinese culture to another peak. As the saying goes, with great ability comes great responsibility. He is a Hollywood film worker and first of all a Chinese. This is Shoo Kan's mission. In order to seize the right to speak in Hollywood, he must first produce a blockbuster work enough to make his status comparable to Francis Coppola and Hitchcock. At least it has to be comparable to Spielberg. The Jewish director of Schindler's List has already had enough influence. Therefore, Shoo Kan plans to use some serious works to gradually increase his own gold content. Chen Kan is still considering what to shoot for his next movie. Making a movie is not just about copying and reproducing previous works intact. You also have to take into consideration the schedules of the director and actors, their performance status and other factors. Before he could confirm, Sony unexpectedly came to the door first. The conditions offered by Sony are really good. In addition to the film rights, Sony will also provide more online rights. In this way, your Galaxy TV Plus video library will not be too small. Of course, the more the better. Moreover, the filming is expected to only take a few months, and you can still earn a salary, so why not? The next day, before Shukan could contact the other party, director Edward Zwick took the lead in contacting Shukan. Mr. Shu, if it's the salary, we can be more relaxed. How about giving you 25 million? This is already the limit of what I can achieve. Shukan's previous salary for playing the Joker was 15 million United States dollars, but it suddenly jumped to 25 million United States dollars. He created the best villain of the 21st century and won the Golden Globe Award for Best Supporting Actor. It's enough for Shukan to enter the 20 million club. The people in this club are Hollywood heavyweight stars such as Leonardo DiCaprio, Schwarzenegger, George Clooney, Brad Pitt, Tom Hanks, and Tom Cruise. With Shukan's box office appeal and influence, it is indeed worth so much money. Okay, I don't have any schedule recently so I can star in it. Earn 25 million in 2 months. If you don't make money, you won't make it in vain. Great, you can also give me your comments on the script. We will have a good chat then. Edward Zwick was quite excited. It's like a golden caravan finally got into the hands of the master. He couldn't wait to hand over the director to Shukan. Okay, please send me the script first. Love and Elixir is mainly a love story disguised as a career. The male protagonist who sells the little blue pills is a playboy. When he sees one flirting with the other, he puts his arm around him. After meeting the heroine, he fell in love, but the heroine suffered from Parkinson's disease and had no intention of officially dating. The two staged a painful and happy love scene. Originally, the plot seemed to want to explore the medical system, but unfortunately it only touched upon it briefly and focused more on love. However, the filming of the love scenes was relatively slow, resulting in the film having a mediocre box office and mediocre reputation, turning it into a niche literary film. Shukan feels that in addition to the main line of love, the hidden line of the medical system can be explored again. At least it can improve the film's score from 7.5 to about 8.5. By the way, you can practice with this movie, and then. While thinking about the medical system, Shukan suddenly had an idea. Another movie about medicine and saving people suddenly appeared in his mind. Before Dallas Buyers Club came out, if that movie was made, it would definitely shock the world. I think we should all calm down. Beverly Hills, Shukan Mansion. Taylor Swift and Emma Stone sit across from each other at the dinner table. Shukan sat in the main seat between the two. The feeling of tension has reached the sky. If we use comics to describe it, the two small universes have already rubbed together. Previously, Sister Shido was determined to compete with Swift. The two of them just stayed with Shukan as much as possible and tried to be nice to him. This is indeed a fairy-like day, with beautiful women waiting for you at any time. The only drawback is that it damages the kidneys. Ordinary people can't bear it. Only superheroes can take it. Unexpectedly, the two of them became more and more passionate, neither of them backed down, nor did they admit defeat. The fighting situation gradually escalated. Shukan just finished accompanying Sister Shido yesterday, and today it's Swift's turn. Swift hired a Michelin chef to cook a sumptuous French meal and wanted to have a romantic candlelight dinner with Shukan. Then they went to the bedroom together. As a result, Sister Shido suddenly came to the door. Oh, my grandma gave me a recipe for a particularly delicious apple pie. Baby, I made one for you. Oh, Tyler is here too, so we just want to try it together. Why are you like this? I didn't break the promise, did I? This time it was an unexpected situation. I brought you desserts. Don't you welcome them? You did it on purpose. Seeing that the two were about to fight, Shukan quickly pulled away, each stuffed a set of cutlery, and sat down to eat together. There are a lot of dishes today, so you can help with some of them. As a result, before they had even taken a few bites of the food, the two people, who were obviously very good-natured, started talking to each other, and soon the situation became tense. Shukan quickly asked them to calm down. Shukan himself is also responsible for causing this situation. He originally thought that the two girls could get along harmoniously like in the online article, but how was that possible in reality? Neither Sister Shido nor Swift have the kind of lowbrow and submissive personalities. And they don't like to hold back. If there is a problem, I want to solve it on the spot. Shukan's fantasy of embracing each other seems more difficult to realize. That's it for today. I'll ask Vanessa to take you back. Ah, Shuken suddenly saw off the guests, leaving both of them confused. It's been really chaotic these days, and we all need to calm down. Duh, baby, it's obviously her. Stop talking. Shuken stood up, held their waists with each hand, and pushed them out of the door. Just as Vanessa drove over, Shuken put the two women in the car and watched the car drive away. Until they left, they lay on the car window and looked at Chan in confusion. Shuken breathed a sigh of relief. According to normal logic, they should have united to question Shuken and forced him to choose one of the two, or they should have simply left in frustration. Unexpectedly, after being beaten by him, the two turned their attention to each other, and Shuken sat in the middle with a bowl of water. This may seem wonderful, but in reality it is really tiring. Shuken really needs a break, so the three of them can calm down. The key is during this period. It's reasonable for Shuken to find other people to have a meal or something, right? I didn't expect what I thought of. Shuken just returned to the dining table and planned to continue enjoying dinner with the Michelin chef. The doorbell rang suddenly, and a Latina maid who didn't speak English opened the door, but there was an uninvited guest. Where's Emma? I didn't answer her phone when I called her. It turned out to be Kristen Stewart. Well, why did you come to my door looking for her? You said before that I would prepare apple pie for you. Where is the person? I don't know, I went back to the apartment. Her pie is obviously here. Did you join forces with Taylor to make her angry and run away? Christine's tone suddenly became excited. Shuken laughed at her. First of all, this is none of your business and I have no obligation to explain it to you. Secondly, why do you care about her so much? She is my best friend, and her business is my business. No, I always feel that you have other intentions. Even if you are a best friend, your behavior is a bit out of line when you rush into my house so impulsively at night, isn't it? Looking at the emotional Christine, Shuken's knife was still cutting the steak slowly. Asshole, you've been breaking her heart, don't think I don't know. Oh, you know what, I like her, and I will never let you play with her again. Bingo, solve the case. No wonder Kristen is so uncharacteristically secretly in love with Emma Stone. Good guy, you bent too early. According to the original timeline, she was supposed to be in a relationship with Robert Pattinson, and it took a few years for her to fall in love. It was probably on the set of The Twilight Saga that she had the most contact with Emma Stone, and she was slowly swayed by Sister Stone. Shuken didn't know what expression to use to face it. But seeing the emotional Christine, she came up and grabbed Shuken's arm. Let's go, follow me to see Emma, and break up with her in person. Don't do anything, calm down. Calm down my ass. Christine also wanted to catch Shuken, but Shuken used her extreme reflexes to dodge, got up, pressed her against the wall, and pinched both her wrists. John Wick didn't play for nothing. Even a UFC champion would not be able to survive one round against Shuken, let alone a little girl with no strength. If you think about it carefully, she is also an 18-year-old girl now. She has probably not passed puberty yet, and it is easy for her to become passionate. I told you to calm down. Shuken comes to Carrie. In Sting's ear, the voice was low. It was obvious that Christine's delicate body trembled, and she knew she was scared now. The two of them were so close that their noses could almost touch. Shuken could clearly see her unique dark green pupils. His original intention was to control the other party and make the girl calm down, and then let her go back and wear the magic cloak. As a result, we stared at each other at close range for about 10 seconds. Christine launched a sneak attack on Shuken. Use your mouth. Quote ? Shuken just took a sip of red wine from Chateau Romanée Conti, which is worth more than $60,000. Christine seems to be particularly greedy for wine, and she can't wait to fully get the taste of red wine from Shuken. This chick is wild, even wilder than a vampire from The Twilight Saga. Shuken fully learned the lesson last time, and this time it was even worse. The two started a verbal fight from the dining table to the sofa, and then from the sofa to the master bedroom. Shuken had time to take good care of his health in the past 2 days, but he suffered 1, 2, and several serious injuries in a row. The magic value is urgent. The next morning, the same dining table. Shukan and Kristen Stewart sat together and had breakfast in silence. Christine forked a piece of bacon, put half of it into her mouth, and then came to Shukan with the bacon in her mouth. 0. I don't eat bacon. I said it all. I don't eat. It's okay, the bacon was not too fried today. Shukan commented. Christine smiled with satisfaction and licked the oil from the corner of her mouth. No, do you like boys or girls? Shukan was quite confused. I don't know. Christine shook her head. I think they all like it. Well, that's not right either. Oh, I like girls more. If the man is you, it's actually not bad. Just, okay. Shukan looked at her with a half smile. The little girl may be thinking of yesterday, her always cool expression looked a little shy. Great, are you satisfied? She became a little angry again. Okay, what are your plans after dinner? Originally, I wanted to meet Emma. I will be filming The Twilight Saga 2 inches next month, and I wanted to play opposite her, but now. Originally, Kristen was still questioning Shukan and defending Emma Stone. Now, she herself was too embarrassed to face Emma. I know that you are her good friend, and you also, well, like her. Shukan looked at Christine seriously. We do have some situations. You happen to be with her, help me take care of her. And take care of yourself, okay? Yes, Emma is very strong and she will stay calm. If anything happens, I will tell you. Kristen looked at Shukan with complicated eyes. She didn't know what she was doing, everything happened so fast, just like the first time. Life seems to be on the right track. Shukan is much cleaner and can finally devote more energy to work. The crew of Love and Elixir has completed casting preparations and is about to start filming today. Iron Man 2 inches is also in production and will be directed by original director Jon Favreau. In addition, the Russo brothers have officially joined Marvel and are about to direct the filming of Captain America. Different from the original version, after briefly describing the origin story of Captain America, the new version of Captain America 1 inch will describe a Howling Commandos plot in greater detail. In the end, just like the original version, the Red Skull was defeated, and the plane and the cosmic cube crashed into the Arctic Ocean together. Shukan hopes that the level of Captain America 1 inch can catch up with the previous version of Captain America 2. Even if it fails, it can be an 8-point movie. As for Thor, Brother Hammer is currently filming Star Trek, and due to schedule conflicts, it is temporarily unable to start filming. Thor aside, the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe is in good order. Shukan can spare his time to film Love and Magic Medicine, and study the next new movie, I'm Not the God of Medicine. If I'm Not a Medicine God can be filmed before Dallas Buyers Club, I believe it will definitely bring a little shock to the world. As for Swift and Emma Stone, the two of them calmed down and figured out Shukan's routine. Emma couldn't bear the Cold War. She would always reply to Shukan's messages and phone calls, and she would also take the initiative to care about Shukan from time to time. Sister Shido is about to go to the set of Twilight Saga 2 inches, and she wants to meet Shukan before leaving. As for Swift, she has not responded to any messages for the time being and is hiding out. On this day, Shukan just met her new film partner Anne Hathaway. The two were chatting when Anne Hathaway suddenly looked at her phone with a strange look on her face. Taylor has released a new single, and it seems to be about you. Shukan's expression suddenly felt a little weird. He didn't expect that one day he would be dissed by Swift for writing a song. New York, Columbia Pictures Studios. Shukan is listening to a radio program intently. Anne Hathaway sat opposite him and drank coffee, her eyes staying on Shukan's face from time to time. The radio host's tone was slightly exaggerated. Hello everyone, this is Music Radio in Los Santos, and today we have a special guest, Taylor Swift. As we all know, her second album, Fearless, just won the Grammy Award for Album of the Year, and today she has released a single from her third album. So Taylor, why did you release a new single so soon? You were really full of creative inspiration. Then came Swift's familiar voice. Speaking of which, I actually wanted to take a break. Something happened recently, so I suddenly wrote this song. If you're listening to the show, this song is for you. The host felt that something was wrong with Swift and quickly took over. Okay, Then let's enjoy the second single of Taylor Swift's new album, Story of Us. Move and hit. Move and hit. The song starts with a pretty rock drum beat, and the sound of the guitar changes the country style from the past, adding many elements of pop punk. Just listening to the intro, it seemed like a very high-pitched song, until the clear and slightly low sound appeared. I used to think that one day we would tell the story of our love to the public. How we met, and what kind of sparks bloomed when two hearts collided. People would say they were a lucky couple. I thought there was a place for me next to you. But I searched the whole room and there was no room for it. It was just torture for me. I believe you are also upset, right? Our story feels like a tragedy. In the next chapter, how will our May 4th movement end? Swift used a rock-like melody to sing out the suffering and helplessness in the hearts of girls. Combined with what she said just now, it is obvious who this song is written for. The radio host next to him had his eyes widened and looked like he was eating something. Did Hollywood's most famous golden couple really talk and are now breaking up? After the song ended, the radio's listening rate increased exponentially, and the host planned to strike while the iron was hot and dig up some exciting news. Tyler, is this song based on your own experience? So be it. Then I would like to ask the person in the lyrics, have you broken up? I don't know. Swift's voice sounded a little confused. Okay, let's start with a commercial and come back later to continue talking about music with Taylor Swift. Shukin turned off the radio. It was almost time and ready to film. Anne Hathaway, who was opposite, raised her eyebrows and looked at Shukin with her big eyes. Wow, you are nosy, innit? Speaking of which, are you really in love with Taylor? What about Emma? Anne Hathaway gets closer and closer, her big eyes shining. We are all good friends, we just had some troubles recently. Oh, no. You don't even consider me a friend. Anne Hathaway looked at Shukin with puppy-like eyes. Just tell me. Shukin smiled. It seems like we just met on the first day. Are we already friends? Of course, I decided to play Catwoman after watching your Spider-Man. Anne Hathaway explained seriously. We have both played Nolan's Batman, so we are colleagues on the same crew, and it makes sense for us to become friends, right? When Shukin played the Joker, Anne Hathaway had not yet joined the cast. She is quite capable of pulling off a joke just for the sake of eating melon. Okay, the director has urged us. Let's go filming first, and I will tell you when the time is right. Okay. Anne Hathaway still has that puppy-like look in her eyes, looking pitiful. Shukin doesn't understand why she is rated as the most hated actress in the United States. It was obviously a pleasure to get along with her, and within just a few hours of meeting her, the two felt like they had been friends for many years. Moreover, she doesn't have any scandals, she doesn't make any enemies, she works hard and is very dedicated in filming, and her daily life is also very low-key. Perhaps it is because of this that she is disliked by the whole of North America because she does not seem to be down-to-earth enough. After filming a scene, Shukin took advantage of the break to go to his RV, lay on the bed and dialed Swift's phone number. She must have gotten off the show, but this time she finally got through without hanging up. Honey. Quote. She didn't speak, but Shukin could hear Swift's obvious breathing. I just listened to your song. It's very well written. I like it very much. Oh, sing to me when I get back. 1. Aren't you in Los Santos? Yes, I originally called you that day to tell you that I was going to New York to film. But you didn't answer the phone or reply to the message. Shukin deliberately pretended to be pitiful, but in reality he couldn't hold his lips shut. Originally, he used his god-level acting skills to control his state. Now due to the fusion of the soul of the male protagonist of Love and Elixir, Shukin has absolute control over women's emotions. Sure enough, the sound of Swifty's breathing on the other end of the phone was obviously getting louder. Don't you already have Emma? I don't have a place in your heart. Why did you tell me when you went to New York? You dummy, silly girl, don't you know your place in my heart? Then why don't you drive me away? What I like is the independent, confident and radiant you. Taylor, sweetheart, you don't have to lose yourself to cater to others, even if that person is me. You are unique, and I will always be by your side. You don't have to fight with others. Wait, what do you mean? 013704510 Filu 180,213,161. Yes, I have calmed down in the past few days and I have thought a lot. I will definitely choose you. I just hope that your future songs will be full of sweetness. I can't bear to hear the pain in your songs. Tay, when I get back, I have something I want to say to you personally, do you understand? Well, then I'll wait for you in Los Santos. Swift's tone became obviously much more relaxed, and the previous coldness was melted away. After hanging up the phone, Shukin rubbed his chin, feeling a little strange. To be honest, no girl could be easily coaxed. But Shukin mobilized the soul fusion of the male protagonist of Love and Miraculous Medicine, and everything became a matter of course. It was simply easier than eating. According to the plot of the movie, the male protagonist Jamie is a master of love. When it comes to women, regardless of age, occupation or personality, you can easily get it in just 2 or 3 sentences. Jamie strolled wantonly among the flowers, and the woman beside him was different every day. There was only one casual romance that lasted for many years. Originally, the heroine Maggie, played by Anne Hathaway, was also one of the prey, and she lay on his bed with just a few words. Until the male protagonist Jamie fell. At the moment when the filming of this drama started, Shukin was as usual, his whole soul was flying in the sky and merged with the male protagonist. Jamie is an ordinary person in other aspects, but his special ability to deal with women makes even Shukin feel transparent. Shukin could have used his unique Oriental style charm to make actresses such as Taylor Swift, Stone, and Kristen unstoppable. Now Shukin has completed a comprehensive evolution based on the original. As long as he wants to, he can easily influence a woman's mood. Swift on the phone was just trying her best, and the conversation was obviously not very technical, but Swift was already looking forward to meeting him. Shukin savors this mysterious realm carefully. After super-evolving emotional abilities, Shukin tried it on Emma Stone again. Originally, Sister Shido couldn't bear to leave Shukin, and she often cared about him silently without saying anything. Later, I called Sister Shido, and Sister Shitu's defense was completely defeated. Emma, don't worry, now I only treat Taylor as a friend. You are who you are and you don't need to compete with others. Spider-Man in every universe will also fall in love with Gwen. Seb in every universe will fall in love with Mia. Shukin in every universe will do the same. Do you understand? Sister Shido over there was already in tears. Oh, baby, I love you too. After taking down Swift, Emma also took care of it successfully. Since they cannot be compatible in the same space, you might as well manage your time well and make them compatible in different times and spaces. After that, just watch out for paparazzi in public places. I'm really yours, Shu. Anne Hathaway came over at some point and heard the conversation just now. Spider sense not working. It is estimated that when the Playboy Jamie was fused, Peter Parker automatically went offline. It doesn't matter anyway, he's not chasing Anne Hathaway, and I believe she won't reveal it to others, so it doesn't matter if she hears it. Just coaxing my girlfriend, basic operations. It seems that you are really in love with both of them at the same time. You are really evil. Anne Hathaway is a little helpless. Obviously Shukin's operations were not very kind, but she couldn't dislike Shukin, and even felt that he was quite sincere. Shukin chuckled, but I didn't lie, I was sincere. No matter who you face, giving 100% love is enough, isn't it? But Anne didn't know how to refute for a moment. Then besides the two of you, do you have anyone else? Yes or no, everything depends on God's arrangement. You are the clown, not the Riddler. Annie was angry and funny. No, I'm not a clown. I'm Jamie, Maggie, go and film. I know, my fake boyfriend. Anne Hathaway was quite helpless. The next scene is about the male and female protagonists having their first chat and date in a coffee shop, and then returning home at the speed of light to start a battle. Your hands are shaking. I can tell you are nervous. Oh, Mr. Medical Expert, why should I be nervous? Because you are interested in me. You say you want to reject me, but your body is very honest. Let's go. Now, I don't mind, because I think the same as you. Immediately afterwards, the scene switched and the coffee shop became the main apartment. Action. The director gave the order, and Shukin and Anne Hathaway were already in place. They opened the door and kissed each other deeply as soon as they opened the door. They kissed deeply and passionately, from the door to the dining table. 0. Even if he was acting, Shukin could still feel the fragrance of Anne's body and the wildness of the verbal exchanges. Wow, her acting skills are really good, and there is no trace of acting. Call. The battle settlement screen shows the two of them lying on the floor. Cut. The director finally ended the scene, and the two sat next to each other covered in blankets and drinking hot coffee. The weather is relatively cold and it is easy to catch a cold if you have too few clothes. How do you feel? Anne Hathaway looked at Shukin playfully. What, do I have a better kiss scene than Taylor or Emma? I can only say that it's pretty good, not too bad. Is it just not bad? Annie pouted. It doesn't matter, just practice more and it will be fine. We have many scenes like this. A dragon-like smile appeared on Shukin's lips. Quote. Anne Hathaway then remembered that in the next scene, she had to be honest. There are so many people in the crew. She suddenly felt a little nervous and even regretted taking the role. I'm here, I'll accompany you. Shukin seemed to see through her thoughts and held Annie's hand. Feeling the warmth and firmness in her hands, Annie gradually stopped shaking. Only then did she understand why young girls like Taylor Swift and Emma Stone had fallen. Action. Annie lay on Shukin and suddenly felt that the set was indeed quite cold. She could only try to keep warm from Shukin and keep calm while reciting her lines. You're not as bad as you think on the inside. No, I'm a real fooler, believe me. Very good. Annie kissed Shukin gently. That would be bad if you weren't an asshole. Then I'll let you taste what it's like to be idiot. Shukin suddenly became strong. Although the current situation is very embarrassing, the entire crew is staring at Annie. But with Shukin beside her, Annie was completely immersed in it, forgetting the gazes around her. Her whole body seemed as if her soul had left her body and shot through the sky. Director Edward and Assistant Director Clark looked at the monitor screen. As expected of Shu and Anne, they made even such difficult scenes so realistic. Yes, the acting is really good. It's basically all one pass. Wait a minute, is it too real? I don't think they are acting. Holy shit. New York JFK International Airport, VIP Lounge. Shu, do you really want to leave? Fool, I'm just going to the premiere, we haven't finished filming yet. Well, for some reason, I suddenly feel a little reluctant to leave you. Anne Hathaway bit her lower lip lightly. Oh, are you so reluctant to part with your work partner? You really are an asshole. Annie punched Shukin in the chest angrily, but seemed to be afraid of hurting him, so she lowered her fist lightly. Goodbye, Annie, wait until I come back. Shukin naturally held up Annie's face and kissed her gently according to the filming method. When it was over, I brushed off my clothes and walked into the security checkpoint. Watching Shukin disappear around the corner, Anne Hathaway always felt empty in her heart. For some reason, she felt that she might have gotten too involved in the drama. It's obviously an urban romance film, so it shouldn't be so dramatic, right? He had just kissed Annie at the New York airport, and more than 5 hours later, Shukin deeply kissed Swift again at the Los Santos International Airport. Yes, since that phone call, Swift has had many days of suppressed emotional outbursts. If she hadn't had a job, she would have wanted to fly to New York to find Shukin. When Shukin came back that day, she finally couldn't help it and came to the airport to pick him up. Until they were in the car in the parking lot, Taylor Swift couldn't hold it in any longer and took the initiative to move over and pin Shukin down in the passenger seat, like a vampire. Hey, you're about to cause a blood clot. The next day, at the premiere of La La Land, Shukin wore a turtleneck t-shirt. This time he dressed in a casual style, a little more casual, and looked like a catwalk model on the red carpet. Baby, this is the first time I see you wearing a turtleneck. You look very handsome. Emma Stone held his hand and couldn't look away. During this period of cooling down, Emma's days were almost like years. Now she is traveling from Europe to Los Santos to attend the premiere, and she can't wait to hold on to Shukin. Your yellow skirt is also very beautiful. You can wear this tonight. You are so bad. Emma rolled her eyes at him charmingly. La La Land, starring them, is about to have its world premiere. In addition to movie fans, media and well-known film critics also gathered at the scene. Senior Hollywood experts have said before that musicals are a symbol of Hollywood's golden age, and they are the blessings of the past. As a Chinese, Shu Kan doesn't understand the essence of musicals at all. Everyone wants to see how a foreigner can ruin the golden age of Hollywood. These are the original words of the New York Times columnist. Now, Shu Kan is about to conquer Hollywood in the most proud way of Hollywood. Looking back at Hollywood in the 1950s, the whole of North America was in a state of euphoria and wealth. With Singin' in the Rain as a symbol, musicals also reached their peak during this period. Later, until the 21st century, musicals gradually fell into decline, and could even be called dead. The first two parts of High School Musical couldn't even make it to the big screen and could only be broadcast on the Disney TV channel. The group that has the right to speak in Hollywood always likes to remember the golden age and examine later movies with a critical eye. Therefore, after Shu Kan announced the filming of a musical, doubts about him have not stopped. Shu Kan has long been used to being questioned since Spider-Man began. If it were any young white actor, he would have been hailed as the savior of Hollywood. The mistake is that Shu Kan is Chinese and comes with natural debuffs in Hollywood. Shu Kan is not someone who is willing to admit defeat. He will not play stereotypical roles in order to please the North American film industry or cater to the mainstream views of Hollywood. He has been subverting the perception of the entire North American society from the beginning. He said he couldn't play Spider-Man, but he became the most handsome Spider-Man in history, with a box office of over $1.1 billion. Said he couldn't make a Marvel movie, Iron Man had a box office of nearly $1 billion. It is said that he has a sunny temperament and cannot play a villain, but his portrayal of the Joker won an Oscar statuette. Now it is said that Shu Kan is tarnishing musicals and the golden age of Hollywood. That he doesn't understand musicals. As Shu Kan said to the media live on the red carpet. The movie will start soon. Remember to ask me the same question again after watching it. Do I not understand musicals? After saying that, Shu Kan turned around gracefully and walked into the venue with Sister Shido. Anyway, Sister Shido is used to Shu Kan's style. He is never afraid to challenge the mainstream Hollywood groups. He is a disruptor and subversive. Assistant director Damien was worried. He knew the quality of the film was great, but he was still worried that the entire society would not be able to appreciate their work. Shu Kan has offended the media to death. If La La Land fails, he can't even imagine what kind of blow he will suffer. Galaxy Entertainment may also be hit hard. He didn't want the boomerang to hit him on the head. Don't worry, Happy patted Damien on the shoulder. You haven't understood Shu for so long. Enjoy your victory and enjoy the movie. This time the Galaxy 10 cinema was not as lively as before. Mainly because I used to watch superhero movies, which were very entertaining. This time it is considered a literary and artistic musical, which is a niche category in itself. In addition, some media's previous renderings also made everyone less optimistic about Shu Kan's new attempt. All of Shu Kan's successes have been in commercial blockbusters and action movies. Is the step a little bigger this time? Of course, moviegoers who can calm down and watch musicals are generally relatively quiet. The hall with more than 1,000 people was overcrowded, but even the sound of coughing could be heard clearly. Film critic Roger Ebert and fellow traveler and friend William Gay also came to watch the movie. Roger had a very good impression of Shu Kan. He saw that he did not enter his comfort zone, but challenged himself to shoot songs and dances. The fighting spirit of this young man Shu Kan deserves encouragement. It's no wonder he gives 2 thumbs up for every movie. No matter what the final effect of the film is, he is willing to evaluate it from the most objective perspective. On the other hand, his friend William had been complaining to him all the way. William, who is over 50 years old, his favorite movie is Singin' in the Rain. He laments every day that Hollywood musicals are dying, and Hollywood is gradually declining and becoming formulaic. But whenever someone challenges the theme of singing and dancing, he can't help but criticize. Criticized Chicago for being flashy and gaudy, and criticized High School Musical for being childish and vulgar. Especially Shu Kan, a Chinese, was so anxious that the article in the New York Times was written by William. As I wrote in my column, does he understand musicals? How is it possible? It's really unacceptable to waste art in this field. Roger was speechless. Have you seen it and commented here? You racist. I'm not discriminating, William argued. You don't have to watch it to know that it's definitely a waste. Just wait, I'm going to criticize him hard at the end of the movie. Tell him to go back and make tight-fitting movies. It's really a bit exaggerated, as if the magical drama treasured in the hearts of two-dimensional people has been adapted into a live-action version by a fledgling director. Subconsciously I felt it was a waste of a masterpiece. But he overlooked one thing. The live-action adaptation is not a waste. There is also a ceiling for adaptations like Rurouni Kenshin. If others can't take good pictures, it doesn't mean that Shuken can't take good pictures. Roger's head was full of black lines. Say less, the movie is about to start, and film critics should pay attention to the quality of viewing. Quote. William still wanted to continue to complain, but the lights in the theater dimmed, so he could only hold back his desire to complain and watch with colored glasses. The familiar space shuttle is transformed from 2D to 3D, breaking through the void and reaching the galaxy. Produced by Galaxy Pictures. Distributed by Columbia Pictures. During the subtitle display, Shuken paid tribute to the history of film development before the film even started. From the black and white color 1.33, one of the film's birth period, it gradually expanded to 2.55, one widescreen, and the picture changed to color. People who don't understand completely ignore this little Easter egg. But for professional film critic Roger Ebert, he immediately noticed Shuken's love letter to movies. It has nothing to do with nationality or race, it's just the love for the movie itself. At the beginning of the film, a hand-cranked camera slowly descended from the bright California sky. A row of overcrowded cars blocked the highway, each car listening to different types of music in a chaotic manner. Until a sunny piano prelude sounded, and the clear voice of the young girl in yellow started the first song and dance scene of the film. I think back to that day when I saw him staying on the west side of Santa Fe, when we were 17 years old. The refreshing melody captured the ears of the audience from the beginning. It is obviously night now, but everyone feels like the sun is shining brightly in the morning. My whole mood is much better. Film critic William, who originally wanted to find fault, curled his lips and dismissed it at first. Until the camera didn't cut the shot at all, the entire highway singing and dancing mirror to the end. 013704510 Filu 180,213,371. Only then did his expression become serious. Different actors, different dance moves, complex but orderly. Whether it's the actor's performance or the camera scheduling, everything is so smooth and smooth. Okay, show off your skills at the beginning, right? From this first song and dance scene, William already felt that this musical was different. He is waiting for the follow-up content. As long as the subsequent story is weak and lacks singing and dancing, no matter how gorgeous the beginning is, it will be nothing. Because the sun rises, it's another sunny day. When all the dancers stand on the roof of the highway, the panoramic screen lens covers the entire highway, showing a spectacular scene. The rest of the song fell heavily and came to an abrupt end. La La Land, the title of the film appeared, echoing in the theater with the charm of the song. The audience breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. Shuken, filming Spider-Man action scenes is just fun, but can filming a musical be so exciting? When the male protagonist Seb and the female protagonist Mia meet for the first time, it is the traditional happy enemy model. Roger Ebert immediately thought of Audrey Hepburn's Roman Holiday, one of the icons of Hollywood's golden age. Combined with the protagonist's vehicle, the music style and the Easter eggs in the film, he finally figured it out. Shuken was almost using every detail to prove that he really understood Hollywood. Even better than many film critics. It was like a powerful punch, hitting those doubters on the bridge of their noses. Just like William next to him, his face turned a little green. What, are you still not convinced? Humph, if I look at it again, I won't believe it. William was still stubborn. The film gradually progresses, and the second song and dance scene follows. This is a song between the heroine Mia and her best friend. Four beauties wearing long dresses of different colors dance in the night. The picture full of color contrast and the pleasant melody are simply enjoyable. The first song, Another Day of Sun, is amazing enough. The second song, Someone in the Crowd, is even more addictive. Etc. Roger Ebert suddenly remembered something. Media reports stated that the entire film's music composition was completed independently by Shu Kan. Can he also write songs? Holy shit, you are indeed the devil of Hollywood, what a monster. Not only are the song and dance sequences in the movie exciting, but the film's drama is also brilliant. Sister Shido, who plays the heroine Mia, has a performance that is simply inferior to that of actresses of the same age, even leading the entire Hollywood actresses. She plays a frustrated bit player, which is really flesh and blood. Maybe she has really experienced those setbacks before she can have a deep understanding. The female protagonist Mia is down and out, and the male protagonist Seb is also at a low point in life. Even the boss of the restaurant can manipulate him at will. For the meager part-time salary, Seb, who is talented in music, has to humble himself and play boring melodies. Shu Kan's piano skills were also displayed to the world for the first time. It stands to reason that there are not many actors who can master the piano. To reach a sufficient level, you must practice for years or even decades. Therefore, when most actors shoot piano scenes, they give a close-up of their faces and then shoot the close-up with their hands. The director simply did not dare to shoot full-body shots from multiple angles. However, here Shu Kan boldly showed off his piano skills to the audience. At first it was just a simple Christmas Eve song, but then the whole audience couldn't close their mouths as they kept playing. Ah, no, he really knows how to play. Is this level comparable to that of a professional pianist? The reaction of the theater audience was the same as that of the crew on the set. Shu Kan has never revealed to the outside world that he can play the piano, and he became a blockbuster when he debuted. Seb Mia theme starts with low singing, and gradually contains full emotions. At this moment, Seb has entered a state of selflessness, and the restaurant has become his exclusive stage. And the only audience is Mia at the door. The song ended without any cheers. Seb returned to reality from the fantasy stage, and was greeted only by the ruthless face of the restaurant owner. You're fired. Mia was affected by the music and wanted to talk to her, but Seb had no time to pay attention to her and passed her by. The second time the two met, it ended awkwardly again. At this time, the audience has not yet realized what impact this scene will have at the end of the film. At the same time, Emma next to Shu Kan looked at herself on the screen with a happy face. Electricity. Shu Kan ignored her in the movie, but in reality, she gently held Shu Kan's hand. Shu Kan suddenly felt that Emma pinched himself, thinking that she was looking for something to say to him. As soon as I put my ear to it, my face suddenly felt cold. It turned out that Emma took a sip of water and took a peck on her face. So Shu Kan repeated his old tricks, and Emma joined in. He kissed Sister Shido directly on the mouth. Emma was shocked and wanted to push him away. But Shu Kan was a little unscrupulous, which made Emma frightened and at the same time felt a different kind of excitement. Is it too risky to do it in front of the cast, the film critics, and so many viewers? However, when she was about to indulge in it, Shu Kan suddenly left again, ending abruptly. Emma Stone was immediately overwhelmed by him. Hateful. Emma grabbed Shu Kan's hand and took a bite. Hiss, are you a vampire? Snort. Assistant director Damien accidentally caught a glimpse of their little play, and they immediately felt embarrassed. Please, why don't you two go home and play? This is in a theater. But if you think about it carefully, scandals about the two of them have been flying all over the world for a long time, and the media even talked about having 3 children. Making out in public is considered normal. After the male and female protagonists targeted each other at a party, Mia deliberately pulled the male protagonist away in order to avoid her blind date. The two came to the nearby Mount Wilson and walked all the way to the vicinity of the Griffith Observatory. The blue-purple night view of Los Santos looks particularly hazy and psychedelic. The third song and dance in the film adds a different color. The most important thing is Shu Kan's tap dance, which made the girls at the scene scream with hatred. Ah, so handsome. I want him to be so $$*#. Sister, I want to come too. After experiencing the most handsome Spider-Man, the most handsome killer, and the most handsome villain, Shu Kan will get a new title, the most handsome tap dancer. The harmonious beauty of Seb and Mia dancing under the Los Santos night dazzled Roger Ebert. He knew very well how difficult it was to dance with this kind of long shot, and he probably failed countless times, right? Even William, who had always wanted to find fault, was immersed in singing and dancing, forgetting everything else for the time being. The male and female protagonists secretly fell in love, and became friends who talked about everything, talking about their dreams with each other. Film critic William finally broke away from the singing and dancing and curled his lips with a sneer. The cliché plot is about breaking up because of dreams and then getting back together again. It's boring. How do you know what will happen next? Impossible. How can he, an Asian, have any spiritual development? See, you said you're not a racist. Humph, we'll see. In the film, Seb and Mia become more and more interested in each other as they chat, admiring each other's dreams. After they agreed to meet next time, Seb came to the Los Santos Pier, which is familiar to all GTA 5 players, and sang the classic song in a low voice in the purple night sky. Open double angle bracket City of Stars close double angle bracket. City of Stars. City of Stars, do you shine for me? In the City of Stars, there are too many things in the world that are unclear. Shu Kan's whistle and his magnetic voice captivated the audience as soon as he opened his mouth. In addition to performances and plots, music is the soul of musicals. The music of La La Land is indeed impeccable, and William, who is ready to find trouble, is convinced. I can only look forward to finding fault with the plot. This song has become the king of musicals in the 21st century. Even Shu Kan's singing is so professional. Hateful. At this time, the audience was already mesmerized, immersed in Shu Kan's singing and the night sky of Los Santos. The colors and audiovisual effects are simply art. While Shu Kan and Emma Stone were secretly having fun in the front row. Little did they know that in the back row of the theater, a blonde girl wearing a baseball cap and big sunglasses was also among them, watching Shu Kan's works. The surrounding movie fans were so focused on watching the movie that they didn't realize that the person sitting next to them was none other than Taylor Swift. Swift hired her own assistant to queue up a week in advance and finally managed to sneak in tickets to the premiere. I just wanted to come here quietly today to see if Shu Kan and Emma would rekindle their old relationship. When she saw the male and female protagonists dancing together, she was indeed filled with jealousy. However, when Shu Kan sang and danced on the pier, Swift had completely forgotten everything and was immersed in the movie. Originally, Swift was full of confidence in music, and this was her country. But at this moment, I heard Shu Kan singing. Swift was shocked and even a little unsure, but at the same time she was very proud and wanted to announce it to everyone around her. Look, this is my boyfriend. Spring has passed, and the glorious summer has come. Even if there are no subtitle reminders in La La Land, even if the film's color palette and music are lively, one can clearly feel the vitality of summer and the competition between everything. This advanced processing allowed Roger Ebert to still maintain a high level of evaluation of the film. He couldn't hold back his excitement, and at the same time forced himself to calm down. The first half of the movie was so good, he was afraid that a cliched ending would ruin the whole movie. Similar situations have happened countless times in Hollywood. Conventional representation is less likely to make mistakes, but it can also easily lead to mediocrity in the work. Few people dare to break their comfort zone, and few people burst out with genius-like inspiration. Therefore, the biggest feature of Hollywood is assembly line production and story processing factory. The biggest disadvantage is also assembly line production. If there are not more talented creators who have sudden flashes of inspiration, Hollywood will inevitably decline in a few years. What kind of creator is Shu Kan? Roger Ebert continued to immerse himself in the movie with some trepidation. Because the female protagonist Mia decisively abandoned her date partner and firmly chose the male protagonist Seb. After the two performed a dreamy dance in the starry sky at Griffith Observatory. We have officially entered the summer-like love period. Summer music has also turned into a more unrestrained and passionate jazz melody. The male and female protagonists transformed into the tourism ambassadors of Los Santos. As a couple, they visited the wonderful streets of Los Santos and enjoyed the unique scenery of Los Santos. The CP fans in the theater will inevitably start to laugh at each other again. The once youthful Spider-Man and Gwen have turned into slightly more mature Seb and Mia. Obviously the actors have not changed, and only a few years have passed, but the feelings between the two are very different from before. Even the dog food has different flavors. This on-screen couple is so doting on CP fans. Even some Shukan fans who only admire the Golden Girl group will inevitably feel sweet after watching every scene in the film. Even Swift herself, she actually felt that Shukan and Emma were actually quite compatible. Shukan and Emma, quite a match. Perhaps it's the two's outstanding acting skills, coupled with the film's dreamy color palette and colorful music melody. Swift completely forgot the fact that she was Shukan's girlfriend. Crazy about crushing on your boyfriend and other women. And she hadn't realized anything was wrong. Especially a crazy hand-cranked shot in the film. The male protagonist Seb, played by Shukan, plays jazz melody on the piano, while Mia dances next to him. The camera kept switching rapidly between the two people, creating a harmonious and joyful scene. Shukan looks so handsome even when his hair is messed up while playing the piano. Professional film critics have tasted a hint of homage to the golden age of Hollywood from this set of hand-cranked shots. Obviously you can use a more advanced mechanical rocker to switch quickly, but Shukan obviously did this by hand, swinging quickly between the two people, leaving a shaky lens. At first glance, it may seem a little rough, but in fact, the style of the entire film remains at the same high level. Replacing it with a mechanical rocker arm destroyed the jazzy charm. Wonderful, Roger Ebert exclaimed. Finally, after a series of montage shots, the gorgeous music stopped, and the film was about to enter a turning point. Beautiful and happy times are always short-lived. After couples spend their passionate love period, it is easy for various problems to arise. Even dream couple Seb and Mia are no exception. Just like most ordinary couples in the world, they will inevitably face the reality of money. Seeing this, Swift even forgot to be jealous. She was completely immersed in it, worried about the male and female protagonists. Don't give up on your music dream. Mia likes you for who you were at the beginning, she's not with you for money. Swift is actually afraid that the two of them will break up. Afraid that her boyfriend will break up with another woman. Sure enough, the worry still came. The male protagonist chooses to compromise with his life and joins a popular jazz band that he most disapproves of, tarnishing the pure jazz dream in his heart. One performance after another caused Seb to travel around the country, and the two of them spent less time together and more time apart. The way he forgot his original intention of enjoying the secular stage made Mia feel strange. He was busy socializing and forgot to watch Mia's performance, which made Mia even more frustrated. This is also something that many couples have experienced. It is difficult to balance dreams, life and each other. Many moviegoers at the scene were couples. Seeing this, I couldn't help but think of myself. Some are sad, some lament, and after the sweetness, they sigh. Finally, countless problems accumulated together and formed an explosion. It's time to face reality. My performance is quite stable now. I don't know what you are complaining about. I mean, you once had a dream. This is my dream. This is obviously not the case. Why should you care about other people's opinions? You are an actor, are you qualified to speak against me? Maybe, you just like my downcast appearance, which makes you feel superior. Seb's words were like a sharp knife, piercing not only the heroine, but also all the viewers. No, why do you say that? You will regret it. It's so hurtful. Shukan's performance was so natural, this line even hit Swift. She actually began to sympathize with her love rival. No. Apologize to Emma quickly and say you didn't mean it. Sister Shido below saw this and was also very heartbroken. Baby, you're really hurtful. Hey, this is a line from a movie. I can't bear to hurt you. You have obviously hurt me. Shish. Shukan quickly silenced him. There's nothing wrong with it, I did hurt her before and I can't refute it. After this quarrel, the relationship between Seb and Mia can never be restored. Mia moved back to her hometown, leaving Seb and her dream of acting. Until Seb heard about a valuable audition opportunity, he drove to Mia's hometown and used the stupidest method to find Mia by honking the horn. He still has her in his heart. On the day of the audition, Mia impressed the judges with a song. Even the most picky film critics secretly admired the subtle facial expressions. This is an Oscar-worthy performance. This entire movie is an Oscar contender. At the end of the film, Mia gets a chance to perform and is about to go to Paris, Europe, with a bright future. Seb quit the pop band and is still a frustrated jazz musician. When the two met again, they no longer quarreled. He sincerely wished her that she could realize her dream in Europe. Everything has been let go. For your dream, you have to give up everything, including me. What about yourself? I'm going to stay here and make good jazz, you know. Seb has found his original intention, and so has Mia. But the price is that the relationship between the two may end here. Seeing this, Swift wanted to rush to the screen and grab Chan's neck. Say quickly, go to Europe. Come with her. Other viewers in the theater also sighed, regretting that lovers could not finally get married. The two looked at each other for a long time, the love in their eyes still obvious. I will always love you. I will always love you too. The film seems to have come to an end. The whole audience is looking forward to the two people finally rekindling their old relationship and reuniting, and everyone is happy. This is the standard ending of Hollywood. What a happy ending. Film critic William finally found the opportunity and smiled disdainfully. Just wait, it's impossible for Shukin to break away from this framework, and the two of them will definitely get back together in the end. The two people who are successful and famous will usher in happiness. It will definitely end with a wedding. Roger Ebert half smiled. Not necessarily. Watch the movie and don't talk too much. William is still waiting for his prediction to be confirmed, and I have reason to criticize Chan's musical for being cliché. Who would have thought that there would be a lightning strike at the opening? The heroine Mia is already a big star that she once looked up to, and she realizes her dream. However, she actually got married and even had children. The husband is not Seb, he is a stranger. Is it an affair ending? The audience also expressed doubts. Why are the heroines married? No chance at all. How can the male and female protagonists reconcile like this? Can they only cheat on each other? They had no idea how it would unfold next. But she saw Mia and her current husband driving to a quiet street, and Luann Ran heard 10 jazz melodies. She thought of the young man who once dreamed of being a knight. Shall we go in and listen? The two had just entered the jazz club, and the flashing signboard was like a thunderous strike. Seb's. This was her idea. Seb actually opened a jazz bar. With apprehension, the two of them went in and sat down. Sure enough, that familiar figure appeared. Wow! The whole audience's eyes lit up. Compared with the previous look, the current main character Seb is a bit more melancholy and vicissitudes of life. But the light in his eyes remained unchanged, and his original appearance was vaguely visible. The ultimate Shukin skin makes countless girls want to scream. Even Taylor Swift blushed when she saw it. Let that guy try wearing this suit another day. Seb sat elegantly in front of the piano and accidentally spotted Mia in the crowd and took a look at her for thousands of years. Welcome to Seb's. Seb originally planned to play other songs, but by some mistake, when his fingers fell on the keys, the melody that appeared when the two met in the restaurant appeared. The ending that lasts 7 minutes and 39 seconds, epilogue. Mia's whole person instantly traveled back to the time when we first met. Only this time, he hugged Mia tightly and kissed her without hesitation. If that day, I did not choose to pass you by. From this moment on, Shukin uses the ultimate montage to take the audience to relive the entire movie in another way. If everything could happen again, I will kiss you the first time we meet. Skipping work to watch your first performance. I will quit my job. Follow you to Paris. There is good jazz in Paris too. We will have a beautiful family. On nights when the child is left to the nanny. I'll drive you in for dinner. Then we walked into the bar together. Listening to other people play music I composed. If everything could happen again. At this point, it has become an art. At this point, the film has been promoted to the high court beyond everyone's expectation. Everyone present, whether ordinary viewers, Taylor Swift, critical film critics, or the creative team who have watched it countless times. Everyone saw these 7.5 minutes of dreamy mist. It was so strange that I couldn't help but feel deeply shocked. It was obviously not a gorgeous scene, but it formed a powerful force that impacted everyone's hearts. Especially those who have stories in the theater are already filled with tears at this moment, desperately trying to wipe away their tears and see every detail of the film clearly. Before coming here, they thought they were a couple in a romance movie, but maybe they were thinking of another person. The song ends and we return to reality. Seb didn't press the last note, his fingers hovered over the keys, as if nothing was over yet. Mia and her husband got up and left the club. Just before she went out, Mia couldn't help but look back. Seb's eyes full of love also looked over, and their eyes collided. At this moment, none of them shed tears, had no regrets, and had no thoughts of further entanglement. Some only have tacit nods and smiles. The video ends. The end. Screenwriter and director, Shu Kan. Producer, Shu Kan. Starring, Shu Kan. Emma Stone. Swift had already burst into tears, her eye makeup was stained with tears, and she sat in her seat in the theater with tears in her eyes, not caring that others might recognize her. The same goes for other people, with men silently crying and women crying. What I thought was a cliché happy ending turned out to be a big one at the end. Directly turn a 7-point song and dance romance movie into a work of art in an instant. William had long forgotten to criticize and evaluate, and he was still under the impact of the ending montage, unable to extricate himself. At first I thought Shu Kan was the clown, but it turned out that the clown was himself. The excited audience applauded wildly, and everyone still burst into tears while applauding, and their hands were red. Until the video subtitles finished playing. When the host came on stage to invite the audience to interact, everyone was even a little confused, and no one raised their hands to ask questions. The host was quite embarrassed, thinking that everyone was not satisfied with the video. That blonde girl wearing a hat in the back row, do you have any questions about the film? Or do you have anything to say? Originally, Swift was still immersed in endless confusion, but she suddenly realized, is this host calling her? What? She didn't respond. Shu Kan glanced back curiously, and even though she was disguised, he still saw through it instantly. What the hell? Why is she here? You were making out with Emma just now, you probably didn't see it, right? It must have been difficult. The theater was so dark and she was far away. Shu Kan suddenly felt the excitement of having in person. The host saw that Swift was hiding and couldn't come out, so he thought she was shy. At this time, many other people raised their hands, and the situation was finally no longer embarrassing. What's the problem? But William, the film critic, stood up and hesitated, no good. Well, I originally thought this movie would be a cliché love story, but now it seems that I was very wrong. This is the best movie I have seen in the past 2 years, bar none. Exclamation mark quote. Thank you Shu Kan for your contribution to musicals. The others were fine, but Roger Ebert was dumbfounded. No, buddy, that's not what you just said. The best of the year. The best song and dance of the century. Being a god at the beginning and ending. Question mark quote. Aren't you ashamed that a Chinese made a musical that the whole of Hollywood couldn't make? Shu Kan's production must be a masterpiece. Who would have thought that the best musical film of the 21st century would be made by Spider-Man? The actor with 1,000 faces. Spider-Man, killer, pervert, dancer. Is there any role that he can't play well? Look, I'm crying. My girlfriend is crying too. Wait, there seems to be something wrong. La La Land scores 9.3/10. Although it is not as good as high-scoring films such as The Godfather, The Dark Knight, and The Shawshank Redemption. But this is a musical. Shu Kan, who has never made a musical before, instantly surpassed all previous musicals in Hollywood. Even if the score drops subsequently, it can basically remain around 9 points. To say that it has a huge reputation is an understatement. Roger Ebert, the famous North American film critic, commented in his column, "Movies can evoke our empathy for another experience, and good movies make us better people." Shu Kan tried a new field and once again dominated in his own way. This time I am not surprised. Shu Kan is such a filmmaker who creates miracles. You may not have noticed the retro elements in every detail of the film. They are Shu Kan's love letter to the movie, and they are also a tribute and show-off to the golden age of Hollywood. This young and energetic Oriental youth seems to be saying, Hollywood, let's welcome my era next. Without a doubt, 2 thumbs up. Worth revisiting many times. At the same time, the box office data of La La Land is released. The box office in North America exceeded 100 million in its first weekend. All of Hollywood is shocked. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.